Section 1 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3. Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, Love and Pain, by Havelock Ellis. Preface to the second edition. This volume has been thoroughly revised for the present edition and considerably enlarged throughout in order to render it more accurate and more illustrative, while bringing it fairly up to date with reference to scientific investigation. Numerous histories have also been added to the appendix. It has not been found necessary to modify the main doctrines set forth 10 years ago. At the same time, however, it may be mentioned as regards the first study in the volume that our knowledge of the physiological mechanism of the sexual instinct has been revolutionized during recent years. This is due to the investigations that have been made and the deductions that have been built up concerning the part played by hormones, or the internal secretions of the ductless glands, in the physical production of the sexual instinct and the secondary sexual characters. The conception of the psychology of the sexual impulse here set forth, while correlated to terms of a physical process of tumescence and detumescence, may be said to be independent of the ultimate physiological origins of that process. But we cannot fail to realize the bearing of the physiological chemistry in this field, and the doctrine of internal secretions, since it may throw light on many complex problems presented by the sexual instinct, is of full interest for us. Havelock Ellis, June 1913. End of Section 1. Read by Krystal J. Silas, Youngsville, July 21st, 2022. Section 2 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface to the first edition. The present volume of studies deals with some of the most essential problems of sexual psychology. The analysis of the sexual impulse is fundamental. Unless we comprehend the exact process which is being worked out beneath the shifting and multifold phenomena presented to us, we can never hope to grasp in their true relations any of the normal or abnormal manifestations of this instinct. I do not claim that the conception of the process here stated is novel or original. Indeed, even since I began to work it out some years ago, various investigators in these fields, especially in Germany, have deprived it of any novelty it might otherwise have possessed, while at the same time aiding me in reaching a more precise statement. This is to me a cause of satisfaction. On so fundamental a matter, I should have been sorry to find myself tending to a peculiar and individual standpoint. It is a source of gratification to me that the positions I have reached are those towards which current intelligent and scientific opinions are tending. Any originality in my study of this problem can only lie in the bringing together of elements from somewhat diverse fields. I shall be content if it is found that I have attained a fairly balanced, general, and judicial statement of these main factors in the sexual instinct. In the study of love and pain, I have discussed the sources of those aberrations which are commonly called, not together happily, sadism and masochism. Here we are brought before the most extreme and perhaps the most widely known group of sexual perversions. I have considered them from the medico-legal standpoint, because that has already been done by other writers whose works are accessible. I have preferred to show how these aberrations may be explained, how they may be linked on to normal and fundamental aspects of the sexual impulse, and indeed, in their elementary forms, may themselves be regarded as normal. In some degree, they are present, in every case, at some point of sexual development. Their threads are subtly woven in and out of the whole psychological process of sex. I have made no attempt to reduce their complexity to a simplicity that would be fallacious. I hope that my attempt to unravel these long and tangled threads will be found to make them fairly clear. In the third study, on the sexual impulse in women, we approach a practical question of applied sexual psychology and a question of the first importance. No doubt the sex impulse in men is of great moment from the social point of view. It is, however, fairly obvious and well understood. The impulse in women is not only of at least equal moment, but it is far more obscure. The natural difficulties of the subject have been increased by the assumption of most writers who have touched it, casually and hurriedly for the most part, that the only differences to be sought in the sexual impulse in man and in women are quantitative differences. I have pointed out that we may more profitably seek for qualitative differences, and have endeavored to indicate such of these differences as seem to be of significance. In an appendix will be found a selection of histories of more or less normal sexual development. Histories of gross sexual perversion have often been presented in books devoted to the sexual instinct. It has not hitherto been usual to inquire into the facts of normal sexual development. Yet it is concerning normal sexual development that our ignorance is greatest, and the innovation can scarcely need justification. I have inserted these histories not only because many of them are highly instructive in themselves, but also because they exhibit the nature of the material on which my work is mainly founded. I am indebted to many correspondents, medical and other, in various parts of the world, for much valuable assistance. When they have permitted me to do so, I have usually mentioned their names in the text. This has not been possible in the case of many women friends and correspondents, to whom, however, my debt is very great. Nature has put upon women the greater part of the burden of sexual reproduction. They have consequently become the supreme authorities on all matters in which the sexual emotions come into question. Many circumstances, however, that are fairly obvious, conspire to make it difficult for women to assert publicly the wisdom and knowledge which, in matters of love, the experiences of life have brought to them. The ladies who, in all earnestness and sincerity, write books on these questions are often the last people to whom we should go to as the representatives of their sex. Those who know most have written least. I can therefore but express again, as in previous volumes I have expressed before, my deep gratitude to these unanimous collaborators who have aided me in throwing light on the field of human life which is of such primary social importance and is yet so dimly visible. Havelock Ellis, Carbis Water, Lelant, Cornwall, England. End of Section 2. Read by Krystal J. Silas, Youngsville, July 21st, 2022.
Section 3 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, Part 1. The term sexual instinct may be said to cover the whole of the neurophysic phenomena of reproduction which man shares with the lower animals. It is true that much discussion has taken place concerning the proper use of the term instinct, and some definitions of instinctive action would appear to exclude the essential mechanism of the process whereby sexual reproduction is assured. Such definitions scarcely seem legitimate and are certainly unfortunate. Herbert Spencer's definition of instinct as compound reflex action is sufficiently clear and definite for ordinary use. A fairly satisfactory definition of instinct is that supplied by Dr. and Mrs. Peckham in the course of their study on the instincts and habits of solitary wasps. Under the term instinct, they say, we place all complex acts which are performed previous to experience and in a similar manner by all members of the same sex and race, leaving out as non-essential at this time the question of whether they are or are not accompanied by consciousness. This definition is quoted with approval by Lloyd Morgan, who modifies and further elaborates it. Animal Behavior, 1900, page 21. The distinction between instinctive and reflex behavior, he remarks, turns in large degree on the relative complexity, and instinctive behavior, he concludes, may be said to comprise those complex groups of coordinated acts which are, on their first occurrence, independent of experience, which tend to the well-being of the individual and the preservation of the race, which are due to the cooperation of external and internal stimuli, which are similarly performed by all the members of the same more or less restricted group of animals, but which are subject to variation and to a subsequent modification under the guidance of experience. Such a definition clearly justifies us in speaking of a sexual instinct. It may be added that the various questions involved in the definition of the sexual instinct have been fully discussed by Moll in the early sections of his Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis. Of recent years, there has been a tendency to avoid the use of the term instinct, or, at all events, to refrain from attaching any serious scientific sense to it. Loeb's influence has especially given force to this tendency. Thus, while Piron, in an interesting discussion of the question, Les problèmes actuels de l'instinct, Revue philosophique, October 1908, thinks it would still be convenient to retain the term, giving it a philosophical meaning, Jorge Bon, who devotes a chapter to the notion of instinct, La Naissance de Intelligence, 1909, is strongly in favor of eliminating the word as being merely a legacy of medieval theologians and metaphysicians serving to conceal our ignorance or our lack of exact analysis. It may be said that the whole of the task undertaken in these studies is really an attempt to analyze what is commonly called the sexual instinct. In order to grasp it, we have to break it up into its component parts. Lloyd Morgan has pointed out that the components of an instinct may be regarded as four. First, the internal messages giving rise to the impulse. Secondly, the external stimuli which cooperate with the impulse to affect the nervous centers. Thirdly, the active response due to the coordinate outgoing discharges. And fourthly, the message from the organs concerned in the behavior by which the central nervous system is further affected. In dealing with a sexual instinct, the first two factors are those which we have most fully to discuss. With the external stimuli, we shall be concerned in a future volume, 4. We may here confine ourselves mainly to the first factor, the nature of the internal messages which prompt the sexual act. We may, in other words, attempt to analyze the sexual impulse. The first definition of the sexual impulse we meet with is that which regards it as an impulse of evacuation. The psychological element is thus reduced to a minimum. It is true that, especially in early life, the emotions caused by forced repression of the excretions are frequently massive or acute in the highest degree, and the joy of relief correspondingly great. But in adult life, on most occasions, these desires can be largely pushed into the background of consciousness, partly by training, partly by the fact that involuntary muscular activity is less imperative in adult life, so that the ideal element in connection with the ordinary excretions is almost a negligible quantity. The evacuation theory of the sexual instinct is, however, that which has most popular vogue, and the cynic delights to express in its crude language. It is a view that appeals to the criminal mind, and in the slang of French criminals, the brothel is le coquet. It was also the view implicitly accepted by medieval aesthetic writers, who regarded woman as a temple built over a sewer, and from a very different standpoint it was concisely set forth by Montaigne, who has doubtless contributed greatly to support this view of the matter. I find, he said, that Venus, after all, is nothing more than the pleasure of discharging our vessels, just as nature renders pleasurable the discharges from other parts. Luther, again, always compared the sexual to the excretory impulse, and said that marriage was just as necessary as the emission of urine. Sir Thomas More, also in the second book of Utopia, referring to the pleasure of evacuation, speaks of that felt when we do our natural easement, or when we be doing the act of generation. This view would, however, scarcely deserve serious consideration if various distinguished investigators, among whom Féré may be specifically mentioned, had not accepted it as the best and most accurate definition of the sexual impulse. The genetic need may be considered, writes Féré, as the need of evacuation. The choice is determined by the excitations which render the evacuation more agreeable. Certain facts observed in the lower animals tend to support this view. It is therefore necessary, in the first place, to set forth the main results of observation on this matter. Spallanzani had shown how the male frog during coitus will undergo the most horrible mutilations, even decapitation, and yet resolutely continue the act of intercourse, which lasts from 4 to 10 days, sitting on the back of the female and firmly clasping her with his forelegs. Gault confirmed Spallanzani's observations and threw new light on the mechanism of the sexual instinct in the sexual act in the frog. By removing various parts of the female frog, Gault found that every part of the female was attractive to the male at pairing time, and that he was not imposed on when parts of a male were substituted. By removing various of the sense organs of the male, Gault further found that it was not by any special organ, but by the whole of his sensitive system, that this activity was set in action. If, however, the skin of the arms and of the breast between was removed, no embrace took place, so that the sexual sensations seemed to be exerted through this apparatus. When the testicles were removed, the embrace still took place. It could scarcely be said that these observations demonstrated or in any way indicated that the sexual impulse is dependent on the need of evacuation. Professor Tarchanoff of St. Petersburg, however, made an experiment which seemed to be crucial. He took several hundred frogs, rana temporaria, nearly all in the act of coitus, and in the first place repeated Gault's experiments. He removed the heart, but this led to no direct or indirect stoppage of coitus, nor did removal of the lungs, parts of the liver, the spleen, the intestines, the stomach, or the kidneys. In the same way, even careful removal of both testicles had no result, but on removing the seminal receptacles, coitus was immediately or very shortly stopped and not renewed. Thus, Tarkanoff concluded that in frogs, and possibly therefore in mammals, the seminal receptacles are the starting point of the centripetal impulse, which by reflex actions sets in motion the complicated apparatus of sexual activity. A few years later, the question was again taken up by Steinark of Prague. Granting that Tarkanoff's experiments are reliable as regard to the frog, Steinark points out that we may still ask whether in mammals the integrity of the seminal receptacles is bound up with the preservation of sexual excitability. This cannot be taken for granted, nor can we assume that the seminal receptacles of the frog are homologous with the seminal vesicles of mammals. In order to test the question, Steinark chose the white rat as possessing large seminal vesicles and a very developed sexual impulse. He found that removal of the seminal sacs led to no decrease in the intensity of the sexual impulse. The sexual act was still repeated with the same frequency and the same vigor. But these receptacles, Steinark proceeded to argue, do not really contain semen, but a special secretion of their own. They are anatomically quite unlike the seminal receptacles of the frog, so that no doubt is thus thrown on Tarkanoff's observations. Steinark remarked, however, that one's faith is rather shaken by the fact that in the esculenta, which in sexual life closely resembles Rana temporaria, there are no seminal receptacles. He therefore repeated Tarkanoff's experiments and found that the seminal receptacles were empty before coitus, only becoming gradually filled during coitus. It could not, therefore, be argued that the sexual impulse started from the receptacles. He then extirpated the seminal receptacles, avoiding hemorrhage as far as possible, and found that, in the majority of cases so operated on, coitus still continued for from 5 to 7 days, and in the minority for a longer time. He therefore concluded with Goltz that it is from the swollen testicles, not from the seminal receptacles, that the impulse first starts. Goltz himself pointed out that the fact that the removal of the testicles did not stop coitus by no means proves that it did not begin it, for, when the central nervous mechanism is once set in action, it can continue even when the exciting stimulus is removed. By extirpating the testicles some months before the sexual season, he found that no coitus occurred. At the same time, even in these frogs, a certain degree of sexual inclination and a certain excitability of the embracing center still persisted, disappearing when the sexual epoch was over. According to most recent writers, the seminal vesicles of mammals are receptacles for their own albuminous secretion, the function of which is unknown. Steinach could find no spermatozoa in these seminal sacs, and therefore he proposed to use Owen's name of glandulae vesiculares. After extirpation of these vesicular glands in the white rat, typical coitus occurred, but the capacity for procreation was diminished. An extirpation of both glandulae vesiculares and glandula prostaticae led to disappearance of the capacity for procreation. Steinach came to the conclusion that this is because the secretions of these glands impart increased vitality to the spermatozoa, and he points out that great fertility and high development of the accessory sexual glands go together. Steinach found that, when sexually mature, white rats were castrated. Though at first they remained as potent as ever, their potency gradually declined. Sexual excitement, however, and sexual inclination always persisted. He then proceeded to castrate rats before puberty and discovered the highly significant fact that in these also a quite considerable degree of sexual inclination appeared. They followed, sniffed, and licked the females like ordinary males, and that this was not a mere indication of curiosity was shown by the fact that they made attempts at coitus which only differed from those of normal males by the failure of erection and ejaculation, though occasionally there was imperfect erection. This lasted for a year, and then their sexual inclinations began to decline, and they showed signs of premature age. These manifestations of sexual sense Steinach compares to those noted in the human species during childhood. The genetic tendencies are thus, to a certain degree, independent of the generative glands, although the development of these glands serves to increase the genetic ability and to furnish the impulsion necessary to assure procreation, as well as to ensure the development of the secondary sexual characters, probably by the influence of secretions elaborated and thrown into the system from the primary sexual glands. Halben, Die Entstehung der Geschlechtlichkeit, Archiv für Gynäkologie, 1903, pages 205 to 308, argues that the primary sex glands do not necessarily produce the secondary sex characters, nor inhibit the development of those characteristics of the opposite sex. It is indeed the rule, but it is not the inevitable result. Sexual differences exist from the first. Nussbaum made experiments on frogs, Rana fusca, which go through a yearly cycle of secondary sexual changes at the period of heat. These changes cease on castration, but if the testes of other frogs are introduced beneath the skin of castrated frogs, Nussbaum found that they acted as if the frog had not been castrated. It is a secretion of the testes which produces the secondary sexual changes. But Nussbaum found that the testicular secretion does not work if the nerves of the secondary sexual region are cut, and that the secretion has no direct action on the organism. Pflüger, discussing these experiments, Archiv für die gesamte Physiologie, 1907, Volume 116, Parts 5 and 6, disputes this conclusion and argues that the secretion is not dependent on the action of the nervous system, and that therefore the secondary sexual characters are independent of the nervous system. Steinach has also in later experiments Geschlechtsstrieb und Ech sekundare Geschlechtsmerkmale als Folge der Innerskretorischen Funktion der Keimdrüsen. Zentralblatt für Physiologie, Band 24, number 13, 1910. Argued against any local nervous influence. He found in Rana fusca and Esquilenta that after castration in autumn, the impulse to grasp the female persisted in some degrees and then disappeared, reappearing in a slight degree, however, every winter at the normal period of sexual activity. But when the testicular substance of actively sexual frogs was injected into the castrated frogs, it exerted an elective action on the sexual reflex, sometimes in a few hours, but the action is, Steinach concludes, first central. The testicular secretion of frogs that were not sexually active had no stimulating action, but if the frogs were sexually active, the injection of their central nervous substance was as effective as their testicular substance. In either case, Steinach concludes there is the removal of an inhibition which is in operation at sexually quiescent periods. Speaking generally, Steinach considers that there is a process of eroticization, Erotisierung, of the nervous center under the influence of the internal testicular secretions, and that this persists even when the primary physical stimulus has been removed. The experience of veterinary surgeons also shows that the sexual impulse tends to persist in animals after castration. Thus, the ox and the gelding make frequent efforts to copulate with females in heat. In some cases, at all events in the case of the horse, castrated animals remain potent and are even abnormally ardent, although impregnation cannot, of course, result. The results obtained by scientific experiment and veterinary experience on the lower animals are confirmed by observation of various groups of phenomena in the human species. There can be no doubt that castrated men may still possess sexual impulses. This has been noted by observers in various countries in which eunuchs are made and employed. It is important to remember that there are different degrees of castration, for in current language these are seldom distinguished. The Romans recognized 4 different degrees. 1. True castrati, from whom both the testicles and the penis had been removed. 2. Spadones, from whom the testicles only had been removed. This was the most common practice. 3. Thilbase, in whom the testicles had not been removed but destroyed by crushing. This practice is referred to by Hippocrates. 4. Thalassai, in whom the spermatic cord had simply been cut. Millant, from whose paresthesis, Castration Criminale et Manique, 1902, I take these definitions, points out that it was recognized that spadones remained apt for coitus if the operation was performed after puberty, a fact appreciated by many Roman ladies. Ad seoris libidinationes, as St. Jerome remarked, while Martial, Lib. 4, said of a Roman lady who sought eunuchs, Vut futui Gallia non parare. See also Millant, Les Inaques et la Traverse les Ages, 1909, and articles by Lipa Bay and Zambaco, Sexual Probleme, October and December 1911. In China, Matignon, formerly physician to the French legation in Peking, tells us that eunuchs are by no means without sexual feeling, that they seek the company of women and, he believes, gratify their sexual desires by such methods as are left open to them, for the sexual organs are entirely removed. It would seem probable that the earlier the age at which the operation is performed, the less marked are the sexual desires, for Matigon mentions that boys castrated before the age of 10 are regarded by the Chinese as peculiarly virginal and pure. At Constantinople, where the eunuchs are of Negro race, castration is usually complete and performed before puberty in order to abolish sexual potency and desire as far as possible. Even when castration is effected in infancy, sexual desire is not necessarily rendered impossible. Thus, Marie has recorded the case of an insane Egyptian eunuch whose penis and scrotum were removed in infancy, yet he had frequent and intense sexual desire with ejaculation of mucus and believed that an invisible princess touched him and aroused voluptuous sensations. Although the body had a feminine appearance, the prostate was normal and the vesicle seminals not atrophied. It may be added that Lancaster quotes the following remark made by a resident for many years in the land concerning Nubian eunuchs. As far as I can judge, sex feeling exists unmodified by absence of the sexual organs. The eunuch differs from the man not in the absence of sexual passion, but only in the fact that he cannot fully gratify it. As far as he can approach a gratification of it, he does so. In this connection, it may be noted that, as quoted by Moll, Jaeger attributes the preference of some women, noted in ancient Rome and in the East, for castrated men as due not only to the freedom from risk of impregnation in such intercourse, but also to the longer duration of erection in the castrated. When castration is performed without removal of the penis, it is said that potency remains for at least 10 years afterward, and Dieselhort, who in Die Exzerischen Geschlechtsdrüsen der Wirbüthi takes the same view as had been here adopted, mentions that according to Pelikan, Das Skopzentrum in Russland, those castrated at puberty are fit for coitus long afterward. When castration is performed for surgical reasons at a later age, it is still less likely to affect potency or to change the sexual feelings. Guinard concludes that the sexual impulse after castration is relatively more persistent in man than in the lower animals, and is sometimes even heightened, being probably more dependent on external stimuli. Except in the East, castration is more often performed on women than on men, and then the evidence as to the influence of the removal of the ovaries on the sexual emotions shows varying results. It has been found that after castration, sexual desire and sexual pleasure in coitus may either remain the same, be diminished or extinguished, or be increased. By some, the diminution has been attributed to autosuggestion, the woman being convinced that she can no longer be like other women. The augmentation of desire and pleasure has been supposed to be due to the removal of the dread of impregnation. We have, of course, to take into account individual peculiarities, method of life, and the state of the health. In France, Jael, Effets physiologiques de la castration chez la femme, Revue de Gynécologie, 1897, pages 403 to 57, found that among 33 patients in whom ovarotomies had been performed, in 18 sexual desire remained the same, in 3 it was diminished, in 8 abolished, in 3 increased, while pleasure in coitus remained the same in 17, was diminished in 1, abolished in 4, and increased in 5. In 6 cases, sexual intercourse was very painful. In 2 other groups of cases, one in which both ovaries and uterus were removed, and another in which the uterus alone was removed, the results were not notably different. In Germany, Gleiwig, Archiv für Gynäkologie, Band 35, 1889, found that desire remained in 6 cases, was diminished in 10, and disappeared in 11, while pleasure and intercourse remained in 8, was diminished in 10, and was lost in 8. Feister, again, Archiv für Gynäkologie, Band 56, 1898, examined this point in 99 castrated women. He remarks that sexual desire and sexual pleasure and intercourse were usually associated, and found the former unchanged in 19 cases, decreased in 24, lost in 35, never present in 21, while the latter was unchanged in 18 cases and diminished or lost in 60. Kepler, International Medical Congress, Berlin, 1890, found that among 46 castrated women, sexual feeling was in no case abolished. Adler, also, who discussed this question, Die Mangelhaft Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, 1904, page 75, et sequentes, criticizes Glavic's statements and concludes that there is no strict relation between the sexual organs and the sexual feelings. Kish, who has known several cases in which the feelings remain the same as before the operation, brings together the sexual life of women, varying opinions of numerous authors regarding the effects of removal of the ovaries on the sexual appetite. In America, Bloom, as quoted in Medical Standard 1896, page 121, found that in none of the cases of women investigated, in which oophorectomy had been performed before the age of 33, was the sexual appetite entirely lost. In most of them, it had not materially diminished, and in a few, it was intensified. There was, however, a general consensus of opinion that the normal vaginal secretion during coitus was greatly lessened. In the cases of women over 33, including also hysterectomies, a gradual lessening of sexual feeling and desire was found to occur most generally. Dr. Isabel Davenport records 2 cases, reported in Medical Standard 1895, page 346, of women between 30 and 35 years of age whose erotic tendencies were extreme. The ovaries and tubes were removed in one case for disease, in the other with a view of removing the sexual tendencies. In neither case was there any change. Lapthorne Smith, Medical Record, Volume 48, has reported the case of an unmarried woman of 24 whose ovaries and tubes had been removed 7 years previously for pain and enlargement, and the periods had disappeared for 6 years. She had had experience of sexual intercourse and declared that she had never felt such extreme sexual excitement and pleasure as during coitus at the end of this time. In England, Lawson, Tate, and Bantock, British Medical Journal, October 14, 1899, page 975, have noted that sexual passion seems sometimes to be increased even after the removal of ovaries, tubes, and uterus. Lawson Tate also stated, British Gynecological Journal, February 1887, page 534, that after systematic and extensive inquiry, he had not found a single instance in which, provided that sexual appetite existed before the removal of the appendages, it was abolished by that operation. A medical inquiry committee appointed by the Liverpool Medical Institution, IBID, page 617, had previously reported that a considerable number of patients stated that they had suffered a distinct loss of sexual feeling. Lawson Tate, however, throws doubt on the reliability of the committee's results, which were based on the statements of unintelligent hospital patients. I may quote the following remarks from a communication sent to me by an experienced physician in Australia. No rule can be laid down in cases in which both ovaries have been extirpated. Some women say that, though formerly passionate, they have since become quite indifferent, but I am of opinion that the majority of women who have had prior sexual experience retain desire and gratification in an equal degree to that they had before operation. I know one case in which a young girl, hardly 19 years old, who had been accustomed to Congress for some 12 months, had trouble which necessitated the removal of the ovaries and tubes on both sides. Far from losing all her desire or gratification, both were very materially increased in intensity. Menstruation has entirely ceased without loss of femininity in either disposition or appearance. During intercourse, I am told, there is continuous spasmodic contraction of various parts of the vagina and vulva. The independence of the sexual impulse from the distension of the sexual glands is further indicated by the great frequency with which sexual sensations, in a faint or even strong degree, are experienced in childhood and sometimes in infancy, and by the fact that they often persist in women long after the sexual glands have ceased their functions. In the study of autoeroticism and another volume of these studies, I have brought together some of the evidence showing that even in very young children, spontaneous self-induced sexual excitement with orgasm may occur. Indeed, from an early age, sexual differences pervade the whole nervous tissue. I may here quote the remarks of an experienced gynecologist. I venture to think, Braxton Hicks said many years ago, that those who have much attended to children will agree with me in saying that, almost from the cradle, a difference can be seen in manner, habits of mind, and in illness requiring variations in their treatment. The change is certainly hastened and intensified at the time of puberty, but there is, even to an average observer, a clear difference between the sexes from early infancy, gradually becoming more marked up to puberty. That sexual feelings exist, it would be better to say may exist, from earliest infancy is well known, and therefore this function does not depend upon puberty, though intensified by it. Hence, may we not conclude that the progress toward development is not so abrupt as has been generally supposed? The changes of puberty are all of them dependent on the primordial force which, gradually gathering in power, culminates in the perfection both of form and of the sexual system, primary and secondary. There appear to have been but few systematic observations on the persistence of the sexual impulse in women after the menopause. It is regarded as a fairly frequent phenomenon by Kish and also by Lowenfield. Sexualabum and Nervenenleden, page 29. In America, Bloom, as quoted in Medical Standard 1896, from an investigation of 400 cases, found that in some cases the sexual impulse persisted to a very advanced age, and mentions a case of a woman of 70, 20 years past the menopause, who had been long a widow but had recently married, and who declared that both desire and gratification were as great, if not greater, than before the menopause. Reference may finally be made to those cases in which the sexual impulse has developed notwithstanding the absence, verified or probable, of any sexual glands at all. In such cases, sexual desire and sexual gratification are sometimes even stronger than normal. Coleman has reported a case in which neither ovaries nor uterus could be detected, and the vagina was too small for coitus, but pleasurable intercourse took place by the rectum, and sexual desire was at times so strong as to amount almost to nymphomania. Clara Burris has reported the case of a woman in whom there was congenital absence of uterus and ovaries, as provided subsequently by autopsy, but the sexual impulse was very strong and she had illicit intercourse with a lover. She suffered from recurrent mania and then masturbated shamelessly. When sane, she was attractively feminine. McNaughton-Jones describes the case of a woman of 32 with normal sexual feelings and fully developed breast, clitoris, and labia, but no vagina or internal genitalia could be detected, even under the most thorough examination. In a case of Bridgman's, again the womb and ovaries were absent, and the vagina small, but coitus was not painful, and the voluptuous sensations were complete and sexual passion was strong. In a case of Cotterell's, the ovaries and uterus were of minute size and functionless, and the vagina was absent, but the sexual feelings were normal and the clitoris preserved its usual sensibility. Munday had recorded 2 similar cases of which he presents photographs. In all these cases, not only was the sexual impulse present in full degree, but the subjects were feminine in disposition and of normal womanly conformation. In most cases, the external sex organs were properly developed. Ferret, L'Instinct Sexuel, page 241, has sought to explain away some of those phenomena in so far as they may be brought against the theory that the secretions and excretions of the sexual glands are the sole source of the sexual impulse. The persistence of sexual feelings after castration may be due, he argues, to the presence of the nerves in the cicatrix, just as the amputated have the illusion that the missing limb is still there. Exactly the same explanation has since been put forward by Moll, Mendenschnitz Klink, 1905, numbers 12 and 13. In the same way, the presence of sexual feelings after the menopause may be due to similar irritation, determined by degeneration during involution of the glands. The precocious appearance of the sexual impulse in childhood he would explain as due to an anomaly of development in the sexual organs. Ferret makes no attempt to explain the presence of the sexual impulse in the congenital absence of the sexual glands. Here, however, Munday intervenes with the suggestion that it is possible that in most cases an infinitesimal trace of ovary may exist and preserve femininity, though insufficient to produce ovulation or menstruation. It is proper to mention these ingenious arguments. They are, however, purely hypothetical, obviously invented to support a theory. It can scarcely be said that they carry conviction. We may rather agree with Guinard that so great is the importance of reproduction that nature has multiplied the means by which preparation is made for the conjunction of the sexes, and the roads by which sexual excitation may arrive. As Hirschfeld puts it in a discussion of the subject, Sexual Probleme, February 1912, nature has several irons in the fire. It will be seen that the conclusions we have reached indirectly involve the assumption that the spinal nervous centers, through which the sexual mechanism operates, are not sufficient to account for the whole of the phenomena of the sexual impulse. The nervous circuit tends to involve a cerebral element, which may sometimes be of dominant importance. Various investigators from the time of Gall onward have attempted to localize the sexual instinct centrally. Such attempts, however, cannot be said to have succeeded, although they tend to show that there is a real connection between the brain and the generative organs. Thus, Sinai of Moderna, by experiments on chickens, claims to have proved the influence of the cortical centers of procreation on the faculty of generation, for he found that lesions of the cortex led to sterility, corresponding in degree to the lesion. But as these results followed even independently of any disturbance of the sexual instinct, their significance is not altogether clear. Carlosini, l'influenza di centri corticali su fenomeni della generazione, rivisita spiritualmente de Frenatia 1907, fascicoli 2 and 3. At present, as Obici and Marschini have well remarked, all that we can do is to assume the existence of cerebral as well as spinal sexual centers. A cerebral sexual center in the strictest sense remains purely hypothetical. Although Gall's attempt to locate the sexual instinct in the cerebellum, well supported as that was by observations, is no longer considered to be tenable, his discussion of the sexual instinct was of great value far in advance of its time, and accompanied by a mass of facts gathered from many fields. He maintained that the sexual instinct is a function of the brain and not of the sexual organs. He combated the view ruling in his day that the seat of erotic mania must be sought in the sexual organs. He fully dealt with the development of the sexual instinct in many children before maturity of the sexual glands, the prolongation of the instinct into old age, its existence in the castrated and in the congenital absence of the sexual glands. He pointed out that even with an apparently sound and normal sexual apparatus, all sorts of psychic pathological deviations may yet occur. In fact, all the lines of argument I have briefly indicated in the foregoing pages, although when they were first written this fact was unknown to me, had been fully discussed by this remarkable man nearly a century ago. The greater part of the third volume of Gall's Sur les fonctions des cerveaux, in the edition of 1825, is devoted to this subject. For a good summary, sympathetic though critical of Gall's view on this matter, see Mobius, Über Gall's Special Originales, Schmidt's Gehaber de Medicine, 1900, volume 247, so Ausgewalt Werke, volume 7. It will be seen that the question of the nature of the sexual impulse has been slowly transformed. It is no longer a question of the formation of semen in the male, of the function of menstruation in the female. It has become largely a question of physiological chemistry. The chief parts in the drama of sex, alike on its psychic as on its physical sides, are thus supposed to be played by two mysterious protagonists, the hormones or internal secretions of the testes and of the ovary. Even the part played by the brain is now often regarded as chemical, the brain being considered to be a great chemical laboratory. There is a tendency, moreover, to extend the sexual sphere so as to admit the influence of internal secretions from other glands. The thymus, the adrenals, the thyroid, the pituitary, even the kidneys. It is possible that internal secretions from all these glands may combine to fill in the complete picture of sexuality as we know it in men and women. The subject is, however, so complex and at present so little known that it would be hazardous, and for the present purpose it is needless to attempt to set forth any conclusions. It is sufficiently clear that there is on the surface a striking analogy between sexual desire and the impulse to evacuate an excretion, and that this analogy is not only seen in the frog, but extends also to the highest vertebrates. It is quite another matter, however, to assert that the sexual impulse can be adequately defined as an impulse to evacuate. To show fully the inadequate nature of this conception would require a detailed consideration of the facts of sexual life. That is, however, unnecessary. It is enough to point out certain considerations which alone suffice to invalidate this view. In the first place, it must be remarked that the trifling amount of fluid admitted in sexual intercourse is altogether out of proportion to the emotions aroused by the act and to its after effect on the organism. The ancient dictum omne animal post coitum triste may not be exact, but it is certain that the effect of coitus on the organism is far more profound than that produced by the far more extensive evacuation of the bladder or bowels. Again, this definition leaves unexplained all those elaborate preliminaries which, both in man and the lower animals, precede the sexual act, preliminaries which, in civilized human beings, sometimes themselves constitute a partial satisfaction to the sexual impulse. It must also be observed that, unlike the ordinary excretions, this discharge of the sexual glands is not always, or in every person, necessary at all. Moreover, the theory of evacuation at once becomes hopelessly inadequate when we apply it to women. No one will venture to claim that an adequate physiological explanation of the sexual impulse in a woman is to be found in the desire to expel a little bland mucus from the minute glands of the genital tract. We must undoubtedly reject this view of the sexual impulse. It has a certain element of truth, and it permits an instructive and helpful analogy, but that is all. The sexual act presents many characters which are absent in an ordinary act of evacuation, and, on the other hand, it lacks the special characteristic of the evacuation proper, the elimination of waste material, The seminal fluid is not a waste material, and its retention is, to some extent perhaps, rather an advantage than a disadvantage to the organism. Edward von Hartmann long since remarked that the satisfaction of what we call the sexual instinct through an act carried out with a person of the opposite sex is a very wonderful phenomenon. It cannot be said, however, that the conception of the sexual act as a simple process of evacuation does anything to explain the wonder. We are, at most, in the same position as regards the stilling of normal sexual desire, as we should be as regards the emptying of the bladder, supposing it were very difficult for either sex to effect this satisfactorily, without the aid of a portion of the body of a person of the other sex acting as a catheter. In such a case, our thoughts and ideals would center around persons of opposite sex, and we should court their attention and help precisely as we do now in the case of our sexual needs. Some such relationship does actually exist in the case of the suckling mother and her infant. The mother is indebted to the child for the pleasurable relief of her distended breasts, and while in civilization more subtle pleasures and intelligent reflection render this massive physical satisfaction comparatively unessential to the act of suckling, in more primitive conditions and among animals the need of this pleasurable physical satisfaction is a real bond between the mother and her offspring. The analogy is indeed very close. The erectile nipple corresponds to the erectile penis, the eager, watery mouth of the infant to the moist and throbbing vagina, vitally albuminous milk to the vitally albuminous semen. The complete mutual satisfaction, physical and psychic, of mother and child in the transfer from one to the other of a precious organized fluid is the one true physiological analogy to the relationship of a man and a woman at the climax of the sexual act. Even this close analogy, however, fails to cover all the facts of the sexual life. A very different view is presented to us in the definition of the sexual instinct as a reproductive impulse, a desire for offspring. Hagar, Eulenberg, Nocke, and Lowenfeld have accepted this as, at all events, a partial definition. No one indeed would argue that it is a complete definition, although a few writers appear to have asserted that it is so sometimes as regards the sexual impulse in women. There is, however, considerable mental confusion in the attempt to set up such a definition. If we define an instinct as an action adapted to an end which is not present to consciousness, then it is quite true that the sexual instinct is an instinct of reproduction. But we do not adequately define the sexual instinct by merely stating its ultimate object. We might as well say that the impulse by which young animals seize food is an instinct of nutrition. The object of reproduction certainly constitutes no part of the sexual impulse whatever in any animal apart from man, and it reveals a lack of the most elementary sense of biological continuity to assert that in man so fundamental and involuntary a process can suddenly be revolutionized. That the sexual impulse is very often associated with a strong desire for offspring there can be no doubt, and in women the longing for a child, that is to say the longing to fulfill those functions for which their bodies are constituted, may become so urgent and imperative that we may regard it as scarcely less imperative than the sexual impulse. But it is not the sexual impulse, though intimately associated with it, and though it explains it. A reproductive instinct might be found in parthenogenic animals, but would be meaningless because useless in organisms propagating by sexual union. A woman may not want a lover, but may yet want a child. This merely means that her maternal instincts have been aroused, while her sexual instincts are still latent. A desire for reproduction, as soon as that desire becomes instinctive, necessarily takes on the form of the sexual impulse, for there is no other instinctive mechanism by which it can possibly express itself. A reproductive instinct, apart from the sexual instinct and apart from the maternal instinct, cannot be admitted. It would be an absurdity. Even in women in whom the maternal instincts are strong, it may generally be observed that, although before a woman is in love, and also during the later stages of her love, the conscious desire for a child may be strong, during the time when sexual passion is at its highest, the thought of offspring under normally happy conditions tends to recede into the background. Reproduction is the natural end and object of the sexual instinct, but the statement that it is part of the contents of the sexual impulse or can in any way be used to define that impulse must be dismissed as altogether unacceptable. Indeed, although the term reproductive instinct is frequently used, it is seldom used in a sense that we need take seriously. It is vaguely employed as a euphemism by those who wish to veil the fact of the sexual life. It is more precisely employed mainly by those who are unconsciously dominated by a superstitious repugnance to sex. I now turn to a very much more serious and elaborate attempt to define the constitution of the sexual impulse, that of Moll. He finds that it is made up of two separate components, each of which may be looked upon as an uncontrollable impulse. One of these is that by which the tension of the sexual organs is spasmodically relieved. This he calls the impulse of detumescence, and he regards it as primary, resembling the impulse to empty a full bladder. The other impulse is the instinct to approach, touch, and kiss another person, usually of the opposite sex. This he terms the impulse of contractation, and he includes under this head not only the tendency to general physical contact, but also the psychic inclination to become generally interested in a person of the opposite sex. Each of these primary impulses Moll regards as forming a constituent of the sexual instinct in both men and women. It seems to me undoubtedly true that these two impulses do correspond to the essential phenomena. The awkward and unsatisfactory part of Moll's analysis is the relation of the one to the other. It is true that he traces both impulses back to the sexual glands, that of detumescence directly, that of contractation indirectly, but evidently he does not regard them as intimately related to each other. He insists on the fact that they may exist apart from each other, that they do not appear synchronously in youth. The contractation impulse he regards as secondary. It is, he states, an indirect result of the sexual glands, only to be understood by the developmental history of these glands and the object which they subserve. That is to say, that it is connected with the rise of the sexual method of reproduction and the desirability of the mingling of the two sexes in procreation, while the impulse of detumescence arose before the sexual method of reproduction had appeared. Thus, contractation impulse was propagated by natural selection together with the sexual method of reproduction. The impulse of contractation is secondary, and Moll even regards it as a secondary sexual character. While, therefore, this analysis seems to include all the phenomena and to be worthy of very careful study as a serious and elaborate attempt to present an adequate psychological definition of the sexual impulse, it scarcely seems to me that we can accept it in precisely the form in which Moll presents it. I believe, however, that by analyzing the process a little more minutely, we shall find that these two constituents of the sexual impulse are really much more intimately associated than at the first glance appears, and that we need by no means to go back to the time when the sexual method of reproduction arose to explain the significance of the phenomena which Moll includes under the term contractation. To discover the true significance of the phenomena in men, it is necessary to observe carefully the phenomena of love-making not only among men but among animals, in which the impulse of contractation plays a very large part and involves an enormous expenditure of energy. Darwin was the first to present a comprehensive view of, at all events, a certain group of the phenomena of contractation in animals. On his interpretation of those phenomena he founded his famous theory of sexual selection. We are not primarily concerned with that theory, but the facts on which Darwin based his theory lie at the very roots of our subject, and we are bound to consider their psychological significance. In the first place, since these phenomena are specifically associated with Darwin's name, it may not be out of place to ask what Darwin himself considered to be their psychological significance. It is a somewhat important question, even for those who are mainly concerned with the validity of the theory which Darwin established on those facts, but so far as I know it has not hitherto been asked. I find that a careful perusal of the Descent of Man reveals the presence in Darwin's mind of two quite distinct theories, neither of them fully developed, as to the psychological meaning of the facts he was collecting. The two following groups of extracts will serve to show this very conclusively. The lower animals have a sense of beauty, he declares, powers of discrimination and taste on the part of the female, page 211. The females habitually or occasionally prefer the more beautiful males. There is little improbability in the females of insects appreciating beauty in form or color, page 329. He speaks of birds as the most aesthetic of all animals excepting man, and adds that they have nearly the same taste for the beautiful as we have, page 359. He remarks that a change of any kind in the structure or color of the male bird appears to have been admired by the female, page 385. He speaks of the female Argus pheasant as possessing this almost human degree of taste. Birds, again, seem to have some taste for the beautiful both in color and sound, and we ought not to feel too sure that the female does not attend to each detail of beauty, page 421. Novelty, he says, is admired by birds for its own sake, page 495. Birds have fine powers of discrimination, and in some few instances it can be shown that they have a taste for the beautiful, page 496. The aesthetic capacity of female animals has been advanced by exercise just as our own taste has improved, page 616. On the other hand, we find running throughout the book quite another idea. Of cicadas, he tells us that it is probable that, like female birds, they are excited or allured by the male with the most attractive voice, page 282. And, coming to Leucostidae, he states that all observers agree that the sounds serve either to call or excite the mute females, page 283. Of birds, he says, I am led to believe that the females prefer or are most excited by the more brilliant males, page 316. Among birds, also the males endeavor to charm or excite their mates by love notes, etc., and the females are excited by certain males and thus unconsciously prefer them, page 367, while ornaments of all kinds apparently serve to excite, attract, or fascinate the female, page 394. In a supplemental note also written in 1876, 5 years after the first publication of The Descent of Man, and therefore a late statement of his views, Darwin remarks that no supporter of the principle of sexual selection believes that the females select particular points of beauty in the males. They are merely excited or attracted in a greater degree by one male than by another, and this seems often to depend, especially with birds, on brilliant coloring. Page 623. Thus, on the one hand, Darwin interprets the phenomena as involving a real aesthetic element, a taste for the beautiful. On the other hand, he states without apparently any clear perception that the two views are quite distinct, that the colors and sounds and other characteristics of the male are not an appeal to any aesthetic sense of the female, but an appeal to her sexual emotions, a stimulus to sexual excitement, an allurement to sexual contact. According to the first theory, the female admires beauty consciously or unconsciously and selects the most beautiful partner. According to the second theory, there is no aesthetic question involved, but the female is unconsciously influenced by the most powerful or complex organic stimulus to which she is subjected. There can be no question that it is the second and not the first of these two views which we are justified in accepting. Darwin, it must be remembered, was not a psychologist, and he lived before the methods of comparative psychology had begun to be developed. Had he written 20 years later, we may be sure he would never have used so incautiously some of the vague and hazardous expressions I have quoted. He certainly injured his theory of sexual selection by stating it in too anthropomorphic language, by insisting on choice, preference, aesthetic sense, etc. There is no need whatever to burden any statement of the actual facts by such terms borrowed from human psychology. The female responds to the stimulation of the male at the right moment, just as the tree responds to the stimulation of the warmest days in spring. We should but obscure this fact by stating that the tree chooses the most beautiful days on which to put forth its young sprouts. In explaining the correlation between responsive females and accomplished males, the supposition of aesthetic choice is equally unnecessary. It is, however, interesting to observe that, though Darwin failed to see that the love combats, pursuits, dances, and parades of the males served as a method of stimulating the impulse of contractation, or, as it would be better to term it, tumescence, in the male himself, he is to some extent realized the part thus played in exciting the equally necessary activity of tumescence in the female. The justification for using the term tumescence, which I here propose, is to be found in the fact that vascular congestion, more especially of the parts related to generation, is an essential preliminary to acute sexual desire. This is clearly brought out in Heape's careful study of the sexual season in mammals. Heape distinguishes between the proestrum, or preliminary period of congestion, in female animals, and the immediately following estrus, or period of desire. The latter period is the result of the former, and among the lower animals at all events, intercourse only takes place during the estrus, not during the proestrum. Tumescence must thus be obtained before desire can become acute, and courtship runs pari passu with physiological processes. Normal estrus, Heape states, occurs in conjunction with certain changes in the uterine tissue, and this is accompanied by congestion and stimulation or irritation of the copulatory organs. Congestion is invariably present and is an essential condition. The first sign of proestrum noticed in the lower mammals is a swollen and congested vulva and a general restlessness, excitement, or uneasiness. There are other signs familiar to breeders of various mammals, such as the congested conjunctiva of the rabbit's eye and the drooping ears of the pig. Many monkeys exhibit congestion of the face and nipples as well as of the buttocks, thighs, and neighboring parts. Sometimes they are congested to a very marked extent, and in some species a swelling, occasionally prodigious, of the soft tissues round the anal and generative openings, which is also at the time brilliantly congested, indicates the progress of the proestrum. The growth of the stroma tissue in the uterus of monkeys during the proestrum is rapidly followed by an increase in the number and size of the vessels of the stroma, and the whole becomes richly supplied with blood and the surface is flushed and highly vascular. This process goes on until the whole of the internal stroma becomes tense and brilliantly injected with blood. In all essential points, the menstruation or proestrum of the human female is identical with that of monkeys. Estrus is possible only after the changes due to proestrum having taken place in the uterus. A wave of disturbance, at first evident in the external generative organs, extends to the uterus, and after the various phases of proestrum have been gone through in that organ, and the excitement there is subsiding, it would seem as if the external organs gain renewed stimulus, and it is then that estrus takes place. In all animals which have been investigated, coition is not allowed by the female until some time after the swelling and congestion of the vulva and surrounding tissue are first demonstrated, and in those animals which suffer from a considerable discharge of blood, the main portion of that discharge, if not the whole of it, will be evacuated before sexual intercourse is allowed. W. Heap, The Sexual Season of Mammals, Quarterly Journal of Microscopical Science, Volume 44, Part 1, 1900. Estrus has since been fully discussed in Marshall's Physiology of Reproduction. This description clearly brings out the fundamentally vascular character of the process I have termed tumescence. It must be added, however, that in man the nervous elements in the process tend to become more conspicuous and more or less obliterate these primitive limitations of sexual desire. See Sexual Curiosity in the first volume of these studies. Moll subsequently restated his position with reference to my somewhat different analysis of the sexual impulse, still maintaining his original view. Analyse des Geschlechtstriebs, Menage, Colonic, numbers 12 and 13, 1905. Also Gestalt und Gesellschaft, Volume 2, numbers 9 and 10. Numa Praetorius, Haruch für Sexualjoinstufen, 1904, page 592, accepts contractation, tumescence, and detumescence as all being stages in the same process. Contractation, which he defines as the sexual cravings for a definite individual, coming first. Robert Mueller, Sexual Biology, 1907, page 37, criticizes Moll much in the same sense I have done and considers that contractation and detumescence cannot be separated but are two expressions of the same impulse. So also Max Kott, De Preliminarien des Geschlechtes, Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, October 1908, and G. St. Paul, Les homosexualités et les types homosexuels, 1910, page 390. While I regard Moll's analysis as a valuable contribution to the elucidation of the sexual impulse, I must repeat that I cannot regard it as final or completely adequate. As I understand the process, contractation is an incident in the development of tumescence, an extremely important incident indeed, but not an absolutely fundamental and primitive part of it. It is equally an incident, highly important, though not primitive and fundamental, of detumescence. Contractation, from first to last, furnishes the best conditions for the exercise of the sexual process, but is not an absolutely essential part of the process, and in the early stages of zoological development, it had no existence at all. Tumescence and detumescence are alike fundamental, primitive, and essential. In resting the sexual impulse on these necessarily connected processes, we are basing ourselves on the solid bedrock of nature. Moreover, of the two processes, tumescence, which in time comes first, is by far the most important, and nearly the whole of sexual psychology is rooted in it. To assert with Moll that the sexual process may be analyzed into contractation and detumescence alone is to omit the most essential part of the process. It is much the same as to analyze the mechanism of a gun into probable contact with the hand and a more or less independent discharge, omitting all reference to the loading of the gun. The essential elements are the loading and the discharging. Contractation is a part of loading, though not a necessary part, since the loading may be effected mechanically. But to understand the process of firing a gun and to comprehend the mechanism of the discharge, we must insist on the act of loading and not merely on the contact of the hand. So it is in analyzing the sexual impulse. Contractation is indeed highly important, but it is important only insofar as it aids tumescence, and so may be subordinated to tumescence exactly as it may also be subordinated to detumescence. It is tumescence which is the really essential part of the process, and we cannot afford, with moll, to ignore it altogether. End of section 3. Section 4 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, Part 2. Wallace opposed Darwin's theory of sexual selection, but it can scarcely be said that his attitude toward it bears critical examination. On the one hand, as has already been noted, he saw but one side of that theory, and that the unessential side, and, on the other hand, his own view really coincided with the more essential elements in Darwin's theory. In his tropical nature, he admitted that the male's persistency and energy win the day, and also that this vigor and liveliness of the male are usually associated with intense coloration, while 20 years later, in his Darwinism, he admitted also that it is highly probable that the female is pleased or excited by the male's display. But all that is really essential in Darwin's theory is involved directly or indirectly in these admissions. Espinas, in 1878, in his suggestive book De Societés Animales, described the odors, colors, and forms, sounds, games, parades, and mock battles of animals, approaching the subject in a somewhat more psychological spirit than either Darwin or Wallace, and he somewhat more clearly apprehended the object of these phenomena in producing mutual excitement and stimulating tumescence. He noted the significance of the action of the hermaphroditic snails in inserting their darts into each other's flesh near the vulva in order to cause preliminary excitation. He remarks of this whole group of phenomena, "It is the preliminary of sexual union. It constitutes the first act of it. By it, the image of the male is graven on the consciousness of the female, and in the manner impregnates it so as to determine there, as the effects of this representation descend to the depths of the organism, the physiological modifications necessary to fecundation." Boney, again, in an analysis of the sexual sensations, was inclined to think that the dances and parades of the male are solely intended to excite the female, not perceiving, however, that they at the same time serve to further excite the male also. A more and better comprehensive statement was reached by Tillier, who, to some extent, may be said to have anticipated Greuze. Darwin, Tillier pointed out, had not sufficiently taken into account the coexistence of combat and courtship, nor the order of the phenomena. Courtship without combat, Tillier argued, is rare. There is a normal coexistence of combat and courtship. Moreover, he proceeded, force is the chief factor in determining the possession of the female by the male, who in some species is even prepared to exert force on her, so that the female has little opportunity of sexual selection, though she is always present at these combats. He then emphasized the significant fact that courtship takes place long after pairing had ceased, and the question of selection thus been eliminated. The object of courtship, he concluded, is not sexual selection by the female, but the sexual excitement of both male and female. Such excitement, he asserted, not only rendering coupling easier, but favoring fecundation. Modesty also, Tillier further argued, again anticipating Greuze, works towards the same end. It renders the male more ardent, and by retarding coupling may also increase the secretions of the sexual glands and favor the chances of reproduction. In a charming volume entitled The Naturalist in La Plata, 1892, Mr. W. H. Hudson included a remarkable chapter on Music and Dancing in Nature. In this chapter he described many of the dances, songs, and love antics of birds, but regarded all such phenomena as merely periodical fits of gladness. While, however, we may quite well agree with Mr. Hudson that conscious sexual gratification on the part of the female is not the cause of music and dancing performances in birds, nor of the brighter colors and ornaments that distinguish the male, such as an opinion by no means excludes the conclusion that these phenomena are primarily sexual and intimately connected with the process of tumescence in both sexes. It is noteworthy that, according to H. E. Howard, on Sexual Selection in Birds, Zoologist, November 1903, color is most developed just before pairing, rapidly becoming less beautiful, even within a few hours after this, and the most beautiful male is most successful in getting paired. The fact that, as Mr. Hudson himself points out, it is at the season of love that these manifestations mainly, if not exclusively, appear, and that it is the more brilliant and highly endowed males which play the chief part in them, only serves to confirm such a conclusion. To argue with Mr. Hudson that they cannot be sexual because they sometimes occur before the arrival of the females is much the same as to argue that the antics of a kitten with a feather or a reel have no relationship whatever to mice. The birds that began earliest to practice their accomplishments would probably have most chance of success when the females arrived. Darwin himself said that nothing is commoner than for animals to take pleasure in practicing whatever instinct they follow at other times for some real good. These manifestations are primarily for the sake of producing sexual tumescence, and could not well have been developed to the height they have reached unless they were connected closely with propagation. That they may incidentally serve to express gladness, one need not feel called upon to question. Another observer of birds, Mr. E. Silas, has made observations which are of interest in this connection. He finds that all bird dances are not nuptial, but that some birds, the stone curlew, or great plover, for example, have different kinds of dances. Among these birds he has made the observation, very significant from our present point of view, that the nuptial dances taken part in by both of the pair are immediately followed by intercourse. In spring, all such runnings and chasings are, at this time, but a part of the business of pairing, and one divines at once that such attitudes are of a sexual character. Here we have a bird with a distinct nuptial, sexual, and social, non-sexual forms of display or antics, and the former as well as the latter are equally indulged in by both sexes. E. Silas, Bird Watching, pages 15 through 20. The same author, Ibid, pages 79 and 94, argues that in the fights of two males for one female, with violent emotion on one side and interested curiosity on the other, the attitude of the former might gradually come to be a display made entirely for the female, and of the latter a greater or less degree of pleasurable excitement raised by it, with a choice in accordance. On this view, the interest of the female would first have been directed not to the plumage, but to the frenzied actions and antics of the male. From these antics in undecorated birds would gradually develop the interest in waving plumes and fluttering wings. Such a dance might come to be of a quite formal and non-courting nature. Last, we owe to Professor Hocker what may fairly be regarded in all main outlines as an almost final statement of the matter. In his Gesang der Vogel, 1900, he gives a very clear account of the evolution of bird song, which he regards as the most essential element in all this group of manifestations, furnishing the key also to the dancing and other antics. Originally, the song consists only of call cries and recognition notes. Under the parallel influence of natural selection and sexual selection, they become at the pairing season reflexes of excitement and thus develop into methods of producing excitement. In the male by the muscular energy required, and in the female through the ear. Finally, they become play, though here also it is probable that use is not excluded. Thus, so far as the male bird is concerned, bird song possesses a primary prenuptial significance in attracting the female, a secondary nuptial significance in producing excitement, page 48. He holds also that the less developed voices of the females aid in attaining the same end, page 51. Finally, birdsong possesses a tertiary extranuptial significance, including exercise play, expression of gladness. Hawker points out at the same time that the maintenance of some degree of sexual excitement beyond pairing time may be of value for the preservation of the species, in case of disturbance during breeding and consequent necessity for commencing breeding over again. Such a theory as this fairly coincides with the views brought forward in the preceding pages, views which are believed to be in harmony with the general trend of thought today, since it emphasizes the importance of tumescence and all that favors tumescence in the sexual process. The so-called aesthetic element in sexual selection is only indirectly of importance. The male's beauty is really a symbol of his force. It will be seen that this attitude toward the facts of tumescence among birds and other animals includes a recognition of dances, songs, etc. as expressions of gladness. As such, they are closely comparable to the art manifestations among human races. Here, as Weismann in his Gedanken über Musik has remarked, we may regard the artistic faculty as a byproduct. This musical faculty is, as it were, the mental hand with which we play on our own emotional nature, a hand not shaped for this purpose, not due to the necessity for the enjoyment of music, but owing its origin to entirely different requirements. The psychological significance of these facts has been carefully studied and admirably developed by Grus in his classic works on the play instinct in animals and in men. Going beyond Wallace, Grus denies conscious sexual selection, but, as he points out, this by no means involves the denial of unconscious selection in the sense that the female is most easily won by the male who most strongly excites her sexual instincts. Grus further quotes a pregnant generalization of Ziegler. In all animals, a high degree of excitement of the nervous system is necessary to procreation, and thus we find an excited prelude to procreation widely spread. Such a stage, indeed, as Grus points out, is usually necessary before any markedly passionate discharge of motor energy, as may be observed in angry dogs and the Homeric heroes. While, however, in other motor explosions the prelude may be reduced to a minimum, in courtship it is found in a highly marked degree. The primary object of courtship, Grus insists, is to produce sexual excitement. It is true that Grus' main propositions were by no means novel. Thus, as I have pointed out, he was at most points anticipated by Tillet, but Grus developed the argument in so masterly a manner and with so many wide-ranging illustrations that he had carried conviction where the mere insight of others had passed unperceived. Since Darwin wrote The Descent of Man, the chief step in the development of the theory of sexual selection has been taken by Grus, who has at the same time made it clear that sexual selection is largely a special case of natural selection. The conjunction of the sexes is seen to be an end only to be obtained with much struggle. The difficulty of achieving sexual erethism in both sexes, the difficulty of so stimulating such erethism in the female that her instinctive coyness is overcome, these difficulties the best and most vigorous males, those most adapted in other respects to carry on the race, may most easily overcome. In this connection we may note what Morrow has said in another connection, when attempting to answer the question why it is that among savages courtship becomes so often a matter in which persuasion takes the form of force. The explanation, he remarks, is yet very simple. Force is the foundation of virility, and its psychic manifestation is courage. In the struggle for life, violence is the first virtue. The modesty of women, in its primordial form consisting in physical resistance, active or passive, to the assaults of the male, aided selection by putting to the test man's most important quality, force. Thus, it is that when choosing among rivals for her favors, a woman attributes value to violence. Morrow thus independently confirms the result reached by Grus. The debate, which has for so many years been proceeding concerning the validity of the theory of sexual selection, may now be said to be brought to an end. Those who supported Darwin and those who opposed him were, both alike, in part right and in part wrong, and it is now possible to combine the elements of truth on either side into a coherent whole. This is now beginning to be widely recognized. Lloyd Morgan, for instance, has readjusted his position as regards the pairing instinct in the light of Grus's contribution to the subject. The hypothesis of sexual selection, he concludes, suggests that the accepted male is the one which adequately evokes the pairing impulse. Courtship may thus be regarded from the physiological point of view as a means of producing the requisite amount of pairing hunger, of stimulating the whole system and facilitating general and special vascular changes, of creating that state of profound and explosive irritability which has for its psychological concomitant or antecedent an imperious and irresistible craving. Courtship is thus the strong and steady bending of the bow that the arrow may find its mark in a biological end of the highest importance in the survival of a healthy and vigorous race. Having thus viewed the matter broadly, we may consider in detail a few examples of the process of tumescence among the lower animals and man, for, as will be seen, the process in both is identical. As regards animal courtship, the best treasury of facts is Brehm's Tierleben, while Buchner's Lieb und Liebesleben in der Tierwelt is a useful summary. The admirable discussion of bird dancing and other forms of courtship in Hocker's Gesang der Vogel, Chapter 4, may also be consulted. As regards man, Wallachek's Primitive Music, Chapter 7, brings together much scattered material and is all the more valuable since the author rejects any form of sexual selection. Hearn's Origins of Art, Chapter 17, is well worth reading, and Finck's Primitive Love and Love Stories contains a large amount of miscellaneous information. I have preferred not to draw on any of these easily accessible sources, except that in one or two cases I have utilized references they supplied, but here simply furnish illustrations met within the course of my own reading. Even in the hermaphroditic slugs, Limax maximus, the process of courtship is slow and elaborate. It has been described by James Bladon, The Loves of the Slug, Limax cinereus, Zoologist, Volume 15, 1857, page 6272. It begins toward midnight on sultry summer nights, one slug slowly following another, resting its mouth on what may be called the tail of the first, and following its every movement. Finally, they stop and begin crawling around each other, emitting large quantities of mucus. When this has constituted a mass of sufficient size and consistence, they suspend themselves from it by a cord of mucus from 9 to 15 inches in length, continuing to turn round each other till their bodies form a cone. Then the organs of generation are protruded from their orifice near the mouth, and hanging down a short distance, touch each other. They also then begin again the same spiral motion, twisting around each other like a two-strand cord, assuming various and beautiful forms, sometimes like an inverted agaric, or foliated murex, or a leaf of curled parsley, the light falling on the ever-varying surface of the generative organs, sometimes producing iridescence. It is not until after a considerable time that the organs untwist and are withdrawn, and the bodies separate, to crawl up the suspending cord and depart. Some snails have a special organ for creating sexual excitement. A remarkable part of the reproductive system in many of the true Helicidae is the so-called dart, Liebesfehl or Telum veneris. It consists of a straight or curved, sometimes slightly twisted, tubular shaft of carbonate of lime, tapering to a fine point above and enlarging gradually, more often somewhat abruptly, to the base. The sides of the shaft are sometimes furnished with 2 or more blades. These are apparently not for cutting purposes, but simply to brace the stem. The dart is contained in a dart sac, which is attached as a sort of pocket to the vagina, at no great distance from its orifice. In Helix aspera, the dart is about 5/16 of an inch in length and 1/8 of an inch in breadth at its base. It appears most probable that the dart is employed as an adjunct for the sexual act. Besides the fact of the position of the dart sac anatomically, we find that the darts are extended and become embedded in the flesh just before or during the act of copulation. It may be regarded, then, as an organ whose functions induce excitement preparatory to sexual union. It only occurs in well-grown specimens. Rev. L. H. Cook, Mollusks, Cambridge Natural History, Volume 3, page 143. Rakovica has shown that in the octopus, Octopus vulgaris, courtship is carried on with considerable delicacy, and not brutally, as had previously been supposed. The male gently stretches out his third arm on the right and caresses the female with its extremity, eventually passing it into the chamber formed by the mantle. The female contracts spasmodically, but does not attempt to move. They remain thus about an hour or more, and during this time the male shifts the arm from one oviduct to the other. Finally, he withdraws his arm, caresses her with it for a few moments, and then replaces it with his other arm. E.g. Rakovica in Archives de Zoologie Experimentale, quoted in Natural Science, November 1894. The phenomena of courtship are very well illustrated by spiders. Peckham, who has carefully studied them, tells us of Satis pullix. On May 24th, we found a mature female and placed her in one of the larger boxes, and the next day we put a male in with her. He saw her as she stood perfectly still, 12 inches away. The glance seemed to excite him, and he at once moved toward her. When some 4 inches from her, he stood still, and then began the most remarkable performances that an amorous male could offer to an admiring female. She eyed him eagerly, changing her position from time to time so that he might be always in view. He, raising his whole body on one side by straightening out the legs, and lowering it on the other by folding the first 2 pairs of legs up and under, leaned so far over as to be in danger of losing his balance, which he only maintained by sliding rapidly toward the lowered side. The palpus, too, on this side was turned back to correspond to the direction of the legs nearest it. He moved in a semicircle for about 2 inches, and then instantly reversed the position of the legs and circled in the opposite direction, gradually approaching nearer and nearer to the female. Now she dashes toward him, while he, raising his first pair of legs, extends them upward and forward as if to hold her off, but withal slowly retreats. Again and again he circles from side to side, she gazing toward him in a softer mood, evidently admiring the grace of his antics. This is repeated until we have counted 111 circles made by the ardent little male. Now he approaches nearer and nearer, and when almost within reach, whirls madly around and around her, she joining and whirling with him in a giddy maze. Again he falls back and resumes his semicircular motions. With his body tilted over, she, all excitement, lowers her head and raises her body so that it is almost vertical. Both draw nearer, she moves slowly under him, he crawling over her head, and the mating is accomplished. The same author thus describes the courtship of Dendrophantes elegans. While from 3 to 5 inches distant from her, he begins to wave his plumy first legs in a way that reminds one of a windmill. She eyes him fiercely, and he keeps at a proper distance for a long time. If he comes close, she dashes at him, and he quickly retreats. Sometimes he becomes bolder, and when within an inch, pauses, with the first legs outstretched before him, not raised as is common in other species. The palpi also are held stiffly out in front, with the points together. Again she drives him off, and so the play continues. Now the male grows excited as he approaches her, and, while still several inches away, whirls completely around and around. Pausing, he runs closer and begins to make his abdomen quiver as he stands on tiptoe in front of her. Prancing from side to side, he grows bolder and bolder, while she seems less fierce and yielding to the excitement. Lifts up her magnificently iridescent abdomen, holding it at one time vertical and another sideways to him. She no longer rushes at him, but retreats a little as he approaches. At last he comes close to her lying flat, with his first legs stretched out and quivering. With the tips of his front legs he gently pats her. This seems to arouse the old demon of resistance, and she drives him back. Again and again he pats her with a caressing movement, gradually creeping nearer and nearer, which she now permits without resistance, until he crawls over her head to her abdomen, far enough to reach the epigynem with his palpus. G. W. Peckham, Sexual Selection of Spiders, Occasional Papers of the Natural History Society of Wisconsin, 1889, quoted in Nature, August 21, 1890. The courtship of another spider, the Agelena labyrinthica, has been studied by Lecaon, Les Instincts et les Psychemes des Araignées, Revue Scientifique, September 15, 1906. The male enters the female's web and may be found there about the middle of July. When courtship has begun, it is not interrupted by the closest observation, even under the magnifying glass. At first, it is the male which seeks to couple, and he pursues the female over her web till she consents. The pursuit may last some hours, the male agitating his abdomen in a peculiar way, while the female simply retreats a short distance without allowing herself to be approached. At last the female holds herself completely motionless, and then the male approaches, seizes her, places her on her side, sometimes carrying her to a more suitable part of the web. Then one of his copulative apparatus is applied to the female genital opening, and copulation begins. When completed, on an average in about 2 hours, the male withdraws his copulatory palpus and turns over the female, who is still inert, on her other side, then brings his second copulatory apparatus to the female opening and starts afresh. When the process is definitely completed, the male leaves the female, suddenly retiring to a little distance. The female, who had remained completely motionless for 4 hours, suddenly runs after the male, but she only pursues him for a short distance, and the two spiders remain together without any danger to either. Lecaon disbelieves the statement of Romanes in his Animal Intelligence that the female eats the male after copulation, but this certainly seems to occur sometimes among insects, as illustrated by the following instance described by so careful an observer of insects as Fabre. The mantis religiosa is described by Fabre as contemplating the female for a long time in an attitude of ecstasy. She remains still and seems indifferent. He is small and she is large. At last he approaches, spreads his wings, which tremble convulsively, leaps on her back, and fixes himself there. The preludes are long, and the coupling itself sometimes occupies 5 or 6 hours. Then they separate. But the same day or the following day she seizes him and eats him up in small mouthfuls. She will permit a whole series of males to have intercourse with her, always eating them up directly afterward. Fabre has even seen her eating the male while still on her back, his head and neck gone, but his body still firmly attached. J. H. Fabre, Souvenirs Entomologiques, 5th series, page 307. Fabre also describes in great detail, Ibid, 9th series, chapters 21 through 22, the sexual parades of the Languedoc scorpion, Scorpio Acatanus, an arachnid. These parades are in public. For their subsequent intercourse, the couple seek complete seclusion, and the female finally eats the male. An insect, a species of emphis, has been described which excites the female by manipulating a large balloon. This is of elliptical shape, about 7 millimeters long, nearly twice as long as the fly, hollow and composed entirely of a single layer of minute bubbles, nearly uniform in size, arranged in regular circles concentric with the axis of the structure. The beautiful glistening whiteness of the object when the sun shines upon it makes it very conspicuous. The bubbles were slightly viscid, and in nearly every case there was a small fly pressed into the front end of the balloon, apparently as food for the emphis. In all cases they were dead. The balloon appears to be made while the insect is flying in the air. Those flying highest had the smallest balloons. The bubbles are probably produced by some modifications of the anal organs. It is possible that the captured fly serves as a nucleus to begin the balloon on. One case of a captured fly, but no balloon was observed. After commencing, it is probable that the rest of the structure is made by revolving the completed part between the hind legs and adding more bubbles somewhat spirally. The posterior end of the balloon is left more or less open. The purpose of this structure is to attract the female. When numerous males were flying up and down the road, it happened several times that a female was seen to approach them from some choke cherry blossoms nearby. The males immediately gathered in her path, and she with little hesitation selected for a mate the one with the largest balloon, taking a position upon his back. After copulation had begun, the pair would settle down toward the ground, select a quiet spot, and the female would alight by placing her front legs across a horizontal grass blade, her head resting against the blade so as to brace the body in position. Here she would continue to hold the male beneath her for a little time, until the process was finished. The male, meanwhile, would be rolling the balloon about in a variety of positions, juggling with it, one might almost say. After the male and female parted company, the male immediately dropped the balloon upon the ground, and it was greedily seized by ants. No illustration could properly show the beauty of the balloon. Aldrich and Turley, A Balloon-Making Fly, American Naturalist, October 1899. In many species of moths, the males assemble around the freshly emerged female, but no special advantage appears to attend on early arrival. The female sits apparently motionless while the little crowd of suitors buzz around her for several minutes. Suddenly, and as far as one can see, without any sign from the female, one of the males pairs with her, and all the others immediately disappear. In these cases, the males do not fight or struggle in any way, and as one watches the ceremony, the wonder arises as to how the moment is determined, and why the pairing did not take place before. Proximity does not decide the point, for long beforehand the males often alight close to the female and brush against her with fluttering wings. I have watched the process exactly as I have described it in a common northern noctua, the antler moth, Chiro graminis, and I have seen the same thing among beetles. E.B. Poulton, The Colors of Animals, 1890, page 391. This author mentions that among some butterflies the females take the active part. The example here quoted of courtship among moths illustrate how phenomena, which are with difficulty explicable by the theory of sexual selection in its original form, become at once intelligible when we realize the importance of tumescence in courtship. Of the Argentine cowbird, Molothrus bonariensis, Hudson says, Argentine Ornithology, Volume 1, page 73, the song of the male, particularly when making love, is accompanied with gestures and actions somewhat like those of the domestic pigeon. He swells himself out, beating the ground with his wings, and uttering a series of deep internal notes, followed by others loud and clear, and occasionally, when uttering them, he suddenly takes wing and flies directly away from the female to a distance of 50 yards, and performs a wide circuit about her in the air, singing all the time. The homely object of his passion always appears utterly indifferent to this curious and pretty performance, yet she must be even more impressionable than most female birds, since she continues scattering about her parasitical and often wasted eggs during 4 months in every year. Of a tyrant bird, Patangus bolivianus, Hudson writes, Argentine Ornithology, Volume 1, page 148, though the male and female are greatly attached, they do not go afield to hunt in company, but separate to meet again at intervals during the day. One of a couple, say the female, returns to the trees where they are accustomed to meet, and after a time, becoming impatient or anxious at the delay of her consort, utters a very long, clear call note. He is perhaps a quarter of a mile away, watching for a frog beside a pool, or beating over a thistle bed, but he hears the note and presently responds with one of equal power. Then, perhaps for half an hour, at intervals of half a minute, the birds answer each other, though the powerful call of the one must interfere with his hunting. At length he returns, then the two birds, perched close together with their yellow bosoms almost touching, crest elevated and beating the branch with their wings, scream their loudest notes in concert, a confused, jubilant noise that rings through the whole plantation. Their joy at meeting is patent, and their action corresponds to the warm embrace of a loving human couple. Of the red-breasted marsh bird, Listes supercellaris, Hudson, Argentine Ornithology, Volume 1, page 100, writes, "These birds are migratory and appear everywhere in the eastern part of the Argentine country early in October, arriving singly, after which each male takes up a position in a field or open space abounding with coarse grass and herbage, where he spends most of his time perched on the summit of a tall stalk or weed, his glowing crimson bosom showing at a distance like some splendid flower above the herbage. At intervals of 2 or 3 minutes he soars vertically up to a height of 20 or 25 yards to utter his song, composed of a single long, powerful, and rather musical note, ending with an attempt at a flourish during which the bird flutters and turns about in the air. Then, as if discouraged at his failure, he drops down, emitting harsh, guttural chirps, to resume his stand. Meanwhile, the female is invisible, keeping closely concealed under the long grass. But at length, attracted perhaps by the bright bosom and aerial music of the male, she occasionally exhibits herself for a few moments, starting up with a wild zigzag flight, and darting this way and that, presently drops into the grass once more. The moment she appears above the grass, the male gives chase, and they vanish from sight together. Courtship with the mallard, says J. G. Millay, Natural History of British Ducks, page 6, appears to be carried on by both sexes, though generally 3 or 4 drakes are seen showing themselves off to attract the attention of a single duck. Swimming round her in a coy and semi-self-conscious manner, they now and again all stop quite still, nod, bow, and throw their necks out in token of their admiration and their desire of a favorable response. But the most interesting display is when all the drakes simultaneously stand up in the water and rapidly pass their bills down their breasts, and uttering at the same time a low single note, somewhat like the first half of the call that teal and pintail make when showing off. At other times, the lovemaking of the drake seems to be rather passive than active. While graciously allowing himself to be courted, he holds his head high with conscious pride, and accepts as a matter of course any attention that may be paid to him. A proud bird is he when 3 or 4 ducks come swimming along beside and around him, uttering a curious guttural noise, and at the same time dipping their bills in quick succession to right and left. He knows what that means, and carries himself with even greater dignity than before. In the end, however, he must give in. As a last appeal, one of his lady lovers may coyly lower herself in the water till only the top of her back, head, and neck is seen, and so fascinating an advance as this, no drake of any sensibility can withstand. The courting of the Argus pheasant, noted for the extreme beauty of the male's plumage, was observed by H. O. Forbes in Sumatra. It is the habit of this bird to make a large circus some 10 or 12 feet in diameter in the forest, which it clears of every leaf and twig and branch till the ground is perfectly swept and garnished. On the margin of the circus there is invariably a projecting branch or high-arched root at a few feet elevation above the ground, on which the female bird takes its place, while in the ring the male birds alone possess great decoration, shows off all its magnificence for the gratification and pleasure of his consort, and to exalt himself in her eyes. H. O. Forbes, A Naturalist's Wanderings, 1885, page 131. All ostriches, adults as well as chicks, have a strange habit known as waltzing. After running for a few hundred yards, they will also stop and with raised wings spin around rapidly for some time until after quite giddy, when a broken leg occasionally occurs. Vicious cocks roll when challenging to fight or when wooing the hen. The cock will suddenly bump down onto his knees, the ankle joint, open his wings, and then swing them alternately backward and forward, as if on a pivot. While rolling, every feather over the whole body is on an end, and the plumes are open like a large white fan. At such time the birds see very imperfectly, if at all. In fact, he seems so preoccupied that if pursued, one may often approach unnoticed. Just before rolling, a cock, especially if courting the hen, will often run slowly and daintily on the points of his toes, with neck slightly inflated, upright and rigid, the tail half drooped, and all his body feathers fluffed up, the wings raised and expanded, the inside edges touching the sides of the neck for nearly the whole of its length, and the plumes showing separately like an open fan. In no other attitude is the splendid beauty of his plumage displayed to such advantage. S.C. Cronwhite Schreiner, The Ostrich Zoologist, March 1897. End of section 4. Section 5 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, Part 3. As may be seen from the foregoing fairly typical examples, the phenomena of courtship are highly developed and have been most carefully studied in animals outside the mammal series. It may seem a long leap from birds to man, yet, as we will see, the phenomena among primitive human peoples, if not indeed among many civilized peoples also, closely resemble those found among birds, though, unfortunately, they have not usually been so carefully studied. In Australia, where dancing is carried to a high pitch of elaboration, its association with the sexual impulse is close and unmistakable. Thus, Mr. Samuel Gasson, of whom it has been said that no man living has been more among blacks or knows more of their ways, remarks concerning a dance of the Dairi tribe. This dance men and women only take part in regular form and position, keeping splendid time to the rattle of the beat of 2 boomerangs. Some of the women keep time by clapping their hands between their thighs. Promiscuous sexual intercourse follows after the dance. Jealousy is forbidden. Again, at the Mobieri or rat harvest, many weeks' preparation before the dance comes off. No quarreling is allowed, promiscuous sexual intercourse during the ceremony. The fact that jealousy is forbidden at these festivals clearly indicates that sexual intercourse is a recognized and probably essential element in the ceremonies. This is further emphasized by the fact that at other festivals open sexual intercourse is not allowed. Thus, at the Mindari, or dance at a peace festival, when a number of tribes come together, there is great rejoicing at the coming festival, which is generally held at the full of the moon and kept up all night. The men are artistically decorated with down and feathers with all kinds of designs. The down and feathers are stuck on their bodies with blood freshly taken from their penis. They are also nicely painted with various colors. Tufts of boughs are tied on their ankles to make a noise while dancing. Promiscuous sexual intercourse is carried on secretly. Many quarrels occur at this time. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Volume 24, November 1894, page 174. In Australian dances, sometimes men and women dance together, sometimes the men dance alone, sometimes the women. In one dance described by Eyre, women are the chief performers. Their bodies are painted with white streaks and their hair adorned with cockatoo feathers. They carry large sticks in their hands and place themselves in a row in front, while the men with their spears stand in a row behind them. They then all commence their movements, but without intermingling, the males and females dancing by themselves. The women have occasionally another mode of dancing by joining the hands together over the head, closing the feet, and bringing the knees into contact. The legs are then thrown outward from the knee, while the feet and hands are kept in their original position, and being drawn quickly in again. A sharp sound is produced by the collision. This is also practiced alone by young girls or by several together for their own amusement. It is adopted also when a single woman is placed in front of a row of male dancers to excite their passions. E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions into Central Australia, Volume 2, page 235. A charming Australian folk tale concerning 2 sisters with wings who disliked men and their wooing by a man clearly indicates even among the Australians, whose lovemaking is commonly supposed to be somewhat brutal in character, the consciousness that it is by his beauty, charm, and skill in courtship that a man wins a woman. Unahanach, the lover, stole unperceived to the river where the girls were bathing and at last showed himself carelessly sitting on a high tree. The girls were startled, but thought it would be safe to amuse themselves by looking at the intruder. Young and with a most active figure, yet of a strength that defied the strongest emu, and even enabled him to resist an old man kangaroo, he had no equal in the chase, and conscious power gave a dignity to his expression that at one glance calmed the fears of the two girls. His large, brilliant eyes, shaded by a deep fringe of soft black eyelashes, gazed down upon them admiringly, and his rich black hair hung around his well-formed face, smooth and shining from the emu oil with which it was abundantly covered. At last he persuaded them to talk, and by induced them to call him husband. Then they went off with him, with no thought of flights in their hearts. Australian Folklore Stories, collected by W. Dunlop, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, New Series, Volume 1, 1898, page 33. Of the people of Torres Straits, Haddon states, Reports Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume 5, page 222. It was during the secular dance, or cop, that the girls usually lost their hearts to the young men. A young man who was a good dancer would find favor in the sight of the girls. This can be readily understood by anyone who has seen the active, skillful, and fatiguing dances of these people. A young man who could acquit himself well in these dances must be possessed of no mean strength and agility, qualities which everywhere appeal to the opposite sex. Further, he was decorated according to local custom, with all that would render him more imposing in the eyes of the spectators. As the former chief of Mabweg put it, in England, if a man has plenty of money, women want to marry him. So here, if a man dances well, they too want him. In olden days, the war dance, which was performed after a successful foray, would be the most powerful excitement to a marriageable girl, especially if a young man had distinguished himself sufficiently to bring home the head of someone he had killed. Among the tribes inhabiting the mouth of the Wanagella River, New Guinea, when a boy admires a girl, he will not look at her, speak to her, or go near her. He, however, shows his love by athletic bounds, posing in pursuit, and by the spearing of imaginary enemies, etc., before her, to attract her attention. If the girl reciprocates his love, she will employ a small girl to give him an ugawa gana, or love invitation, consisting of an areca nut, whose skin has been marked with different designs, significant of her wish to ugawa. After dark, he is apprised of the place where the girl awaits him. Repairing thither, he seats himself beside her as close as possible, and they mutually share in the consumption of the betel nut. This constitutes betrothal. Henceforth, he is free to visit the girl's house and sleep there. Marriages usually take place at the most important festival of the year, the Kappa, preparations for which are made during the 3 previous months, so that there may be a bountiful and unfailing supply of bananas. Much dancing takes place among the unmarried girls, who also are tattooed at this time over the whole of the front of the body, special attention being paid to the lower parts, as a girl who is not properly tattooed there possesses no attraction in the eyes of young men. Married women and widows and divorced women are not forbidden to take part in these dances, but it would be considered ridiculous for them to do so. R. E. Guise, On the Tribes of the Waganella River, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, New Series, Volume 1, 1899, page 209-214, et seq. In the island of Nias, in the Malay archipelago, Modigliani, mainly on excellent authority of Sunderman the missionary, states, at a wedding, dancing and singing go on throughout the day. The women, 2 or 3 at a time, a little apart from the men, take part in the dancing, which is very well adapted to emphasize the curves of the flanks and the breast, though at the same time the defects of their legs are exhibited in the series of rhythmic contortions which constitute a Nias dance. The most graceful movement they execute is a lascivious undulation of the flanks, while the face and breast are slowly wound round by the sarong, a sort of skirt, held in the hands, and then again revealed. These movements are executed with jerks of the wrist and contortions of the flanks, not always graceful, but which excite the admiration of the spectators, even of the women, who form in groups to sing in chorus a compliment, more or less sincere, in which they say, "They dance with the grace of birds when they fly. They dance as the hawks fly. It is lovely to see. They sing and dance both at weddings and at other festivals." Elio Modigliani, Un viaggio a Nias, 1890, page 549. In Sumatra, Marsden states that chastity prevails more, perhaps, than among any other people. But little apparent courtship precedes their marriages. Their manners do not admit of it, the bujang and geddas, youth of each sex, being carefully kept asunder, and the latter seldom trusted from under the wings of their mothers. The opportunities which the young people have of seeing and conversing with each other are at the burn bongs, or public festivals. On these occasions, the young people meet together and dance and sing in company. The men, when determined in their regard, generally employ an old woman as their agent, by whom they make known their sentiments and send presents to the female of their choice. The parents then interfere, and the preliminaries being settled, a burn bong takes place. The young women proceed in a body to the upper end of the bali hall, where there is a part divided off for them by a curtain. They do not always make their appearance before dinner, that time, previous to a second or third meal, being appropriated to cockfighting or other divisions peculiar to men. In the evening their other amusements take place, of which the dances are the principal. These are performed either singly or by 2 women, 2 men, or with both mixed. Their motions and attitudes are usually slow, approaching often to the lascivious. They bend forward as they dance, and usually carry a fan, which they close and strike smartly against their elbows at particular cadences. The assembly seldom breaks up before daylight, and these burn bongs are often continued for several days together. The young men frequent them in order to look out for wives, and the lasses, of course, set themselves off to the best advantage. They wear their best silken dresses of their own weaving, as many ornaments of filigree as they possess, silver rings upon their arms and legs, and earrings of a particular construction. Their hair is variously adorned with flowers and perfumed with oil of benjamin. Civet is also in repute, but more used by the men. To render their skin fine, smooth, and soft, they make use of a white cosmetic called pupor, a mixture of ginger, patchleaf, maize, sandalwood, fairy cotton, and muskseed, with a basis of fine rice. W. Marsden, History of Sumatra, 1783, page 230. The Alfuras of Ceram and the Moluccas, who have not yet been spoilt by foreign influences, are very fond of music and dancing. Their maku dances, which take place at night, have been described by Jost. Great torches of dry bamboos and piles of burning resinous leaves light up the giant trees to their very summits and reveal in the distance the little huts which the Alfuras have built in the virgin forest, as well as the skulls of the slain. The women squat together by the fire, making a deafening noise with the gongs and the drums, while the young girls, richly adorned with pearls and fragrant flowers, await the beginning of the dance. Then appears the men and youths without weapons, but in full war costume, the girdle freshly marked with the number of slain enemies. Among the Alfuras, it is the man who has the largest number of heads to show who has most chance of winning the object of his love. They hold each other's arms and form a circle, which is not, however, completely closed. A song is started, and with small, slow steps, this ring of bodies, like a winding snake, moves sideways, backward, closes, opens again, the steps become heavier, the songs and drums louder, the girls enter the circle, and with closed eyes grasp the girdle of their chosen youths, who clasp them by the hips and necks. The chain becomes longer and longer, the dance and song more ardent, until the dancers grow tired and disappear in the gloom of the forest. W. Jost, Welt Fartan, 1895, Volume 2, page 159. The women of the New Hebrides dance, or rather sway, to and fro in the midst of a circle formed by the men, with whom they do not directly mingle. They leap, show their genital parts to the men, and imitate the movements of coitus. Meanwhile, the men unfasten the manu, penis wrap, from their girdles with one hand, while the other imitating the action of seizing a woman, and, excited by the women, also go through a mock copulation. Sometimes it is said the dancers masturbate. This takes place amid plaintive songs, interrupted from time to time by loud cries and howls. Untrodden Fields of Anthropology by a French Army Surgeon, 1898, Volume 2, page 341. Among the hill tribes of the central Indian hills may be traced a desire to secure communion with the spirit of fertility embodied in vegetation. This appears, for instance, in a tree dance, which is carried out on a date associated not only with the growth of the crops or with harvest, but also with a seasonal period for marriage and the annual Saturnalia. W. Crook, The Hill Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, New Series, Volume 1, 1899, page 243. The association of dancing with seasonal ritual festivals of a generative character, of which the above is a fairly typical instance, leads us to another aspect of these phenomena on which I have elsewhere touched in these studies, Volume 1, when discussing the phenomena of periodicity. The Tahitians, when first discovered by Europeans, appear to have been highly civilized on the sexual side and very licentious. Yet even at Tahiti, when visited by Cook, the strict primitive relationship between dancing and courtship still remained traceable. Cook found a dance called Timarodi, which is performed by young girls, whenever 8 or 10 of them can be collected together, consisting of motions and gestures beyond imagination wanton, in the practice of which they are brought up from their earliest childhood, accompanied by words which, if it were possible, would more explicitly convey the same ideas. But the practice which is allowed to the virgin is prohibited to the woman from the moment that she has put these hopeful lessons in practice and realized the symbols of the dance. He added, however, that among the specially privileged class of the Aori, these limitations were not observed, for he had heard that this dance was sometimes performed by them as a preliminary to sexual intercourse. Hawkesworth, An Account of the Voyages, etc., 1775, Volume 2, page 54. Among the Marquesans, at the marriage of a woman even of high rank, she lies with her head at the bridegroom's knees, and all the male guests come in single file singing and dancing, those of lower class first and the great chiefs last, and have connection with the woman. There are often a very large number of guests, and the bride is sometimes so exhausted at the end that she has to spend several days in bed. Towton, Études sur le mariage chez les Polynesiens, La Anthropologie, November-December 1895, page 642. The interesting point for us here is that singing and dancing are still regarded as a preliminary to a sexual act. It has been noted that in sexual matters the Polynesians, when first discovered by Europeans, had largely gone beyond the primitive stage, and that this applies also to some of their dances. Thus, the hula-hula dance, while primitive in origin, may probably be compared more to a civilized than to a primitive dance, since it has become divorced from real life. In the same way, while the sexual pantomime dance of the Azimba girls of Central Africa has a direct and recognized relationship to the demands of real life, the somewhat allied dances de ventre of the Hamitic peoples of northern Africa are merely an amusement, a play more or less based on the sexual instinct. At the same time, it is important to bear in mind that there is no rigid distinction between dances that are, and those that are not, primitive. As Haddon truly points out in a book containing valuable detailed descriptions of dances, even among savages, dances are so developed that it is difficult to trace their origin, and at Torres Straits, he remarks, there are certainly play or secular dances, dances for pure amusement, without any ulterior design. A. C. Haddon, Headhunters, page 233. When we remember that dancing had probably become highly developed long before man appeared on the earth, this difficulty in determining the precise origin of human dancing cannot cause surprise. Spix and Martius described how the Moras of Brazil by moonlight would engage all night in a bacchantic dance in a great circle, hand in hand, the men on one side, the women on the other, shouting out all the time, the men, "Who will marry me?" The women, "You are a beautiful devil. All women will marry you." Spix and Martius, Res in Brazilian, 1831, Volume 3, page 1117. They also described in detail the dance of the Brazilian purists. Performed in a state of complete nakedness, the men in a row, the women in another row behind them. They danced backward and forward, stamping and singing, at first in a slow and melancholy style, but gradually with increasing vigor and excitement. Then the women began to rotate the pelvis backward and forward, and the men to thrust their bodies forward, the dance becoming a pantomimic representation of sexual intercourse. Ibid, Volume 1, 1823, pages 373-5. Among the appendages of Brazil, also, the women stand in a row, almost motionless, while the men dance and leap in front of them, both men and women at the same time singing. Buscalioni, Res zu de Appendages, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1899, Volume 6, page 650. Among the Gilas of New Mexico, when a young man sees a girl whom he desires for a wife, he first endeavors to gain the goodwill of the parents. This accomplished, he proceeds to serenade his lady love, and will often sit for hours, day after day, near her home, playing on his flute. Should the girl not appear, it is a sign she rejects him, but if, on the other hand, she comes out to meet him, he knows that his suit is accepted, and he takes her to his home. No marriage ceremony is performed. H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific, Volume 1, page 549. Among the Minataris, a singular night dance is, it is said, sometimes held. During this amusement, an opportunity is given to the squaws to select their favorites. A squaw, as she dances, will advance to a person with whom she is captivated, either for his personal attractions or for his renown in arms. She taps him on the shoulder and immediately runs out of the lodge and betakes herself to the bushes, followed by the favorite. But if it should happen that he has a particular preference for another from whom he expects the same favor, or if he is restrained by a vow, or is already satiated with indulgence, he politely declines her offer by placing his hand in her bosom, on which they return to the assembly and rejoin the dance. It is worthy of remark that in the language of the Omahas, the word wachi applies equally to the amusement of dancing and to sexual intercourse. S. H. Long, Expedition to the Rocky Mountains, 1823, Volume 1, page 337. At a Kafir marriage, singing and dancing last until midnight. Each party, the brides and the bridegrooms, dances in front of the other, but they do not mingle together. As the evening advances, the spirits and passions of all become greatly excited, and the power of song, the display of muscular action, and the gesticulations of the dancers and leapers are something extraordinary. The manner in which at certain times one man or woman, more excited than the rest, bounds from the ranks, leaps into the air, bounces forward, and darts backward beggars all description. These violent exercises usually close about midnight, when each party retires. Generally, each man selects a paramour, and indulging in sexual gratification, spends the remainder of the night. W. C. Holden, The Kafir Race, 1866, page 192. At the initiation of Kafir boys into manhood, as described by Holden, they were circumcised. Cattle are then slaughtered by the parents, and the boys are plentifully supplied with flesh meat. A good deal of dancing also ensues at this stage of the proceedings. The Ukut Shila consists in attiring themselves with the leaves of the wild date in the most fantastic manner. Thus attired, they visit each of the corrals to which they belong in rotation, for the purpose of dancing. These dances are the most licentious which can be imagined. The women act a prominent part in them, and endeavor to excite the passions of the novices by performing all sorts of obscene gesticulations. As soon as the soreness occasioned by the act of circumcision is healed, the boys are, as it were, let loose upon society and exempted from nearly all the restraints of law, so that should they even steal and slaughter their neighbors' cattle, they would not be punished. And they have the special privilege of seizing by force, if force be necessary, every unmarried woman they choose, for the purpose of gratifying their passions. Similar festivals take place at the initiation of girls. W. C. Holden, The Kafir Race, 1866, page 185. The Reverend J. MacDonald has described the ceremonies and customs attending and following the initiation rites of a young girl on her first menstruation among the Zulus between the Tugela and Delagoa Bay. At this time, the girl is called an Intanjane. A beast is killed as a thank offering to the ancestral spirits. High revel is held for several days, and dancing and music take place every night till those engaged in it are all exhausted or daylight arrives. After a few days, and when dancing has been discontinued, young men and girls congregate in the outer apartment of the hut and begin singing, clapping their hands, and making a grunting noise to show their joy. At nightfall, most of the young girls who are the Intanjane's attendants leave for their own homes for the night to return the following morning. Thereafter, the young men and girls who gathered into the hut in the afternoon separate into pairs and sleep together in puris naturalibus, for that is strictly ordained by custom. Sexual intercourse is not allowed, but what is known as metcha or ukametcha is the sole purpose of the novel arrangement. Ukametcha may be defined as partial intercourse. Every man who sleeps thus with a girl has to send to the father of the Intanjane an assagai. Should he have formed an attachment for his partner of the night and wish to pay her his addresses, he sends 2 assagais. Reverend J. MacDonald, Manners, etc. of South African Tribes. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Volume 20, November 1890, page 117. Goncourt reports the account given him by a French officer from Senegal of the dances of the women. A dance which is a gentle oscillation of the body, with gradually increasing excitement, from time to time a woman darting forward from the group to stand in front of her lover, contorting herself as though in a passionate embrace, and on passing her hand between her thighs, showing it covered with the moisture of amorous enjoyment. Journal, Volume 9, page 79. The dance here referred to is probably the Bambula dance of the Wolofs, a spring festival which has been described by Pierre Loti in his Roman Deun Spahi, and concerning which various details are furnished by a French army surgeon acquainted with Senegal and his untrodden fields of anthropology. The dance, as described by the latter, takes place at night during full moon, the dancers, male and female, beginning timidly, but, As the beat of the tam-tams and the encouraging cries of the spectators become louder, the dance becomes more furious. The native name of the dance is Animalis foible, the dance of the treading drake. The dancer in his movements imitates the copulation of the great Indian duck. This drake has a member of a corkscrew shape, and a peculiar movement is required to introduce it into the duck. The woman tucks up her clothes and convulsively agitates the lower part of her body. She alternately shows her partner her vulva and hides it from him by a regular movement, backward and forward of the body. Untrodden Fields of Anthropology, Paris, 1898, Volume 2, page 112. Among the gurus of the Ivory Coast, Gulf of Guinea, Aseric observes, dancing is usually carried on at night and more especially by the men, and on certain occasions women must not appear, for if they assisted at fetichistic dances they would die. Under other circumstances men and women dance together with ardor, not forming couples but often vis-a-vis. Their movements are lascivious. Even the dances following a funeral tend to become sexual in character. At the end of the rites attending the funeral of a chief's son, the entire population began to dance with ever-growing ardor. There was nothing ritualistic or sad in these contortions, which took on the character of a lascivious dance. Men and women, boys and girls, young and old, sought to rival each other in suppleness, and the festival became joyous and general, as if in celebration of a marriage or a victory. Aseric, La Côte d'Ouvre, Nouvelles Archives des Missions Scientifiques, Book 9, 1890, pages 241 to 249. Mrs. French Sheldon has described the marriage rites she observed at Taveta in East Africa. During this time the young people dance and carouse and make themselves generally merry and promiscuously drunk, carrying the excess of their dissipation to such an extent that they dance until they fall down in a species of epileptic fit. It is the privilege of the bridegroom's 4 groomsmen to enjoy the bride first, and she is then handed over to her legitimate husband. This people, both men and women, are great dancers and merrymakers. The young fellows will collect in groups and dance as though in competition, one with the other. One lad will dash out from the circle of his companions, rush into the middle of a circumscribed space, and scream out, "Wow, wow!" Another follows him and screams, then a third does the same. These men will dance with their knees almost rigid, jumping into the air until their excitement becomes very great and their energy almost spasmodic, leaving the ground frequently 3 feet as they spring into the air. At some of their festivals, their dancing is carried to such an extent that I have seen a young fellow's muscles quiver from head to foot and his jaws tremble without any apparent ability on his part to control them, until foaming at the mouth and with his eyes rolling, he falls into paroxysm upon the ground, to be carried off by his companions. The writer adds significantly that this dancing would seem to emanate from a species of voluptuousness. Mrs. French Sheldon, Customs Among the Natives of East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Volume 21, May 1892, pages 366 to 367. It may be added that among the Suheli dances are intimately associated with weddings. The Suheli dances have been minutely described by Velton, Sitten und Gebrauch de Suheli, pages 144 to 175. Among the Akamba of British East Africa also, according to H.R. Tate, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, January to June, 1904, page 137, the dances are followed by connection between the young men and girls approved of by the parents. The dances of the Faroe Islanders have been described by Raymond Pillet, Rapport sur une mission des Islandes et aux les Faroes, Nouvelles Archives des Missions Scientifiques, Tome 7, 1897, page 285. These dances, which are entirely decorous, include poetry, music, and much mimicry, especially of battle. They sometimes last for 2 consecutive days and nights. The dance is simply a permitted and discreet method by which the young men may court the young girls. The islander enters the circle and places himself beside the girl to whom he desires to show his affection. If he meets with her approval, she stays and continues to dance at his side. If not, she leaves the circle and appears later at another spot. Pitre, Usi, etc., del Popolo Siciliano, Volume 2, page 24, as quoted in Maro's Puberta, states that in Sicily the youth who wishes to marry seeks to give some public proof of his valor and to show himself off. In Chiaramonte, in evidence of his virile force, he bears in procession the standard of some confraternity, a high and richly adorned standard which makes its staff bend to a semicircle of such enormous weight that the bearer must walk in a painfully bent position, his head thrown back and his feet forward. On reaching the house of his betrothed, he makes proof of his boldness and skill in wielding this extremely heavy standard, which at this moment seems a plaything in his hands, but may yet prove fatal to him through injury to the loins or other parts. This same tendency, which we find in so highly developed a degree among animals and primitive human peoples, is also universal among the children of even the most civilized human races, although in a less organized and more confused way. It manifests itself as showing off. Sanford Bell, in his study of the emotion of love in children, finds that showing off is an essential element in the love of children in what he terms the second stage, from the 8th to the 12th years in girls and the 14th in boys. It constitutes one of the chief numbers in the boys' repertory of love charms, and is not totally absent from the girls. It is a most common sight to see the boys taxing their resources in devising means of exposing their own excellencies, and often doing the most ridiculous and extravagant things. Running, jumping, dancing, prancing, sparring, wrestling, turning handsprings, somersaults, climbing, walking fences, swinging, giving yodels and yells, whistling, imitating the movements of animals, taking people off, courting danger, affecting courage are some of its common forms. This showing off in the boy lover is the forerunner of the skillful, purposive, and elaborative means of self-exhibition in the adult male and the charming coquetry in the adult female in their love relations. Sanford Bell, The Emotion of Love Between the Sexes, American Journal Psychology, July 1902. Cross-reference, Showing Off and Bashfulness, Pedagogical Seminary, June 1903. If, in the light of the previous discussion, we examine such facts as those here collected, we may easily trace throughout the perpetual operations of the same instinct. It is everywhere the instinctive object of the male, who is very rarely passive in the process of courtship, to assure by his activity and display his energy or skill or beauty, both his own passion and the passion of the female. Throughout nature, sexual conjugation only takes place after much expenditure of energy. We are deceived by what we see among highly fed domesticated animals and among the lazy classes of human society, whose sexual instincts are at once both unnaturally stimulated and unnaturally repressed, when we imagine that the instinct of detumescence is normally ever craving to be satisfied, and that throughout nature it can always be set off at a touch whenever the stimulus is applied. So far from the instinct of tumescence naturally needing to be crushed, it needs, on the contrary, in either sex to be submitted to the most elaborate and prolonged processes in order to bring about those conditions which detumescence relieves. A state of tumescence is not normally constant, and tumescence must be obtained before detumescence is possible. The whole object of courtship, of the mutual approximation and caresses of two persons of the opposite sex, is to create the state of sexual tumescence. It will be seen that the most usual method of attaining tumescence, a method found among the most various kinds of animals, from insects and birds to man, is some form of the dance. Among the Negritos of the Philippines, dancing is described by A. B. Meyer as jumping in a circle around a girl and stamping with the feet. As we have seen, such a dance is essentially a form of courtship that is widespread among animals. The true cakewalk, again Stanley Hall remarks, as seen in the South, is perhaps the purest expression of this impulse to courtship antics seen in man. Muscular movement, of which the dance is the highest and most complex expression, is undoubtedly a method of auto-intoxication of the very greatest potency. All energetic movement, indeed, tends to produce active congestion. In its influence on the brain, violent exercise may thus result in a state of intoxication even resembling insanity. As Lagrange remarks, the visible effects of exercise, heightened color, bright eyes, resolute air and walk, are those of slight intoxication, and a girl who has waltzed for a quarter of an hour is in the same condition as if she had drunk champagne. Groos regards this dance as, above all, an intoxicating play of movement, possessing, like other methods of intoxication, and even apart from its relationship to combat and love, the charm of being able to draw us out of our everyday life and lead us into a self-created dream world. That the dance is not only a narcotic, but also a powerful stimulant, we may clearly realize from the experiments which show that this effect is produced even by much less complex kinds of muscular movement. This has been clearly determined, for instance, by Ferré in the course of a long and elaborate series of experiments dealing with the various influences that modify work as measured by Masso's ergograph. This investigator found that muscular movement is the most efficacious of all stimulants in increasing muscular power. It is easy to trace these pleasurable effects of combined narcotic and stimulant motion in everyday life, and it is unnecessary to enumerate its manifestations. Dancing is so powerful an agent on the organism, as Sergei truly remarks, Les Émotions, page 288, because its excitation is general, because it touches every vital organ, the higher centers no longer dominating. Primitive dancing differs very widely from that civilized kind of dancing, finding its extreme type in the ballet, in which energy is concentrated into the muscles below the knee. In the finest kinds of primitive dancing, all the limbs, the whole body, take part. For instance, the Marquesian girls, Herman Melville remarked in Typhi, dance all over, as it were. Not only do their feet dance, but their arms, hands, fingers, their very eyes seem to dance in their heads. In good sooth, they so sway their floating forms, arch their necks, toss aloft their naked arms, and glide and swim and whirl, etc. If we turn to a very different people, we find this characteristic of primitive dancing admirably illustrated by the missionary Holden in the case of Kafir dances. So far as I have observed, he states, the perfection of the art or science consists in their being able to put every part of the body into motion at the same time. And as they are naked, the bystander has a good opportunity of observing the whole process, which presents a remarkably odd and grotesque appearance. The head, the trunk, the arms, the legs, the hands, the feet, bones, muscles, sinews, skin, scalp, and hair, each and all in motion at the same time, with feathers waving, tails of monkeys and wild beasts dangling, and shields beating, accompanied with whistling, shouting, and leaping. It would appear as though the whole frame was hung on springing wires or cords. Dances are held in high repute, being the natural expression of joyous emotion, or creating it when absent. There is perhaps no exercise in greater accordance with the sentiments or feelings of a barbarous people, or more fully calculated to gratify their wild and ungoverned passions. W.C. Holden, The Kafir Race, 1866, page 274. Dancing, as the highest and most complex form of muscular movement, is the most potent method of obtaining the organic excitement muscular movement yields, and thus we understand how from the earliest zoological ages it has been brought to the service of the sexual instinct as a mode of attaining tumescence. Among savages, this use of dancing works harmoniously with the various other uses which dancing possesses in primitive times, and which cause it to occupy so large and vital a part in savage life that it may possibly even affect the organism to such an extent as to mold the bones. So that some authorities have associated platicnemia with dancing. As civilization advances, the other uses of dancing falls away, but it still remains a sexual stimulant. Burton, in his Anatomy of Melancholy, brings forward a number of quotations from old authors showing that dancing is an incitement to love. The Catholic theologians, De Bruyne, Macchiello, page 190 to 199, for the most part condemn dancing with much severity. In Protestant Germany, also, it is held that dance meetings and musical gatherings are frequent occasions of unchastity. Thus, in the Leipzig district, when a girl is asked, "How did you fall?" she nearly always replies, "At the dance." Die Geschlechtliche Sittliche Verhältnisse in Deutschen Reich, Volume 1, page 196. It leads quite as often, and no doubt oftener, to marriage. Rousseau defended it on this account. Nouvelle Heloise, Book 4, Letter 10. Dancing is, he held, an admirable preliminary to courtship, and the best way for young people to reveal themselves to each other in their grace and decorum, their qualities and defects, while its publicity is its safeguard. An international congress of dancing masters was held at Barcelona in 1907. In connection with this congress, Girodet, president of the International Academy of Dancing Masters, issued an inquiry to over 3,000 teachers of dancing throughout the world in order to ascertain the frequency with which dancing led to marriage. Of over 1 million pupils of dancing, either married or engaged to be married, it was found that in most countries more than 50% met their conjugal partners at dances. The smallest proportion was in Norway with only 39%, and the highest Germany with 97%. Intermediate are France 83%, America 80%, Italy 70%, Spain 68%, Holland, Bulgaria, and England 65%, Australia and Romania 60%, etc. Of the teachers themselves, 92% met their partners at dances. Quoted from the Figaro in Biblat Sexual Reform to Geerschlatt and Gelschlaft, 1907, page 175. In civilization, however, dancing is not only an incitement to love and a preliminary to courtship, but it is often a substitute for the normal gratification of the sexual instinct, procuring something of the pleasure and relief of gratified love. In occasional abnormal cases, this may be consciously realized. Thus, Sadger, who regards the joy of dancing as a manifestation of muscular eroticism, gives the case of a married hysterical woman of 21, with genital anesthesia, but otherwise strongly developed skin eroticism, who was a passionate dancer. "I have often felt as though I was giving myself to my partner in dancing," she said, "and was actually having coitus with him. I have the feeling that in me dancing takes the place of coitus." Normally, something of the same feeling is experienced by many young women who will expend a prodigious amount of energy in dancing, thus procuring, not fatigue, but happiness and relief. It is significant that, after sexual relations have begun, girls generally lose much of their ardor in dancing. Even our modern dances, it is worthy of note, are often of sexual origin. Thus, the most typical of all, the waltz was originally, as Schaller, quoted by Groos, states, the close of complicated dance which represented the romance of love, the seeking and the fleeing, the playful sulking and shunning, and finally the jubilation of the wedding. Not only is movement itself a source of tumescence, but even the spectacle of movement tends to produce the same effect. The pleasure of witnessing movement, as represented by its stimulating effect on the muscular system, for states of well-being are accompanied by an increase of power, has been found susceptible of exact measurement by Féré. He has shown that to watch a colored disc when in motion produced stronger muscular contractions, as measured by the dynamometer, than to watch the same disc when motionless. Even in the absence of color, a similar influence of movement was noted, and watching a modified metronome produced a greater increase of work with the ergograph than when working to the rhythm of the metronome without watching it. This psychological fact has been independently discovered by advertisers who seek to impress the value of their wares on the public by the device of announcing them by moving colored lights. The pleasure given by the ballet largely depends on the same fact. Not only is dancing an excitation, but the spectacle of dancing is itself exciting, and even among savages, dances have a public which becomes almost as passionately excited as the dancers themselves. It is in virtue of this effect of dancing and similar movements that we so frequently find, both among the lower animals and savage man, that to obtain tumescence in both sexes it is sufficient for one sex alone, usually the male, to take the active part. This point attracted the attention of Kohlschreier many years ago, and he showed how the dances of the men among savages excite the women who watch them intently, though unobtrusively, and are thus influenced in choosing their lovers. He was probably the first to insist that in man sexual selection has taken place mainly through the agency of dances, games, and festivals. It is now clear, therefore, why the evacuation theory of the sexual impulse must necessarily be partial and inadequate. It leaves out of account the whole of the phenomena connected with tumescence, and those phenomena constitute the most prolonged, the most important, the most significant stage of the sexual process. It is during tumescence that the whole psychology of the sexual impulse is built up. It is as an incident arising during tumescence and influencing its course that we must probably regard nearly every sexual aberration. It is with the second stage of the sexual process, when the instinct of detumescence arises, that the analogy of evacuation can alone be called in. Even here that analogy, though real, is not complete, the nervous element involved in detumescence being out of all proportion to the extent of the evacuation. The typical act of evacuation, however, is a nervous process, and when we bear this in mind, we may see whatever truth the evacuation theory possesses. Bonius classes the sexual impulse with the needs of activity, but under this head he coordinates it with the need of urination. That is to say that both alike are nervous explosions. Mictertion, like detumescence, is a convulsive act, and, like detumescence also, it is certainly connected with cerebral processes. Thus, in epilepsy, the passage of urine which may occur, as in a girl described by Gowers with minor attacks during which it was emitted consciously but involuntarily, is really a part of the process. There appears indeed to be a special and intimate connection between the explosion of sexual detumescence and the explosive energy of the bladder, so that they may reinforce each other and to a limited extent act vicariously in relieving each other's tension. It is noteworthy that nocturnal and diurnal incontinence of urine, as well as stammering of the bladder, are all specially liable to begin or cease at puberty. In men and even infants, distension of the bladder favors tumescence by producing venous congestion, though at the same time it acts as a physical hindrance to sexual detumescence in women, probably not from pressure alone, but from reflex nervous action. A full bladder increases both sexual excitement and pleasure, and I have been informed by several women that they have independently discovered this fact for themselves and acted in accordance with it. Conversely, sexual excitement increases the explosive force of the bladder, the desire to urinate is aroused, and in women the sexual orgasm, when very acute and occurring with a full bladder, is occasionally accompanied alike in savage and civilized life by an involuntary and sometimes full and forcible expulsion of urine. The desire to urinate may possibly be, as has been said, the normal accompaniment of sexual excitement in women, just as it is said to be in mares, so that the Arabs judge that the mare is ready for the stallion when she urinates immediately on hearing him neigh. The association may even form the basis of sexual obsessions. I have elsewhere shown that, of all the influences which increase the explosive force of the bladder, sexual excitement is the most powerful. It may also have a reverse influence and inhibit contraction of the bladder, sometimes in association with shyness, but also independently of shyness. There is also reason to suppose that the nervous energy expended in an explosion of the tension of the sexual organs may sometimes relieve the bladder. It is well recognized that a full bladder is a factor in producing sexual emissions during sleep, the explosive energy of the bladder being inhibited and passing over into the sexual sphere. Conversely, it appears that explosion of the bladder relieves sexual tension. An explosion of the nervous centers connected with the contraction of the bladder will relieve nervous tension generally. There are forms of epilepsy in which the act of urination constitutes the climax, and Gowers, in dealing with minor epilepsy, emphasizes the frequency of micturition, which may occur with spasmodic energy when there is only the slightest general stiffness, especially in women. He adds the significant remark that it sometimes seems to relieve the cerebral tension, and gives the case of a girl in whom the aura consisted mainly of a desire to urinate. If she could satisfy this, the fit was arrested. If not, she lost consciousness and a severe fit followed. If micturition may thus relieve nervous tension generally, it is not surprising that it should relieve the tension of the centers with which it is most intimately connected. Thoreau records the case of a girl of 12, possessed by an impulse to masturbation, which she was unable to control, although anxious to conquer it, who only found relief in the act of urination. This soothed her and to some extent satisfied the sexual excitement. When the impulse to masturbate was restrained, the impulse to urinate became imperative. She would rise 4 or 5 times in the night for this purpose, and even urinate in bed or in her clothes to obtain the desired sexual relief. I am acquainted with a lady who had a similar but less intense experience during childhood. Sometimes, especially in children, the act of urination becomes an act of gratification at the climax of sexual pleasure, the imitative symbol of detumescence. Thus, Schultz-Milkowski describes a little girl of 7 who would bribe her girl companions with little presents to play the part of horses on all fours while she would ride on their necks with naked thighs in order to obtain the pleasurable sensation of close contact. With one special friend, she would ride facing backward and leaning forward to embrace her body impulsively, and at the same time pressing the neck closely between her thighs, would urinate. Ferre has recorded the interesting case of a man who, having all his life after puberty been subject to monthly attacks of sexual excitement, after the age of 45 completely lost the liability to these manifestations, but found himself subject in place of them to monthly attacks of frequent and copious urination, accompanied by sexual daydreams, but by no genital excitement. Such a case admirably illustrates the compensatory relation of sexual and vesical excitation. This mutual interaction is easily comprehensible when we recall the very close nervous connection which exists between the mechanisms of the sexual organs and the bladder. Nor are such relationships found to be confined to these 2 centers. In a lesser degree, the more remote explosive centers are also affected. All motor influences may spread to related muscles. The convulsion of laughter, for instance, seems to be often in relation with the sexual center, and Groos has suggested that the laughter which, especially in the sexually minded, often follows allusions to the genital sphere, is merely an effort to dispel nascent sexual excitement by liberating an explosion of nervous energy in another direction. Nervous discharges tend to spread or to act vicariously because the motor centers are more or less connected. Of all the physiological motor explosions, the sexual orgasm or detumescence is the most massive, powerful, and overwhelming. So volcanic is it that the ancient Greek philosophers it seemed to be a minor kind of epilepsy. The relief of detumescence is not merely the relief of an evacuation, it is the discharge by the most powerful apparatus for nervous explosion in the body of the energy accumulated and stored up in the slow process of tumescence, and that discharge reverberates through all the nervous centers in the organism. The sophist of Abdera said that coitus is a slight fit of epilepsy, judging it to be an incurable disease. Clement of Alexandria, Pedagogus, Book 2, Chapter 10, and Coelius Aurelianus, one of the chief physicians of antiquity, said that coitus is a brief epilepsy. Ferre has pointed out that both these forms of nervous storm are sometimes accompanied by similar phenomena, by subjective sensations of sight or smell, for example, and that the two kinds of discharge may even be combined. Ferre, Les Epilepties, pages 283 to 84, also Exis Varians et Epilepsie, Comptes Rendus de la Société de Biologie, April 3, 1897, and the same author's Instinct Sexual, pages 209-221, and his Priaprisme Epilepti, La Médecine Moderne, February 4, 1899. The epileptic convulsion in some cases involves the sexual mechanism, and it is noteworthy that epilepsy tends to appear at puberty. In modern times, even so great a physician as Boerhaave said that coitus is a true epilepsy, and more recent Roubaud, Hammond, and Kowalski have emphasized the resemblance between coitus and epilepsy, though without identifying the two states. Some authorities have considered that coitus is a cause of epilepsy, but this is denied by Christian, Strumpnel, and Lowenfield. Lowenfield, Sexualleben und Neverleden, 1899, page 68. Ferre has recorded the case of a youth in whom the adoption of the practice of masturbation several times a day was followed by epileptic attacks which ceased when masturbation was abandoned. Ferre, Comptes Rendus de la Société de Biologie, April 3, 1897. It seems unprofitable at present to attempt any more fundamental analysis of the sexual impulse. Bonus, in the work already quoted, vaguely suggests that we ought possibly to connect the sexual excitation which leads the male to seek the female with chemical action, either exercised directly on the protoplasm of the organism or indirectly by the intermediary of the nervous system, and especially by smell in the higher animals. Clevenger, Spitzka, Kiernan, and others have also regarded the sexual impulse as protoplasmic hunger, tracing it back to the pre-sexual times when one protozoal form absorbed another. In the same way, Giovanni Roux, insisting that the sexual need is a need of the whole organism, and that we love with the whole of our body, compares the sexual instinct to hunger, and distinguishes between sexual hunger affecting the whole system and sexual appetite as a more localized desire. He concludes that the sexual need is an aspect of the nutritive need. Useful as these views are as a protest against too crude and narrow a conception of the part played by the sexual impulse, they carry us into a speculative region where proof is difficult. We are now, however, at all events, in a better position to define the contents of the sexual impulse. We see that there are certainly, as Moll has indicated, two constituents in that impulse, but instead of being unrelated or only distantly related, we see that they are really so intimately connected as to form two distinct stages in the same process. A first stage in which, usually under the parallel influence of internal and external stimuli, images, desires, and ideals grow up within the mind, while the organism generally is charged with energy and the sexual apparatus congested with blood. And a second stage in which the sexual apparatus is discharged amid profound sexual excitement, followed by deep organic relief. By the first process is constituted the tension which the second process relieves. It seems best to call the first impulse the process of tumescence, the second the process of detumescence. The first, taking on usually a more active form in the male, has the double object of bringing the male himself into the condition in which discharge becomes imperative, and at the same time arousing in the female a similar ardent state of emotional excitement and sexual turgescence. The second process has the object directly of discharging the tension thus produced and, indirectly, of effecting the act by which the race is propagated. It seems to me that this is at present the most satisfactory way in which we can attempt to define the sexual impulse. End of section 5. Section 6 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Love and Pain 1, Part 1. The relation of love to pain is one of the most difficult problems, and yet one of the most fundamental in the whole range of sexual psychology. Why is it that love inflicts and even seeks to inflict pain? Why is it that love suffers pain and even seeks to suffer it? In answering that question, it seems to me we have to take an apparently circuitous route, sometimes going beyond the ostensible limits of sex altogether. But if we can succeed in answering it, we shall have come very near one of the great mysteries of love. At the same time, we shall have made clear the normal basis on which rest the extreme aberrations of love. The chief key to the relationship of love to pain is to be found by returning to the consideration of the essential phenomena of courtship in the animal world generally. Courtship is a play, a game. Even its combats are often, to a large extent, mock combats, but the process behind it is one of terrible earnestness, and the play may at any moment become deadly. Courtship tends to involve a mock combat between males for the possession of the female, which may at any time become a real combat. It is a pursuit of the female by the male which may at any time become a kind of persecution, so that, as Colin Scott remarks, courting may be looked upon as a refined and delicate form of combat. The note of courtship, more especially among mammals, is very easily forced, and as soon as we force it, we reach pain. Footnote: various mammals, carried away by the reckless fury of the sexual impulse, are apt to ill-treat their females. R. Mueller, Sexual Biology, page 123. This treatment is, however, usually only an incident of courtship, the result of excess of ardor. The chaffinches and the saffron finches, Fringilla and Cicalis, are very rough wooers, says A. G. Butler, Zoologist, 1902, page 241. They sing vociferously and chase their hens violently, knocking them over in their flight, pursuing and savagely pecking them even on the ground. But when once the hens become submissive, the males change their tactics and become for the time model husbands, feeding their wives from their crop and assisting in rearing the young. End footnote. The intimate and inevitable association in the animal world of combat, of the fighting and hunting impulses, with the process of courtship alone suffices to bring love into close connection with pain. Among mammals, the male wins the female very largely by the display of force. The infliction of pain must inevitably be a frequent indirect result of the exertion of power. It is even more than this. The infliction of pain by the male on the female may itself be a gratification of the impulse to exert force. This tendency has always to be held in check, for it is of essence of courtship that the male should win the female, and she can only be won by the promise of pleasure. The tendency of the male to inflict pain must be restrained, so far as the female is concerned, by the consideration of what is pleasing to her. Yet, the more carefully we study the essential elements of courtship, the clearer it becomes that, playful as these manifestations may seem on the surface, in every direction they are verging on pain. It is so among animals generally. It is so in man among savages. It is precisely the alliance of pleasure and pain, wrote the psychologist Burdock, which constitutes the voluptuous emotion. Nor is this emotional attitude entirely confined to the male. The female also in courtship delights to arouse to the highest degree in the male the desire for her favors and to withhold those favors from him, thus finding on her part also the enjoyment of power and cruelty. One's cruelty is one's power, Millamant says in Congreve's Way of the World, and when one parts with one's cruelty, one parts with one's power. At the outset, then, the impulse to inflict pain is brought into courtship and at the same time rendered a pleasurable idea to the female, because with primitive man, as well as among his immediate ancestors, the victor in love has been the bravest and strongest rather than the most beautiful or the most skillful. Until he can fight, he is not reckoned a man, and he cannot hope to win a woman. Among the African Maasai, a man is not supposed to marry until he has blooded his spear, and in a very different part of the world, among the Dyaks of Borneo, there can be little doubt that the chief incentive to head-hunting is the desire to please the woman, the possession of a head decapitated by himself being an excellent way of winning a maiden's favor. Such instances are too well known to need multiplication here, and they survive in civilization, for even among ourselves, although courtship is now chiefly ruled by quite other considerations, most women are in some degree emotionally affected by strength and courage. But the direct result of this is that a group of phenomena with which cruelty and the infliction of pain must inevitably be more or less allied is brought within the sphere of courtship and rendered agreeable to women. Here, indeed, we have the source of that love of cruelty which some have found so marked in women. This is a phase of courtship which helps us to understand how it is that, as we shall see, the idea of pain, having become associated with sexual emotion, may be pleasurable to women. Thus, in order to understand the connection between love and pain, we have once more to return to the consideration under a somewhat new aspect of the fundamental elements in the sexual impulse. In discussing the evolution of modesty, we found that the primary part of the female in courtship is the playful yet serious assumption of the role of a hunted animal who lures on the pursuer, not with the object of escaping, but with the object of being finally caught. In considering the analysis of the sexual impulse, we found that the primary part of the male in courtship is by the display of his energy and skill to capture the female or to arouse in her an emotional condition which leads her to surrender herself to him. This process itself at the same time heightening his own excitement. In the playing of these two different parts is attained in both male and female that charging of nervous energy, that degree of vascular tumescence necessary for adequate discharge and detumescence in an explosion by which sperm cells and germ cells are brought together for the propagation of the race. We are now concerned with the necessary interplay of the differing male and female roles in courtship, and with their accidental emotional byproducts. Both male and female are instinctively seeking the same end of sexual union at the moment of highest excitement. There cannot, therefore, be real conflict. But there is the semblance of a conflict, an apparent clash of aim, an appearance of cruelty. Moreover, and this is a significant moment in the process from our present point of view, when there are rivals for the possession of one female, there is always a possibility of actual combat, so tending to introduce an element of real violence, of undisguised cruelty, which the male inflicts on his rival and which the female views with satisfaction and delight in the prowess of the successful claimant. Here we are brought close to the zoological root of the connection between love and pain. In his admirable work on play in man, Groos has fully discussed the plays of combat, Kampfspiel, which begin to develop even in childhood and assume full activity during adolescence, and he points out that, while the impulse to such play certainly has a wider biological significance, it still possesses a relationship to the sexual life and to the rivalries of animals in courtship which must not be forgotten. Nor is it only in play that the connection between love and combativity may still be traced. With the epoch of the first sexual relationship, Morrow points out, awakes the instinct of cruelty, which prompts the youth to acts which are sometimes in absolute contrast to his previous conduct, and leads him to be careless of the lives of others as well as of his own life. Footnote: a minor manifestation of this tendency, appearing even in quite normal and well-conditioned individuals, is the impulse among boys at and after puberty to take pleasure in persecuting and hurting lower animals or their own young companions. Some youths display a diabolical enjoyment and ingenuity in torturing sensitive juniors, and even a boy who is otherwise kindly and considerate may find enjoyment in deliberately mutilating a frog. In some cases, in boys and youths who have no true sadistic impulse and are not usually cruel, this infliction of torture on a lower animal produces an erection, though not necessarily any pleasant sexual sensations. End footnote. Morrow presents a diagram showing how crimes against the person in Italy rise rapidly from the age of 16 to 20 and reach a climax between 21 and 25. In Paris, Gamier states crimes of blood are 6 times more frequent in adolescents, aged 16 to 20, than in adults. It is the same elsewhere. This tendency to criminal violence during an age period of courtship is a byproduct of the sexual impulse, a kind of tertiary sexual character. In the process of what is commonly termed marriage by capture, we have a method of courtship which closely resembles the most typical form of animal courtship, and is yet found in all but the highest and most artificial stages of human society. It may not be true that, as MacLennan and others have argued, almost every race of man has passed through an actual stage of marriage by capture, but the phenomena in question have certainly been extremely widespread and exist in popular custom even among the highest races today. George Sand has presented a charming picture of such a custom existing in France in her Mère au Diable. Farther away, among the Kirghiz, the young woman is pursued by all her lovers, but she is armed with a formidable whip, which she does not hesitate to use if overtaken by a lover to whom she is not favorable. Among the Malays, according to early travelers, courtship is carried on in the water in canoes, with double-bladed paddles, or if no water is near, the damsel, stripped naked of all but a waistband, is given a certain start and runs off on foot, followed by her lover. Vaughan Stevens in 1896 reported that this performance is merely a sport, but Skeet and Blagden, in their more recent and very elaborate investigations in the Malay states, find that it is a rite. Even if we regard marriage by capture as simply a primitive human institution stimulated by tribal exigencies and early social conditions, yet when we recall its widespread and persistent character, its close resemblance to the most general method of courtship among animals, and the emotional tendencies which still persist even in the most civilized men and women, we have to recognize that we are in presence of a real psychological impulse which cannot fail in its exercise to introduce some element of pain into love. There are, however, two fundamentally different theories concerning marriage by capture. According to the first, that of McLennan, which until recently has been very widely accepted, and to which Professor Tyler has given the weight of his authority, there has really been in primitive society a recognized stage in which marriages were affected by the capture of the wife. Such a state of things McLennan regarded as once worldwide. There can be no doubt that women very frequently have been captured in this way among primitive peoples, nor, indeed, has the custom been confined to savages. In Europe, we find that even up to comparatively recent times, the abduction of women was not only very common, but was often more or less recognized. In England, it was not until Henry VII's time that the violent seizure of a woman was made a criminal offense, and even then the statute was limited to women possessed of lands and goods. A man might still carry off a girl provided she was not an heiress, but even the abduction of heiresses continued to be common, and in Ireland remained so until the end of the 18th century. But it is not so clear that such raids and abductions, even when not of a genuinely hostile character, have ever been a recognized and constant method of marriage. According to the second set of theories, the capture is not real but simulated and may be accounted for by psychological reasons. Krystal de Coulanges in Le Cite Antique, discussing simulated marriage by capture among the Romans, mentioned the view that it was a symbol of the young girl's modesty, but himself regarded it as an act of force to symbolize the husband's power. He was possibly alluding to Herbert Spencer, who suggested a psychological explanation of the apparent prevalence of marriage by capture based on the supposition that, capturing a wife being a proof of bravery, such a method of obtaining a wife would be practiced by the strongest men and be admired, while, on the other hand, he considered that female coyness was an important factor in constituting the more formal kinds of marriage by capture ceremonial. Westermarck, while accepting true marriage by capture, considers that Spencer's statement can scarcely be disproved. In his valuable study of certain aspects of primitive marriage, Crawley, developing the explanation rejected by Krystal de Coulanges, regards the fundamental fact to be the modesty of women, which has to be neutralized, and this is done by a ceremonial use of force, which is half real and half make-believe. Thus, the manifestations are not survivals, but arising in a natural way from normal human feelings. It is not the tribe from which the bride is abducted, nor primarily her family and kindred, but her sex, and her sexual characters of timidity, bashfulness, and passivity are sympathetically overcome by make-believe representations of male characteristic actions. It is not necessary for the present purpose that either of these two opposing theories concerning the origin of the customs and feelings we are here concerned with should be definitely rejected. Whichever theory is adopted, the fundamental psychic element which here alone concerns us still exists intact. It may be pointed out, however, that we probably have to accept two groups of such phenomena. One, seldom or never existing as the sole form of marriage in which the capture is real, and another in which the capture is more or less ceremonial or playful. The two groups coexist among the Turkomans, as described by Van Berry, who are constantly capturing and enslaving the Persians of both sexes and, side by side with this, have a marriage ceremonial of mock capture of entirely playful character. At the same time, the two groups sometimes overlap, as is indicated by cases in which, while the capture appears to be ceremonial, the girl is still allowed to escape altogether if she wishes. The difficulty of disentangling the two groups is shown by the fact that so careful an investigator as Westermarck cites cases of real capture and mock capture together without attempting to distinguish between them. From our present point of view, it is quite unnecessary to attempt such a distinction. Whether the capture is simulated or real, the man is still playing the masculine and aggressive part proper to the male. The woman is still playing the feminine and defensive part proper to the female. The universal prevalence of these phenomena is due to the fact that manifestations of this kind, real or pretended, afford each sex the very best opportunity for playing its proper part in courtship, and so, even when the force is real, must always gratify a profound instinct. It is not necessary to quote examples of marriage by capture from the numerous and easily accessible books on the evolution of marriage. Sir A.B. Ellis, adopting McLennan's standpoint, presented a concise statement of the facts in an article on Survivals from Marriage by Capture, Popular Science Monthly, 1891, page 207. It may, however, be worthwhile to bring together from scattered sources a few of the facts concerning the phenomena in this group and their accompanying emotional state, more especially as they bear on the association of love with force, inflicted or suffered. In New Caledonia, Foley remarks the successful coquette goes off with her lover into the bush. It usually happens that, when she is successful, she returns from her expedition tumbled, beaten, scratched, even bitten on the nape and shoulders, her wounds thus bearing witness to the quadrupedal attitude she has assumed amid the foliage. Foley, Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, Paris, November 6, 1879. Of the natives of New South Wales, Turnbull remarked at the beginning of the 19th century that their mode of courtship is not without its singularity. When a young man sees a female to his fancy, he informs her she must accompany him home. The lady refuses. He not only enforces compliance with threats, but blows. Thus the gallant, according to the custom, never fails to gain the victory, and bears off the willing though struggling pugilist. The colonists for some time entertained the idea that the women were compelled and forced away against their inclinations, but the young ladies informed them that this mode of gallantry was the custom and perfectly to their taste. J. Turnbull, A Voyage Round the World, 1813, page 98, cross-reference, Bro. Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, 1878, volume 1, page 81. As regards capture of women among Central Australian tribes, Spencer and Gillen remark, "We have never in any of these central tribes met with any such thing, and the clubbing part of the story may be dismissed, so far as the central area of the continent is concerned. To the casual observer, what looks like a capture, we are of course only speaking of these tribes, is in reality an elopement in which the woman is an aiding and abetting party." Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 32. The New Zealand method of courtship and matrimony is a most extraordinary one. A man sees a woman whom he fancies he should like for a wife. He asks the consent of her father, or, if an orphan, of her nearest relative, which, if he obtain, he carries his intended off by force, she resisting with all her strength, and, as the New Zealand girls are generally fairly robust, sometimes a dreadful struggle takes place. Both are soon stripped to the skin, and it is sometimes the work of hours to remove the fair prize 100 yards. It sometimes happens that she secures her retreat into her father's house, and the lover loses all chance of ever obtaining her. A. Earl, Narratives of Residence in New Zealand, 1832, page 244. Among the Eskimos, probably near Smith Sound, there is no marriage ceremony further than that the boy is required to carry off his bride by main force, for even among these blubber-eating people the woman only saves her modesty by a show of resistance, although she knows years beforehand that her destiny is sealed, and that she is to become the wife of the man from whose embraces, when the nuptial day comes, she is obliged by the inexplorable law of public opinion to free herself, if possible, by kicking and screaming with might and main until she is safely landed in the hut of her future lord, when she gives up the combat very cheerfully and takes possession of her new abode. The betrothal often takes place at a very early period of life and at very dissimilar ages. Marriage only takes place when the lover has killed his first seal. This is the test of manhood and maturity. J.J. Hayes, Open Polar Sea, 1867, page 432. Marriage by capture is common in war and raiding in Central Africa. The women, as a rule, Johnston says, make no very great resistance on these occasions. It is almost like playing a game. A woman is surprised as she goes to get water at the stream, or when she is on the way to or from the plantation. The man has only got to show her she is cornered and that escape is not easy or pleasant, and she submits to be carried off. As a general rule, they seem to accept very cheerfully these abrupt changes in their matrimonial existence. Sir H. H. Johnston, British Central Africa, page 412. Among the wild tribes of the Malay Peninsula, in one form of wedding rite, the bridegroom is required to run 7 times around an artificial mound decorated with flowers and the emblem of the people's religion. In the event of the bridegroom failing to catch the bride, the marriage has to be postponed. Among the orange lout or sea gypsies, the pursuit sometimes takes the form of a canoe race. The woman is given a good start and must be overtaken before she has gone a certain distance. W. W. Skeat, Journal Anthropological Institute, January through June 1902, page 134. Skeat and Blagden, Pagan Races of the Malay, Volume 2, page 69 at Sec. Fully discuss the ceremony around the mound. Kalmuk women ride better than the men. A male Kalmuk on horseback looks as if he was intoxicated and likely to fall off every instant, though he never loses his seat. But the women sit with more ease and ride with extraordinary skill. The ceremony of marriage among the Kalmuks is performed on horseback. A girl is first mounted who rides off at full speed. Her lover pursues, and if he overtakes her, she becomes his wife, and the marriage is consummated upon the spot, after which she returns with him to his tent. But it sometimes happens that the woman does not wish to marry the person by whom she is pursued, in which case she will not suffer him to overtake her, and we were assured that no instance occurs of a Kalmuk girl being thus caught unless she has a partiality for her pursuer. If she dislikes him, she rides, to use the language of English sportsmen, neck or nothing, until she has completely escaped or until the pursuer's horse is tired out, leaving her at liberty to return, to be afterward chased by some more favored admirer. E. D. Clark, Travels, 1810, Volume 1, page 333. Among the Bedouins, marriage is arranged between the lover and the girl's father, often without consulting the girl herself. Among the Arabs of Sinai, the young maid comes home in the evening with the cattle. At a short distance from the camp, she is met by the future spouse and a couple of his young friends, and carried off by force to her father's tent. If she entertains any suspicion of their designs, she defends herself with stones, and often inflicts wounds on the young men, even though she does not dislike the lover, for according to custom, the more she struggles, bites, kicks, cries, and strikes, the more she is applauded ever after by her own companions. After being taken to her father's tent, where a man's cloak is thrown over her by one of the bridegroom's relations, she is dressed in garments provided by her future husband, and placed on a camel, still continuing to struggle in a most unruly manner, and held by the bridegroom's friends on both sides. She is then placed in a recess of the husband's tent. Here the marriage is finally consummated, the bride still continuing to cry very loudly. It sometimes happens that the husband is obliged to tie his bride, and even to beat her before she can be induced to comply with his desires. If, however, she really does not like her husband, she is perfectly free to leave him next morning, and her father is obliged to receive her back whether he wishes to or not. It is not considered proper for a widow or divorced woman to make any resistance on being married. J. L. Burkhart, Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis, 1830, page 149, at Sec. Among the Turkomans, forays for capturing and enslaving their Persian neighbors were once habitual. Vanbury describes their marriage ceremonial when the young maiden, attired in bridal costume, mounts a high-bred courser, taking on her lap the carcass of a lamb or goat, and setting off at full gallop, followed by the bridegroom and other young men of the party, also on horseback. She is always to strive by adroit turns, etc., to avoid her pursuers, that no one approach near enough to snatch from her the burden on her lap. This game, called kokburi, green wolf, is in use among all the nomads of Central Asia. A. Vanbury, Travels in Central Asia, 1864, page 323. In China, a missionary describes how, when he was called upon to marry the daughter of a Chinese Christian brought up in native customs, He was compelled to wait several hours as the bride refused to get up and dress until long after the time appointed for the wedding ceremony, and then only by force. Extreme reluctance and dislike and fear are the true marks of a happy and lively wedding. A. E. Mole, New China and Old, page 128. It is interesting to find that in the Indian art of love, a kind of mock combat accompanied by striking is a recognized and normal method of heightening tumescence. Vatsyayana has a chapter on various manners of striking, and he approves of the man striking the woman on the back, belly, flanks, and buttocks before and during coitus, as a kind of play increasing as sexual excitement increases, which the woman, with cries and groans, pretends to bid the man to stop. It is mentioned that, especially in southern India, various instruments, scissors, needles, etc., are used in striking, but this practice is condemned as a barbarous and dangerous. Kama Sutra, French translation, 3, chapter 5. In the story of Aladdin, in the Arabian Nights, the bride is undressed by the mother and the other women, who place her in the bridegroom's bed as if by force, and according to the custom of the newly married, she pretends to resist, twisting herself in every direction and seeking to escape from their hands. Les Mille Nuits, translated by Mardras, volume 11, page 253. It is said that in those parts of Germany where preliminary Probinacht before formal marriage are the rule, it is not uncommon for a young woman, before finally giving herself to a man, to provoke him to a physical struggle. If she proves stronger, she dismisses him. If he is stronger, she yields herself willingly. W. Heinz, Probinacht, Sexual Problem, October 1910, page 743. Among the South Slavs of Serbia and Bulgaria, according to Kraus, it is the custom to win a woman by seizing her by the ankle and bringing her to the ground by force. This method of wooing is to the taste of the woman, and they are refractory to any other method. The custom of beating or being beaten before coitus is also found among the South Slavs. Cbteddy, volume 6, page 209. In earlier days, violent courtship was viewed with approval in the European world, even among aristocratic circles. Thus, in the medieval Les de Gralant of Marie de France, this Breton knight is represented as very chaste, possessing a high ideal of love and able to withstand the wiles of women. One day, when he is hunting in a forest, he comes upon a naked damsel bathing, together with her handmaidens. Overcome by her beauty, he seizes her clothes in case she should be alarmed, but is persuaded to hand them to her. Then he proceeds to make love to her. She replies that his love is an insult to a woman of her high lineage. Finding her so proud, Gralant sees that his prayers are in vain. He drags her by force into the depth of the forest, has his will of her, and begs her very gently not to be angry, promising to love her loyally and never to leave her. The damsel saw that he was a good knight, courteous and wise. She thought within herself that if she were to leave him, she would never find a better friend. Brantome mentions a lady who confessed that she liked to be half forced by her husband, and he remarks that a woman who is a little difficult and resists gives more pleasure also to her lover than one who yields at once, just as a hard-fought battle is a more notable triumph than an easily won victory. Brantome, Vie des Dames Galantes, Discourse 1. Restif de la Bretonne, again, whose experience was extensive, wrote in his Anti-Justine that all women of strong temperament like a sort of brutality in sexual intercourse and its accessories. Ovid had said that a little force is pleasing to a woman, and that she is grateful to the ravisher against whom she struggles. Ars Amatoria, Book 1. One of Janet's patients, Raymond and Janet, Les Obsessions en la Psychiatrine, Volume 2, page 406, complained that her husband was too good, too devoted. He does not know how to make me suffer a little. One cannot love anyone who does not make one suffer a little. Another hysterical woman, a silk fetishist frigid with men, had dreams of men and animals abusing her. I cried with pain and was happy at the same time. Clarenball, Archives des Anthropologie Criminelle, June 1908, page 442. It has been said that among Slavs of the lower class, the wives feel hurt if they are not beaten by their husbands. Polinius, in the 17th century, remarked that Russian women are never more pleased and happy than when beaten by their husbands, and regard such treatment as proof of love. See e.g. C.F. von Schlittgerall, Sacher Masik und der Masochism, page 69. Croft Ebbing believes that this is true at the present day, and adds that it is the same in Hungary, a Hungarian official having informed him that the peasant women of the Somogyar Komitat do not think they are loved by their husbands until they have received the first box on the ear. Kraft Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis, English translation of the 10th edition, page 188. I may add that a Russian proverb says, "Love your wife like your soul and beat her like your shuba, overcoat." And according to another Russian proverb, "A dear one's blows hurt not long." At the same time, it has been remarked that the domination of men by women is peculiarly frequent among the Slav peoples. V. Schlittergrahl, opposite, page 23. Cellini, in an interesting passage in his Life, Book 2, chapters 34 through 35, describes his own brutal treatment of his model Katerina, who was also his mistress, and the pleasure which, to his surprise, she took in it. Dr. Simon Forman, also the astrologist, tells in his autobiography, page 7, how, as a young and puny apprentice to a hosier, he was beaten, scolded, and badly treated by the servant girl, but after some years of this treatment he turned on her, beat her black and blue, and ever after Mary would do for him all that she could. That it is a sign of love for a man to beat his sweetheart, and a sign much appreciated by women, is illustrated by the episode of Cariharta and Repellido. In Rinconetti and Cortadillo, one of Cervantes' exemplary novels. The Indian women of South America feel in the same way, and Montaganza, when traveling in Bolivia, found that they complained when they were not beaten by their husbands, and that a girl was proud when she could say, "He loves me greatly, for he often beats me." Physiologia della Donna, chapter 13. The same feeling evidently existed in classic antiquity, for we find Lucian, in his Dialogues of Courtesans, makes a woman say, "He who has not rained blows on his mistress and torn her hair and her garments is not yet in love," while Ovid advises lovers sometimes to be angry with their sweethearts and to tear their dresses. Among the Italian Camorrisetta, according to Rousseau, wives are very badly treated. Expression is given to this fact in the popular songs. But the women only feel themselves tenderly loved when they are badly treated by their husbands. The man who does not beat them they look upon as a fool. It is the same in the East End of London. If anyone has doubts as to the brutalities practiced on women by men, writes a London magistrate, let him visit the London hospital on a Saturday night. Very terrible sights will meet his eye. Sometimes as many as 12 or 14 women may be seen seated in the receiving room, waiting for their bruised and bleeding faces and bodies to be attended to. In 9 cases out of 10, the injuries have been inflicted by brutal and perhaps drunken husbands. The nurses tell me, however, that any remarks they may make reflecting on the aggressors are received with great indignation by the wretched sufferers. They positively will not hear a single word against the cowardly ruffians. "Sometimes," said a nurse to me, "when I have told a woman that her husband is a brute, she has drawn herself up and replied, 'You mind your own business, miss. We find the rates and taxes and the likes of you are paid out of 'em to wait on us.'" Montague Williams, Round London, page 79. The prostitute really loves her souteneur, notwithstanding all the persecutions he inflicts on her. Their torments only increase the devotion of the poor slaves to their Alphonses. Parent du Chalat wrote that he had seen them come to the hospital with their eyes out of their heads, faces bleeding and bodies torn by the blows of their drunken lovers, but as soon as they were healed, they went back to them. Police officers tell us that it is very difficult to make a prostitute confess anything concerning her souteneur. Thus, Rosa L., whom her Alphonse had often threatened to kill, even putting the knife to her throat, would say nothing and denied everything when the magistrate questioned her. Maria R., with her face marked by a terrible scar produced by her souteneur, still carefully preserved many years afterward the portrait of the aggressor, and when we asked her to explain her affection, she replied, "But he wounded me because he loved me." The souteneur's brutality only increases the ill-treated woman's love. The humiliation and slavery in which the woman's soul is drowned feed her love. Nisforo, Il Gurgio, etc., 1897, page 128. In a modern novel written in an autobiographic form by a young Australian lady, the heroine is represented as striking her betrothed with a whip when he merely attempts to kiss her. Later on, her behavior so stings him that his self-control breaks down and he seizes her fiercely by the arms. For the first time, she realizes that he loves her. I laughed a joyous little laugh, saying, "Hal, we are quits," when on disrobing for the night I discovered on my soft white shoulders and arms, so susceptible to bruises, many marks and black. It had been a very happy day for me. Miles Franklin, My Brilliant Career. It is in large measure the existence of this feeling of attraction for violence which accounts for the love letters received by men who are accused of crimes of violence. Thus, in one instance in Chicago, as Dr. Kiernan writes to me, a man arrested for conspiracy to commit abortion and also suspected of being a sadist received many proposals of marriage and other less modest expressions of affection from unknown women. To judge by their signatures, these women belonged to the Germans and Slavs rather than to the Anglo-Celts. Neuropathic or degenerative conditions sometimes serve to accentuate or reveal ancestral traits that are very ancient in the race. Under such conditions, the tendency to find pleasure in subjection and pain, which is often faintly traceable even in normal civilized women, may become more pronounced. This may be seen in a case described in some detail in the Archivo di Psichiatria. The subject was a young lady of 19 of noble Italian birth, but born in Tunis. On the maternal side, there is somewhat neurotic heredity, and she is herself subject to attacks of hystero-epileptoid character. She was very carefully but strictly educated. She knows several languages, possesses marked intellectual aptitudes, and is greatly interested in social and political questions, in which she takes the socialistic and revolutionary side. She has an attractive and sympathetic personality. In complexion, she is dark with dark eyes and very dark and abundant hair. The fine down on the upper lip and lower parts of the cheeks is also much developed. The jaw is large, the head acrocephalic, and the external genital organs of normal size, but rather asymmetric. Ever since she was a child, she has loved to work and dream in solitude. Her dreams have always been of love, since menstruation began as early as the age of 10 and accompanied by strong sexual feelings, though at that age these feelings remained vague and indefinite, but in them the desire for pleasure was always accompanied by the desire for pain, the desire to bite and destroy something, and, as it were, to annihilate herself. She experienced great relief after periods of erotic rumination, and if this rumination took place at night, she would sometimes masturbate the contact of the bedclothes, she said, giving her the illusion of a man. In time, this vague longing for the male gave place to more definite desires for a man who would love her and, as she imagined, strike her. Eventually, she formed secret relationships with 2 or 3 lovers in succession, each of these relationships being, however, discovered by her family and leading to ineffectual attempts at suicide. But the association of pain with love, which had developed spontaneously in her solitary dreams, continued in her actual relations with her lovers. During coitus, she would bite and squeeze her arms until the nails penetrated the flesh. When her lover asked her why, at the moment of coitus, she would vigorously repel him, she replied, "Because I want to be possessed by force, to be hurt, suffocated, to be thrown down in a struggle." At another time she said, "I want a man with all his vitality so that he can torture and kill my body." We seem to see here clearly the ancient biological character of animal courtship, the desire of the female to be violently subjugated by the male. In this case, it was united to sensitiveness to the sexual domination of an intellectual man, and the subject also sought to stimulate her lover's intellectual tastes. Archivio de Psichiatrica, Volume 20, Fasc 5-6, page 528. This association between love and pain still persists even among the most normal, civilized men and women possessing well-developed sexual impulses. The masculine tendency to delight in domination, the feminine tendency to delight in submission, still maintain the ancient traditions when the male animal pursued the female. The phenomena of marriage by capture in its real and its simulated forms have been traced to various causes, but it has to be remembered that these causes could only have been operative in the presence of a favorable emotional aptitude, constituted by the zoological history of our race and still traceable even today. To exert power, as psychologists well recognize, is one of our most primary impulses, and it always tends to be manifested in the attitude of a man toward the woman he loves. It might be possible to maintain that the primitive element of more or less latent cruelty in courtship tends to be more rather than less marked in civilized man. In civilization, the opportunity of dissipating the surplus energy of the courtship process by inflicting pain on rivals usually has to be inhibited. Thus, the woman to be wooed tends to become the recipient of the whole of this energy both in its pleasure-giving and its pain-giving aspects. Moreover, the natural process of courtship, as it exists among animals and usually among the lower human races, tends to become disguised and distorted in civilization, as well by economic conditions as by conventional social conditions and even ethical prescription. It becomes forgotten that the woman's pleasure is an essential element in the process of courtship. A woman is often reduced to seek a man for the sake of maintenance. She is taught that pleasure is sinful or shameful, that sex matters are disgusting, and that it is a woman's duty and also her best policy to be in subjection to her husband. Thus, various external checks, which normally inhibit any passing over of masculine sexual energy into cruelty, are liable to be removed. We have to admit that a certain pleasure in manifesting his power over a woman by inflicting pain upon her is an outcome and survival of the primitive process of courtship, and an almost or quite normal constituent of the sexual impulse in man. But it must be at once added that in the normal, well-balanced, and well-conditioned man, this constituent of the sexual impulse, when present, is always held in check. When the normal man inflicts or feels the impulse to inflict some degree of physical pain on the woman he loves, he can scarcely be said to be moved by cruelty. He feels, more or less obscurely, that the pain he inflicts or desires to inflict is really a part of his love, and that, moreover, it is not really resented by the woman on whom it is exercised. His feeling is by no means always according to knowledge, but it has to be taken into account as an essential part of his emotional state. The physical force, the teasing and bullying which he may be moved to exert under the stress of sexual excitement are, he usually more or less unconsciously persuades himself, not really unwelcome to the object of his love. Moreover, we have to bear in mind the fact, a very significant fact from more than one point of view, that the normal manifestations of a woman's sexual pleasure are exceedingly like those of pain. The outward expressions of pain, as a lady very truly writes, tears, cries, etc., which are laid stress on to prove the cruelty of the person who inflicts it, are not so different from those of a woman in the ecstasy of passion when she implores the man to desist, though that is really the last thing she desires. If a man is convinced that he is causing real and unmitigated pain, he becomes repentant at once. If this is not the case, he must either be regarded as a radically abnormal person or as carried away by passion to a point of temporary insanity. End of section 6. Section 7 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Love and Pain, 1, Part 2. The intimate connection of love with pain, its tendency to approach cruelty, is seen in one of the most widespread of the occasional and non-essential manifestations of strong sexual emotion, especially in women, the tendency to bite. We may find references to love bites in the literature of ancient as well as of modern times, in the East as well as in the West. Flacius, Catullus, Propertius, Horace, Ovid, Petronius, and other Latin writers refer to bites as associated with kisses and usually on the lips. Plutarch says that Flora, the mistress of Canis Pompey, in commanding her lover, remarked that he was so lovable that she could never leave him without giving him a bite. In the Arabic perfumed garden there are many references to love bites, while in the Indian Kama Sutra of Vatsyayana, a chapter is devoted to this subject. Biting in love is also common among the South Slavs. The phenomenon is indeed sufficiently familiar to enable Heine, in one of his romanceros, to describe those marks by which the ancient chronicler states that Edith Swanwick recognized Harold after the Battle of Hastings as the scars of the bites she had once given him. It would be fanciful to trace this tendency back to that process of devouring to which sexual congress has, in the primitive stages of its evolution, been reduced. But we may probably find one of the germs of the love bite in the attitude of many mammals, during or before coitus. In attaining a firm grip of the female, it is not uncommon, as may be observed in the donkey, for the male to seize the female's neck between his teeth. The horse sometimes bites the mare before coitus, and it is said that among the Arabs, when a mare is not apt for coitus, she is sent to pasture with a small ardent horse, who excites her by playing with her and biting her. It may be noted also that dogs often show their affection for their masters by gentle bites. Children also, as Stanley Hall has pointed out, are similarly fond of biting. Perhaps a still more important factor is the element of combat in tumescence, since the primitive conditions associated with tumescence provide a reservoir of emotions which are constantly drawn on, even in the sexual excitement of individuals belonging to civilization. The tendency to show affection by biting is, indeed, commoner among women than among men, and not only in civilization. It has been noted among idiot girls as well as among the women of various savage races. It may thus be that the conservative instincts of women have preserved a primitive tendency that at its origin marked the male more than the female. But in any case, the tendency to bite at the climax of sexual excitement is so common and widespread that it must be regarded, when occurring in women, as coming within the normal range of variation in such manifestations. The gradations are of wide extent, while in its slight forms it is more or less normal and is one of the origins of the kiss. In its extreme forms, it tends to become one of the most violent and antisocial of sexual aberrations. A correspondent writes regarding his experience of biting and being bitten. I have often felt inclination to bite a woman I love, even when not in coitus or even excited. I like doing so also with my little boy, playfully as a cat and kittens. There seem to be several reasons for this. 1. The muscular effect relieves me. 2. I imagine I am giving the woman pleasure. 3. I seem to attain to a more intimate possession of the loved one. I cannot remember when I first felt desire to be bitten in coitus, or whether the idea was first suggested to me. I was initiated into pinching by a French prostitute who once pinched my nates in coitus, no doubt as a matter of business. It heightened my pleasure, perhaps by stimulating muscular movement. It does not occur to me to ask to be pinched when I am very much excited already, but only at an earlier stage, no doubt with the object of promoting excitement. Apart altogether from sexual excitement, being pinched is unpleasant to me. It has not seemed to me that women usually like to be bitten. 1 or 2 women have bitten and sucked my flesh. The latter does not affect me. I like being bitten, partly for the same reason as I like being pinched, because if spontaneous, it is a sign of my partner's amorousness, and the biting never seems too hard. Women do not usually seem to like being bitten, though there are exceptions. I should like to bite you, and I should like you to bite me, said one woman. I did so hard in coitus, and she did not flinch. She is particularly anxious to eat me alive, another correspondent writes, and nothing gives her greater satisfaction than to tear open my clothes and fashion her teeth into my flesh until I yell for mercy. My experience has generally been, however, the same correspondent continues, that the cruelty is unconscious. A woman just grows mad with the desire to squeeze or bite something with a complete unconsciousness of what result it will produce in the victim. She is astonished when she sees the result and will hardly believe she has done it. It is unnecessary to accumulate evidence of a tendency which is sufficiently common to be fairly well known, but 1 or 2 quotations may be presented to show its wide distribution. In the Kama Sutra, we read, "If she is very exalted, and if in the exaltation of her passionate transports she begins a sort of combat, then she takes her lover by the hair, draws his head to hers, kisses his lower lip, and then in her delirium bites him all over his body, shutting her eyes." It is added that with the marks of such bites, lovers can remind each other of their affections, and that such love will last for ages. In Japan, the maiden of Ainu race feels the same impulse. A.H. Savage Landor, Alone with the Hairy Ainu, 1893, page 140, says of an Ainu girl, "Loving and biting went together with her. She could not do the one without the other. As we sat on a stone in the twilight, she began by gently biting my fingers without hurting me, as affectionate dogs do to their masters. She then bit my arm, then my shoulder, and when she had worked herself up into a passion, she put her arms around my neck and bit my cheeks. It was undoubtedly a curious way of making love, and when I had been bitten all over, and was pretty tired of the new sensation, we retired to our respective homes. Kissing, apparently, was an unknown art to her." The significance of biting and the close relationship which, as will have to be pointed out later, it reveals to other phenomena may be illustrated by some observations which have been made by Alonzi on the peasant women of Sicily. The women of the people, he remarks, especially in the districts where crimes of blood are prevalent, give vent to their affection for their little ones by kissing and sucking them on the neck and arms till they make them cry convulsively. All the while they say, "How sweet you are! I will bite you! I will gnaw you all over," exhibiting every appearance of great pleasure. If a child commits some slight fault, they do not resort to simple blows, but pursue it through the street and bite it on the face, ears, and arms until the blood flows. At such moments, the face of even a beautiful woman is transformed with injected eyes, gnashing teeth, and convulsive tremors. Among both men and women, a very common threat is, "I will drink your blood." It is told on ocular evidence that a man who had murdered another in a quarrel licked the hot blood from the victim's hand. G. Alonzi, Archivo di Psichiatrica, Volume 6, Chapter 4. A few years ago, a nurse girl in New York was sentenced to prison for cruelty to the baby in her charge. The mother had frequently noticed that the child was in pain and at last discovered the marks of teeth on its legs. The girl admitted that she had bitten the child because that action gave her intense pleasure. Alienist and Neurologist, August 1901, page 558. In the light of such observations as these, we may understand a morbid perversion of affection, such as was recorded in the London Police News. Some years ago, 1894, a man of 30 was charged with ill-treating his wife's illegitimate daughter, aged 3, during a period of many months. Her lips, eyes, and hands were bitten and bruised from sucking, and sometimes her pinafore was covered with blood. Defendant admitted he had bitten the child because he loved it. It is not surprising that such phenomena as these should sometimes be the stimulant and accompaniment to the sexual act. Ferrani thus reports such a case in the words of the young man's mistress: "Certainly he is a strange, maddish youth, though he is fond of me and spends money on me when he has any. He likes much sexual intercourse, but, to tell the truth, he has worn out my patience, for before our embraces there are always struggles which become assaults. He tells me he has no pleasure except when he sees me crying on account of his bites and vigorous pinching. Lately, just before going with me, when I was groaning with pleasure, he threw himself on me, and at the moment of emission furiously bit my right cheek till the blood came. Then he kissed me and begged my pardon, but would do it again if the wish took him." L. Ferrani, Archivo de Psicopathie Sessuale, Volume 1, Book 7 and 8, 1896, page 107. In morbid cases, biting may even become a substitute for coitus. Thus, Moll, Die Contraire Sexual Empfindung, 2nd edition, page 323, records the case of a hysterical woman who was sexually anesthetic, though she greatly loved her husband. It was her chief delight to bite him till the blood flowed, and she was content if, instead of coitus, he bit her and she him, though she was grieved if she inflicted much pain. In other still more morbid cases, the fear of inflicting pain is more or less abolished. An idealized view of the impulse of love to bite and devour is presented in the following passage from a letter by a lady who associates this impulse with the idea of the Last Supper. "Your remarks about the Lord's Supper and Whitman make it natural to me to tell you my thoughts about that central sacrament of Christianity. I cannot tell many people because they misunderstand, and a clergyman, a very great friend of mine, when I once told what I thought and felt, said I was carnal. He did not understand the divinity and intensity of human love as I understand it. Well, when one loves anyone very much, a child, a woman, or a man, one loves everything belonging to him, the things he wears, still more his hands and his face, every bit of his body. We always want to have all or part of him as part of ourselves. Hence the expression, 'I could devour you, I love you so.' In some such warm, devouring way, Jesus Christ, I have always felt, loved each and every human creature. So it was that he took this mystery of food, which by eating became part of ourselves, as the symbol of the most intense human love, the most intense divine love. Some day, perhaps, love will be so understood by all that the sacrament will cease to be a superstition, a bone of contention, an article of the Church, and become, in all simplicity, a symbol of pure love." While in men it is possible to trace a tendency to inflict pain, or the simulacrum of pain, on the women they love, it is still easier to trace in women a delight in experiencing physical pain when inflicted by a lover, and an eagerness to accept subjugation to his will. Such a tendency is certainly normal, to abandon herself to her lover, to be able to rely on his physical strength and mental resourcefulness, to be swept out of herself and beyond the control of her own will, to drift idly in delicious submission to another and stronger will. This is one of the commonest aspirations in a young woman's intimate love dreams. In our own age, these aspirations most often only find their expression in such dreams. In ages when life was more nakedly lived and emotion more openly expressed, it was easier to trace this impulse. In the 13th century, we have found Marie de France, a French poetress living in England, who has been credited with an exquisite sense of the generosities and delicacy of the heart. and whose work was certainly highly appreciated in the best circles and among the most cultivated class of her day, describing as a perfect, wise, and courteous knight to a man who practically commits a rape on a woman who has refused to have anything to do with him, and, in so acting, he wins her entire love. The savage beauty of New Caledonia furnishes no better illustration of the fascination of force, for she, at all events, has done her best to court the violence she undergoes. In Middleton's Spanish Gypsy, we find exactly the same episode, and the unhappy Portuguese nun wrote, "Love me forever and make me suffer still more." To find in literature more attenuated examples of the same tendency is easy. Shakespeare, whose observation so little escaped, has seldom depicted the adult passion of a grown woman, but in the play which he has mainly devoted to this subject, he makes Cleopatra refer to amorous pinches, and she says in the end, "The stroke of death is a lover's pinch, which hurts and is desired." "I think the Sabine woman enjoyed being carried off like that," a woman remarked in front of Rubens' Rape of the Sabines, confessing that such a method of lovemaking appealed strongly to herself, and it is probable that the majority of women would be prepared to echo that remark. It may be argued that pain cannot give pleasure, and that when what would usually be pain is felt as pleasure, it cannot be regarded as pain at all. It must be admitted that the emotional state is often somewhat complex. Moreover, women by no means always agree in the statement of their experience. It is noteworthy, however, that even when the pleasurableness of pain in love is denied, it is still admitted that, under some circumstances, pain or the idea of pain is felt as pleasurable. I am indebted to a lady for a somewhat elaborate discussion of this subject, which I may here quote at length. "As regards physical pain, though the idea of it is sometimes exciting, I think the reality is the reverse. A very slight amount of pain destroys my pleasure completely. This was the case with me for fully a month after marriage, and since when pain has occasionally been associated with passion, pleasure has been sensibly diminished. I can imagine that, when there is a want of sensitiveness, so that the tender kiss or caress might fail to give pleasure, more forcible methods are desired. But in that case, what would be pain to a sensitive person would be only a pleasant excitement, and it could not be truly said that such obtuse persons liked pain, though they might appear to do so. I cannot think that anyone enjoys what is pain to them, if only from the fact that it detracts and divides the attention. This, however, is only my own idea drawn from my own negative experience. No woman has ever told me that she would like to have pain inflicted on her. On the other hand, the desire to inflict pain seems almost universal among men. I have only met one man in whom I have never at any time been able to detect it. At the same time, most men shrink from putting their ideas into practice. A friend of my husband finds his chief pleasure in imagining women hurt and ill-treated, but is too tender-hearted ever to inflict pain on them in reality, even when they are willing to submit to it. Perhaps a woman's readiness to submit to pain to please a man may sometimes be taken for pleasure in it. Even when women like the idea of pain, I fancy it is only because it implies a subjection to the man from association with the fact that physical pleasure must necessarily be preceded by submission to his will. In a subsequent communication, this lady enlarged and perhaps somewhat modified her statements on this point. "I don't think that what I said to you was quite correct. Actual pain gives me no pleasure, yet the idea of pain does, if inflicted by a way of discipline and for the ultimate good of the person suffering it. This is essential. For instance, I once read a poem in which the devil and the lost souls in hell were represented as recognizing that they could not be good except under torture, but that while suffering the purifying actions of the flames of hell, they so realized the beauty of holiness that they submitted willingly to their agony and praised God for the sternness of his judgment. This poem gave me decided physical pleasure, yet I know that if my hand were held in a fire for 5 minutes, I should feel nothing but the pain of the burning. To get the feeling of pleasure, too, I must, for the moment, revert to my old religious beliefs and my old notion that mere suffering has an elevating influence. One's emotions are greatly modified by one's beliefs. When I was about 15, I invented a game which I played with a younger sister, in which we were supposed to be going through a process of discipline and preparation for heaven after death. Each person was supposed to enter this state on dying and to pass successively into the charge of different angels named after the special virtues it was their function to instill. The last angel was that of love, who governed solely by the quality whose name he bore. In the lower stages, we were under an angel called severity, who prepared us by extreme harshness and by extracting implicit obedience to arbitrary orders for the acquirement of later virtues. Our duties were to superintend the weather, paint the sunrise and sunset, etc. The constant work involved exercising us in patience and submission. The physical pleasure came in inventing and recounting to each other our day's work and the penalties and hardships we had been subjected to. We never told each other that we got any physical pleasure out of this, and I cannot therefore be sure that my sister did so. I only imagine she did because she entered so heartily into the spirit of the game. I could get as much pleasure by imagining myself the angel and inflicting the pain under the conditions mentioned, but my sister did not like this so much, as she then had no companion in subjection. I could not, however, thus reverse my feelings in regard to a man, as it would appear to me unnatural, and besides, the greater physical strength is essential in the superior position. I can, however, by imagining myself a man, sometimes get pleasure in conceiving myself as educating and disciplining a woman by severe measures. There is, however, no real cruelty in this idea, as I always imagine her liking it. I only get pleasure in the idea of a woman submitting herself to pain and harshness from the man she loves when the following conditions are fulfilled. 1. She must be absolutely sure of the man's love. 2. She must have perfect confidence in his judgment. 3. The pain must be deliberately inflicted, not accidental. 4. It must be inflicted in kindness and for her own improvement, not in anger or with any revengeful feelings, as that would spoil one's ideal of the man. 5. The pain must not be excessive and must be what when we were children we used to call a tidy pain, i.e. there must be no mutilation, cutting, etc. 6. Last, one would have to feel very sure of one's own influence over the man. So much for the idea. As I have never suffered pain under a combination of all these conditions, I have no right to say that I should or should not experience pleasure from its infliction in reality. Another lady writes, I quite agree that the idea of pain may be pleasurable, but must be associated with something to be gained by it. My experience is that it, coitus, does often hurt for a few moments, but that passes and the rest is easy, so that the little hurt is nothing terrible, but all the same annoying if only for the sake of a few minutes' pleasure, which is not long enough. I do not know how my experience compares with other women's, but I feel sure that in my case the time needed is longer than usual, and the longer the better, always with me. As to liking pain, no, I do not really like it, although I can tolerate pain very well of any kind. But I like to feel force and strength. This is usual, I think, women being, or supposed to be, passive in love. I have not found that pain at once kills pleasure. Again, another lady briefly states that, for her, pain has a mental fascination, and that such pain as she has liked, but that, if it had been any stronger, pleasure would have been destroyed. The evidence thus seems to point with various shades of gradation to the conclusion that the idea or even the reality of pain and sexual emotion is welcomed by women, provided that this element of pain is of small amount and subordinate to the pleasure which is to follow it. Unless coitus is fundamentally pleasure, the element of pain must necessarily be unmitigated pain, and a craving for pain unassociated with a greater satisfaction to follow it cannot be regarded as normal. In this connection, I may refer to a suggestive chapter on the enjoyment of pain in Hearn's Origins of Art. If we take into account, says Hearn, the powerful stimulating effect which is produced by acute pain, we may easily understand why people submit to momentary unpleasantness for the sake of enjoying the subsequent excitement. This motive leads to the deliberate creation not only of pain sensations, but also of emotions in which pain enters as an element. The violent activity which is involved in the reaction against fear, and still more in that against anger, affords us a sensation of pleasurable excitement, which is well worth the cost of the passing unpleasantness. It is, moreover, notorious that some persons have developed a peculiar art of making the initial pain of anger so transient that they can enjoy the active elements in it with almost undivided delight. Such an accomplishment is far more difficult in the case of sorrow. The creation of pain sensations may be explained as a desperate device for enhancing the intensity of the emotional state. The relation of pain and pleasure to emotion has been thoroughly discussed, I may add, by H.R. Marshall in his Pain, Pleasure, and Aesthetics. He contends that pleasure and pain are general qualities, one of which must, and either of which may, belong to any fixed element of consciousness. Pleasure, he considers, is experienced whenever the physical activity coincident with the psychic state to which the pleasure is attached involves the use of surplus stored force. We can see, therefore, how, if pain acts as a stimulant to emotion, it becomes the servant of pleasure by supplying it with surplus stored force. This problem of pain is thus one of the psychic dynamics. If we realize this, we shall begin to understand the place of cruelty in life. One ought to learn anew about cruelty, says Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil 229, and open one's eyes. Almost everything that we call higher culture is based upon the spiritualizing and intensifying of cruelty. Then, to be sure, we must put aside teaching the blundering psychology of former times, which could only teach with regard to cruelty that it originated at the sight of the suffering of others. There is an abundant, superabundant enjoyment even in one's own suffering, in causing one's own suffering. The element of paradox disappears from this statement if we realize that it is not a question of cruelty, but of the dynamics of pain. Camilla Bowes, in a suggestive essay, Du plaisir de la douleur, Revue philosophique, July 1902, finds the explanation of the mystery in that complexity of the phenomena to which I have already referred. Both pain and pleasure are complex feelings, the resultant of various components, and we name that resultant in accordance with the nature of the strongest component. That we give to a complexus a name which strictly belongs only to one of its factors, and in pain all is not painful. When pain becomes a desired end, Camille Bowes regards the desire as due to three causes. 1. The pain contrasts with and revives a pleasure which custom threatens to dull. 2. The pain by preceding the pleasure accentuates the positive character of the latter. 3. Pain momentarily raises the lowered level of sensibility and restores to the organism for a brief period the faculty of enjoyment it had lost. It must therefore be said that, insofar as pain is pleasurable, it is so only in far as it is recognized as a prelude to pleasure, or else when it is an actual stimulus to the nerves conveying the sensation of pleasure. The nymphomaniac who experienced an orgasm at the moment when the knife passed through her clitoris, as recorded by Mantegazza, and the prostitute who experienced keen pleasure when the surgeon removed vegetations from her vulva, as recorded by Ferre, took no pleasure in pain, but in one case the intense craving for strong sexual emotion, and in the other the long blunted nerves of pleasure, welcomed the abnormally strong impulse, and the pain of incision, if felt at all, was immediately swallowed up in the sensation of pleasure. Moll remarks, Contraire sexual empfindung, 3rd edition, page 278, that even in man a trace of physical pain may be normally combined with sexual pleasure, when the vagina contracts on the penis at the moment of ejaculation, the pain, when not too severe, being almost immediately felt as pleasure. That there is no pleasure in the actual pain, even in masochism, is indicated by the following statement, which Krafft-Ebing gives as representing the experiences of a masochist. Psychopathia Sexualis, English translation, page 201. The relation is not of such a nature that what causes physical pain is simply perceived as physical pleasure, for the person in a state of masochistic ecstasy feels no pain, either because by reason of his emotional state, like that of the soldier in battle, the physical effect on his cutaneous nerves is not apperceived, or because, as with religious martyrs and enthusiasts, in the preoccupation or consciousness with sexual emotion, the idea of maltreatment remains merely a symbol, without its quality of pain. To a certain extent, there is overcompensation of physical pain in psychic pleasure, and only the excess remains in consciousness as psychic lust. This also undergoes an increase, since either through reflex spinal influence or through a peculiar coloring in the sensorium of sensory impressions, a kind of hallucination of bodily pleasure takes place with a vague localization of the objectively projected sensation. In the self-torture of religious enthusiasts, fakirs, howling dervishes, religious flagellants, there is an analogous state, only with a difference in the quality of pleasurable feeling. Here the conception of martyrdom is also apperceived without its pain, for consciousness is filled with the pleasurably colored idea of serving God, atoning for sins, deserving heaven, etc., through martyrdom. This statement cannot be said to clear up the matter entirely, but it is fairly evident that, when a woman says that she finds pleasure in the pain inflicted by a lover, she means that under the special circumstances she finds pleasure in treatment, which would at other times be felt as pain, or else that the slight real pain experienced is so quickly followed by overwhelming pleasure that in memory the pain itself seems to have been pleasure and may even be regarded as the symbol of pleasure. There is a special peculiarity of physical pain which may be well borne in mind in considering the phenomena now before us, for it helps to account for the tolerance with which the idea of pain is regarded. I refer to the great ease with which physical pain is forgotten, a fact well known to all mothers or to all who have been present at the birth of a child. As Professor von Tisch points out, Der Schmerz, Zeitschrift für Psychologie und Physiologie der Sinnesorgan, Volume 26, Book 1 and 2, 1901, memory can only preserve impressions as a whole. Physical pain consists of a sensation and of a feeling. But memory cannot easily reproduce the definite sensation of the pain, and thus the whole memory is disintegrated and speedily forgotten. It is quite otherwise with moral suffering, which persists in memory and has far more influence on conduct. No one wishes to suffer moral pain or has any pleasure even in the idea of suffering it. It is the presence of this essential tendency which leads to a certain apparent contradiction in a woman's emotions. On the one hand, rooted in the maternal instinct, we find pity, tenderness, and compassion. On the other hand, rooted in the sexual instinct, we find a delight in roughness, violence, pain, and danger, sometimes in herself, sometimes also in others. The one impulse craves something innocent and helpless to cherish and protect. The other delights in the spectacle of recklessness, audacity, and sometimes even effrontery. A woman is not perfectly happy in her lover unless he can give at least some satisfaction to each of these two opposite longings. The psychological satisfaction which women tend to feel in a certain degree of pain in love is strictly coordinated with a physical fact. Women possess a minor degree of sensibility in the sexual region. This fact must not be misunderstood. On the one hand, it by no means begs the question as to whether women's sensibility generally is greater or less than that of men. This is a disputed question, and the evidence is still somewhat conflicting. On the other hand, it also by no means involves a less degree of specific sexual pleasure in women, for the tactile sensibility of the sexual organs is no index to the specific sexual sensibility of those organs when in a state of tumescence. The real significance of the less tactile sensibility of the genital region in women is to be found in parturition and the special liability of the sexual region in women to injury. The women who are less sensitive in this respect would be better able and more willing to endure the risks of childbirth, and would therefore tend to supplant those who are more sensitive. But, as a byproduct of this less degree of sensibility, we have a condition in which physical irritation, amounting even to pain, may become to normal women in the state of extreme tumescence a source of pleasurable excitement, such as it would rarely be to normal men. To Kalman appear to be due the first carefully made observations showing the minor sensibility of the genital tract in women. Adolf Kalman, Sensibilität zu Prüfungen im weiblichen Genital nach Vornschein, Gespannten, Archiv für Gynäkologie, 1898, page 454. He investigated the vagina, urethra, and anus in 18 women and found a great lack of sensibility, least marked in anus and most marked in vagina. This distribution of the insensitiveness alone indicates that it is due, as I have suggested, to natural selection. Sometimes a finger in the vagina could not be felt at all. One woman, when a catheter was introduced into the anus, said it might be the vagina or urethra, but was certainly not the anus. Kalman remarks that he was careful to put his questions in an intelligible form. The women were only conscious of the urine being drawn off when they heard the familiar sound of the stream or when the bladder was very full. If the sound of the stream was deadened by a towel, they were quite unconscious that the bladder had been emptied. In confirmation of this statement, I have noticed that in a lady whose distended bladder it was necessary to empty by the catheter shortly before the birth of her first child, but who had indeed been partly under the influence of chloroform, there was no consciousness of the artificial relief. She merely remarked that she thought she could now relieve herself. There was some sense of temperature, but sense of locality, tactile sense, and judgment of size were often widely erroneous. It is significant that virgins were just as insensitive as married women or those who had had children. Kalman's experiments appear to be confirmed by the experiments of Marco Treves, of Turin on the thermoesteometry of mucous membranes as reported to the Turin International Congress of Physiology and briefly noted in Nature, November 21, 1901. Treves found that the sensitivity of mucous membranes is always less than that of the skin. The mucosa of the urethra and of the cervix uteri was quite incapable of heat and cold sensations, and even the cautery excited only slight and that painful sensation. In further illustration of this point, reference may be made to the not infrequent cases in which the whole process of parturition and the enormous distension of tissues which it involves proceed throughout in an almost or quite painless manner. It is sufficient to refer to 2 cases reported in Paris by Massé and briefly summarized in the British Medical Journal, May 25, 1901. In the first, the patient was a prima para 20 years of age, and until the dilation of the cervix was complete and efforts at expulsion had commenced, the uterine contractions were quite painless. In the second case, the mother, aged 25, a tripara, had previously had very rapid labors. She awoke in the middle of the night without pains, but during micturition, the fetal head appeared at the vulva and was soon born. Further illustrations may be found in those cases in which severe inflammatory processes may take place in the genital canal without being noticed. Thus, Maxwell reports the case of a young Chinese woman, certainly quite normal, in whom after the birth of her first child, the vagina became almost obliterated. Yet beyond slight occasional pain, she noticed nothing wrong until the husband found that penetration was impossible. British Medical Journal, January 11, 1902, page 78. The insensitiveness of the vagina and its contrast in this respect with the penis, though we are justified in regarding the penis as being like organs of special sense relatively deficient in general sensibility, are vividly presented in such an incident as the following, reported a few years ago in America by Dr. G.W. Allen in the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal. A man came under observation with an edematous, inflamed penis. The wife, the night previous, on advice of friends, had injected pure carbolic acid into the vagina just previous to coitus. The husband, ignorant of the fact, experienced untoward burning and smarting during and after coitus, but thought little of it and soon fell asleep. The next morning, there were large blisters on the penis, but it was no longer painful. When seen by Dr. Allen, the prepuce was retracted, and edematous. The whole penis was much swollen, and there were large, perfectly raw surfaces on either side of the glands. In this connection, we may well bring into line a remarkable group of phenomena concerning which much evidence has now accumulated. I refer to the use of various appliances fixed in or around the penis, whether permanently or temporarily during coitus, such appliance being employed at the woman's instigation and solely in order to heighten her excitement in congress. These appliances have their great center among the Indonesian people, in Borneo, Java, Sumatra, the Malay Peninsula, the Philippines, etc., thence extending in a modified form through China to become, it appears, considerably prevalent in Russia. I have also a note of their appearance in India. They have another widely diffused center, through which, however, they are more sparsely scattered among the American Indians of the northern and more especially of the southern continents. Amerigo Vespucci and other early travelers noted the existence of some of these appliances, and since McLuco McLay carefully described them as used in Borneo, their existence has been generally recognized. They are usually regarded merely as ethnological curiosities. As such, they would not concern us here. Their real significance for us is that they illustrate the comparative insensitiveness of the genital canal in women, while at the same time they show that a certain amount of what we cannot but regard as painful stimulation is craved by women, in order to heighten tumescence and increase sexual pleasure, even though it can only be procured by artificial methods. It is, of course, possible to argue that in these cases we are not concerned with pain at all, but with a strong stimulation that is felt as purely pleasurable. There can be no doubt, however, that in the absence of sexual excitement, this stimulation would be felt as purely painful, and, in the light of our previous discussion, we may perhaps fairly regard it as a painful stimulation which is craved, not because it itself is pleasurable, but because it heightens the highly pleasurable state of tumescence. Borneo, the geographical center of the Indonesian world, appears also to be the district in which these instruments are most popular. The ampalong, palong, cambion, or spirit sail yard, as it is variously termed, is a little rod of bone or metal nearly 2 inches in length, rounded at the ends, and used by the Kayans and Dayaks of Borneo. Before coitus, it is inserted into a transverse orifice in the penis made by a painful and somewhat dangerous operation, and kept open by a quill. 2 or more of these instruments are occasionally worn. Sometimes little brushes are attached to each end of the instrument. Another instrument used by the Dyaks, but said to have been borrowed from the Malays, is the palong anus, which is a ring or collar of plaited palm fiber furnished with a pair of stiffish horns of the same wiry material. It is worn on the neck of the glands and fits tight to the skin so as not to slip off. Brooke Lowe, The Natives of Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August and November 1892, page 45. The ampalong and similar instruments are described by Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, Volume 1, Chapter 17, also in Untrodden Fields of Anthropology by a French Army Surgeon, 1898, Volume 2, pages 135 through 141. Also, Mantagazza, Gli Amori, Delgi Umini, French translation, page 83 et sec. Rydell informed McLuco-McLay that in the Celebes, the Alfuras fasten the eyelids of goats with the eyelashes round the corona of the glans penis, and in Java a piece of goatskin is used in a similar way so as to form a hairy sheath. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1876, pages 22 to 25. While among the Bata of Sumatra, Hagen found that small stones are inserted by an incision under the skin of the penis. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1891, Volume 3, page 351. In the Malay Peninsula, Stevens found instruments somewhat similar to the ampalong still in use among some tribes and among other formerly in use. He thinks they were brought from Borneo. H. V. Stevens, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1896, Volume 4, page 181. Bloch, who brings forward other examples of similar devices, Beitrag zur Etiologie per Psychopathia Sexualis, pages 56 to 58, considers that the Australian mica operation may thus in part be explained. Such instruments are not, however, entirely unknown in Europe. In France, in the 18th century, it appears that rings, sometimes set with hard knobs and called aids, were occasionally used by men to heighten the pleasure of women in intercourse. Duren, Marquis de Sade, 1901, page 130. In Russia, according to Weissenberg of Elisabethsgrad, it is not uncommon to use elastic rings set with little teeth. These rings are fastened around the base of the glands. Weissenberg, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1893, Volume 2, page 135. This instrument must have been brought to Russia from the East, for Burton, in the notes to his Arabian Nights, mentions a precisely similar instrument as use in China. Somewhat similar is the Chinese hedgehog, a wreath of fine, soft feathers with the quills solidly fastened by silver wire to a ring of the same metal, which is slipped over the glands. In South America, the Araucanians of Argentina used a little horsehair brush fastened around the penis. One of these is in the museum at La Plata. It is said the custom may have been borrowed from the Patagonians. These instruments, called gescles, are made by the women, and the workmanship is very delicate. Lehmann, Nietzsche, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1900, Volume 6, page 491. It is noteworthy that a somewhat similar tuft of horsehair is also worn in Borneo. Breitenstein, 21, Yahari in India, 1899, Part 1, page 227. Most of the accounts state that the women attach great importance to the gratification afforded by such instruments. In Borneo, a modest woman symbolically indicates to her lover the exact length of the ampalong she would prefer by leaving at a particular spot a cigarette of that length. McLuco-McLay considers that these instruments were invented by women. Brooke Lowe remarks that no woman once habituated to its use will ever dream of permitting her bedfellow to discontinue the practice of wearing it. And Stevens states that at one time no woman would marry a man who was not furnished with such an apparatus. It may be added that a very similar appliance may be found in European countries, especially Germany, in the use of a condom furnished with irregularities or a frill in order to increase the woman's excitement. It is not impossible to find evidence that, in European countries, even in the absence of such instruments, the craving which they gratify still exists in women. Thus, Marioch tells of a patient with vegetations on the glands who delayed treatment because his mistress liked him so best. Article Végétation, Dictionnaire des médecines et chirurgie pratique. It may seem that such impulses and such devices to gratify them are altogether unnatural. This is not so. They have a zoological basis and in many animals are embodied in the anatomical structure. Many rodents, ruminants, and some of the carnivora show natural developments of the penis closely resembling some of those artificially adopted by man. Thus, the guinea pigs possess 2 horny styles attached to the penis, while the glands of the penis is covered with sharp spines. Some of the Cbteddy also have 2 sharp, horny saws at the side of the penis. The cat, the rhinoceros, the tapir, and other animals possess projecting structures on the penis, and some species of ruminants, such as the sheep, the giraffe, and many antelopes, have attached to the penis long filiform processes through which the urethra passes. F. H. A. Marshall, The Physiology of Reproduction, pages 246 to 248. We find, even in creatures so delicate and ethereal as the butterflies, a whole armory of keen weapons for use in coitus. These were described in detail in an elaborate and fully illustrated memoir by P.H. Gossi. On the clasping organs ancillary to generation in certain groups of the Lepidoptera, Transactions of the Linnaean Society, 2nd Series, Volume 2, Zoology, 1882. These organs, which Gossi terms harpies or grappling irons, are found in the Papilionidae and are very beautiful and varied, taking the forms of projecting claws, hooks, pikes, swords, knobs, and strange combinations of these, commonly brought to a keen edge and then cut into sharp teeth. It is probable that all these structures serve to excite the sexual apparatus of the female and to promote tumescence. To the careless observer, there may seem to be something vicious or perverted in such manifestations in man. That opinion becomes very doubtful when we consider how these tendencies occur in people living under natural conditions in widely separated parts of the world. It becomes still further untenable if we are justified in believing that the ancestors of men possessed projecting epithelial appendages attached to the penis, and if we accept the discovery by Freudenthal of the rudiment of these appendages on the penis of the human fetus at an early stage. Freudenthal, Sonderformen der menschlichen Lebensdung, Sexual Problem, February 1912, page 129. In this case, human ingenuity would merely be seeking to supply an organ which nature has ceased to furnish, although it is still in some cases needed, especially among peoples whose aptitude for erethism has remained at or fallen to a subhuman level. At first sight, the connection between love and pain, the tendency of men to delight in inflicting it and women in suffering it, seems strange and inexplicable. It seems amazing that a tender and even independent woman should maintain a passionate attachment to a man who subjects her to physical and moral insults, and that a strong man, often intelligent, reasonable, and even kind-hearted, should desire to subject to such insults a woman whom he loves passionately, and who has given him every final proof of her own passion. In understanding such cases, we have to remember that it is only within limits that a woman really enjoys the pain, discomfort, or subjection to which she submits. A little pain which the man knows he can himself soothe, a little pain which the woman gladly accepts as the sign and forerunner of pleasure. This degree of pain comes within the normal limits of love and is rooted, as we have seen, in the experience of the race. But when it is carried beyond these limits, though it may still be tolerated because of the support it receives from its biological basis, it is no longer enjoyed. The natural note has been too violently struck, and the rhythm of love has ceased to be perfect. A woman may desire to be forced, to be roughly forced, to be ravished away beyond her own will. But all the time she only desires to be forced toward those things which are essentially and profoundly agreeable to her. A man who fails to realize this has made little progress in the art of love. "I like being knocked about and made to do things I don't want to do," a woman said, but she admitted on being questioned that she would not like to have much pain inflicted, and that she might not care to be made to do important things she did not want to do. The story of Griselda's unbound submissiveness can scarcely be said to be psychologically right, though it has its artistic rightness as an elaborate fantasia on this theme justified by its conclusion. This point is further illustrated by the following passage from a letter written by a lady. Submission to the man's will is still and always must be the prelude to pleasure, and the association of ideas will probably always produce this much misunderstood instinct. Now, I find, indirectly from other women and directly from my own experience, that when the point in dispute is very important and the man exerts his authority, the desire to get one's own way completely obliterates the sexual feeling, while, conversely, in small things, the sexual feeling obliterates the desire to have one's own way. Where the two are nearly equal, a conflict between them ensues, and I can stand aside and wonder which will get the best of it, though I encourage the sexual feeling when possible, as if the other conquers, it leaves a sense of great mental irritation and physical discomfort. A man should command in small things, as in 9 cases out of 10 this will produce excitement. He should advise in large matters, or he may find either that he is unable to enforce his orders, or that he produces a feeling of dislike and annoyance he was far from intending. Women imagine men must be stronger than themselves to excite their passion. I disagree. A passionate man has the best chance, for in him the primitive instincts are strong. The wish to subdue the female is one of them, and in small things he will exert his authority to make her feel his power, while she knows that on a question of real importance, she has a good chance of getting her own way by working on his greater susceptibility. Perhaps an illustration will show what I mean. I was listening to the band, and a girl and her fiancé came to occupy 2 seats near me. The girl sank into one seat, but for some reason the man wished her to take the other. She refused. He repeated his order twice, the second time so peremptorily that she changed places, and I heard him say, "I don't think you heard what I said. I don't expect to give an order 3 times." And this little scene interested me, and I afterward asked the girl the following questions. Had you any reason for taking one chair more than the other? No. Did Mr.'s insistence on your changing give you any pleasure? Yes, after a little hesitation. Why? I don't know. Would it have done so if you had particularly wished to sit in that chair? If, for instance, you had had a boil on your cheek and wished to turn that side away from him? No, certainly not. The worry of thinking he was looking at it would have made me too cross to feel pleased. Does this explain what I mean? The occasion, by the way, need not be really important, but, as in this imaginary case of the boil, if it seems important to the woman, irritation will outweigh the physical sensation. I am well aware that in thus asserting a certain tendency in women to delight in suffering pain, however careful and qualified the position I have taken, many estimable people will cry out that I am degrading a whole sex and generally supporting the subjection of women. But the day for academic discussion concerning the subjection of women has gone by. The tendency I have sought to make clear is too well established by the experience of normal and typical women, however numerous the exceptions may be, to be called in question. I would point out to those who would deprecate the influence of such facts in relation to social progress that nothing is gained by regarding women as simply men of smaller growth. They are not so. They have the laws of their own nature. Their development must be along their own lines, and not along masculine lines. It is as true now as in Bacon's day that we only learn to command nature by obeying her. To ignore facts is to court disappointment in our measure of progress. The particular fact with which we have here come in contact is very vital and radical and most subtle in its influence. It is foolish to ignore it. We must allow for its existence. We can neither attain a sane view of life nor a sane social legislation of life unless we possess a just and accurate knowledge of the fundamental instincts upon which life is built. End of section 7. Section 8 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Love and Pain 2. We thus see that there are here 2 separate groups of feelings. One in the masculine line, which delights in displaying force and often inflicts pain, or the simulacrum of pain. The other in the feminine line, which delights in submitting to that force, and even finds pleasure in a slight amount of pain, or the idea of pain, when associated with the experiences of love. We see also that these 2 groups of feelings are complementary. Within the limits consistent with normal and healthy life, what men are impelled to give, women love to receive, that we need not unduly deprecate the cruelty of men within these limits, nor unduly commiserate the women who are subjected to it. Such a conclusion, however, as we have also seen, only holds good within those normal limits which an attempt has here been made to determine. The phenomena we have been considering are strictly normal phenomena, having their basis in the conditions of tumescence and detumescence in animal and primitive human courtship. At one point, however, when discussing the phenomena of the love bite, I referred to the facts which indicate how this purely normal manifestation yet insensibly passes over into the region of the morbid. is an instance that enables us to realize how even the most terrible and repugnant sexual perversions are still demonstrably linked on to phenomena that are fundamentally normal. The love bite may be said to give us the key to that perverse impulse which has been commonly called sadism. There is some difference of opinion as to how sadism may best be defined. Perhaps the simplest and most usual definition is that of Krafft-Ebing as sexual emotion associated with the wish to inflict pain and use violence, or, as he elsewhere expresses it, the impulse to cruel and violent treatment of the opposite sex and the coloring of the idea of such acts with lustful feeling. A more complete definition is that of Moll, who describes sadism as a condition in which the sexual impulse consists in the tendency to strike, ill-use, and humiliate the beloved person. This definition has the advantage of bringing in the element of moral pain. A further extension is made in Ferre's definition as the need of association of violence and cruelty with sexual enjoyment, such violence or cruelty not being necessarily exerted by the person himself who seeks sexual pleasure in this association. Garnier's definition, while comprising all these points, further allows for the fact that a certain degree of sadism may be regarded as normal. Pathological sadism, he states, is an impulsive and obsessing sexual perversion characterized by a close connection between suffering inflicted or mentally represented and the sexual orgasm, without this necessary and sufficing condition, frigidity usually remaining absolute. It must be added that these definitions are very incomplete if by sadism we are to understand the special sexual perversions which are displayed in de Sade's novels. Iwan Bloch, Eugen Duren, in the course of his book on de Sade, has attempted a definition strictly on this basis, and, as will be seen, it is necessary to make it very elaborate. A connection, whether intentionally sought or offered by chance, of sexual excitement and sexual enjoyment, with a real or only symbolic, ideal, illusionary appearance of frightful and shocking events, destructive occurrences and practices which threaten or destroy the life, health, and property of man and other living creatures, and threaten and interrupt the continuity of inanimate objects, whereby the person who from such occurrences obtains sexual enjoyment may either himself be the direct cause or cause them to take place by means of other persons, or merely be the spectator, or finally be, voluntarily or involuntarily, the object against which these processes are directed. This definition of sadism, as found in de Sade's works, is thus, more especially by its final clause, a very much wider conception than the usual definition. Donatien Alphonse François Marquis de Sade was born in 1740 at Paris in the house of the Great Condé. He belonged to a very noble, ancient, and distinguished provincial family. Petrarch's Laura, who married a de Sade, was one of his ancestors, and the family had cultivated both arms and letters with success. He was, according to Lacroix, an adorable youth whose delicately pale and dusky face, lighted up by two large black, according to another account blue, eyes, already bore the languorous imprint of the vice which was to corrupt his whole being. His voice was drawling and caressing. His gait had a softly feminine grace. Unfortunately, there is no authentic portrait of him. His early life is sketched in letter 4 of his Eileen at Valcourt. On leaving the college Louis le Grand, he became a cavalry officer and went through the 7 Years' War in Germany. There can be little doubt that the experiences of his military life, working on a femininely vicious temperament, had much to do with the development of his perversion. He appears to have got into numerous scrapes, of which the details are unknown, and his father sought to marry him to the daughter of an aristocratic friend of his own, a noble and amiable girl of 20. It so chanced that when young de Sade first went to the house of his future wife, only her younger sister, a girl of 13, was at home. With her he at once fell in love, and his love was reciprocated. They were both musical enthusiasts, and she had a beautiful voice. The parents insisted on carrying out the original scheme of marriage. De Sade's wife loved him, and in spite of everything served his interests with Griselda-like devotion. She was, Ginsty remarks, a saint of conjugal life, but her love was from the first only requited with repulsion, contempt, and suspicion. There were, however, children of the marriage. The career of the eldest, an estimable young man who went into the army and also had artistic ability, but otherwise had no community of tastes with his father, has been sketched by Paul Ginsty, who has also edited the letters of the Marquis de Sade's passion for the younger sister continued. He idealized her as Juliet. Though she was placed in a convent beyond his reach, and at a much later period he eloped with her and spent perhaps the happiest period of his life, soon terminated by her death. It is evident that this unhappy marriage was decisive in determining de Sade's career. He at once threw himself recklessly into every form of dissipation, spending his health and his substance sometimes among refinedly debauched nobles, and sometimes among coarsely debauched lackeys. He was, however, always something of an artist, something of a student, something of a philosopher, and at an early period he began to write, apparently at the age of 23. It was at this age, and only a few months after his marriage, that on account of some excess he was for a time confined in Vincennes. He was destined to spend 27 years of his life in prison, if we include the 13 years which in old age he passed in the asylum at Charenton. His actual offenses were by no means so terrible as those he loved to dwell on in imagination, and for the most part they have been greatly exaggerated. His most extreme offenses were the indecent and forcible flagellation in 1768 of a young woman, Rosa Keller, who had accosted him in the street for alms, and whom he induced by false pretenses to come to his house, and the administration of aphrodisiacal bonbons to some prostitutes at Marseilles. It is owing to the fact that the prime of his manhood was spent in prisons that de Sade fell back on dreaming, studying, and novel writing. Shut out from real life, he solaced his imagination with the perverted visions to a very large extent, however founded on knowledge of the real facts of perverted life in his time, which he has recorded in Justine, 1781, Les 120 Journeys de Sodomie ou École de Libertinage, 1785. Aline et Valcourt, ou les Roman philosophiques, 1788, Juliet, 1796, Les philosophies dans les boudoirs, 1795. These books constitute a sort of encyclopedia of sexual perversions in 18th century psychopathia sexualis, and embody at the same time a philosophy. He was the first, Bloch remarks, who realized the immense importance of the sexual question. His general attitude may be illustrated by the following passage as quoted by Le Cassanet. If there are beings in the world whose acts shock all accepted prejudices, we must not preach at them or punish them, because their bizarre tastes no more depend upon themselves than it depends on you whether you are witty or stupid, well-made or humpbacked. What would become of your laws, your morality, your religion, your gallows, your paradise, your gods, your hell, if it were shown that such and such fluids, such fibers, or a certain acridity in the blood, or in the animal spirits alone, suffice to make a man the object of your punishments or your rewards? He was enormously well read, Bloch points out, and his interest extended to every field of literature: belles lettres, philosophy, theology, politics, sociology, ethnology, mythology, and history. Perhaps his favorite reading was travels. He was minutely familiar with the Bible, though his attitude was extremely critical. His favorite philosopher was Lemaitre, whom he very frequently quotes, and he had carefully studied Machiavelli. De Sade had foreseen the Revolution. He was an ardent admirer of Marat, and at this period he entered into public life as a mild, gentle, rather bald, and gray-haired person. Many scenes of the Revolution were the embodiment in real life of de Sade's imagination. Such, for instance, were the barbaric tortures inflicted at the instigation of Théron de Méricourt on Les Belles Boutiqueries. Yet de Sade played a very peaceful part in the events of that time, chiefly as a philanthropist, spending much of his time in the hospitals. He saved his parents-in-law from the scaffold, although they had always been hostile to him, and by his moderation aroused the suspicions of the revolutionary party, and was again imprisoned. Later, he wrote a pamphlet against Napoleon, who never forgave him and had him shut up in Chanteran as a lunatic. It was a not unusual method at that time of disposing of persons whom it was wished to put out of the way, and notwithstanding de Sade's organically abnormal temperament, there is no reason to regard him as actually insane. Royer Collard, an eminent alienist of that period, then at the head of Charenton, declared de Sade to be sane, and his detailed report is still extant. Other specialists were of the same opinion. Bloch, who quotes these opinions, Neuforschungen, etc., page 370, says that the only possible conclusion is that de Sade was sane but neurasthenic, and Eulenberg also concludes that he cannot be regarded as insane, although he was highly degenerate. In the asylum, he amused himself by organizing a theater. Lacroix, many years later, questioning old people who had known him, was surprised to find that even in the memory of most virtuous and respectable persons, he lived merely as an amiable mauvais sujet. It is noteworthy that de Sade aroused in a single degree the love and devotion of women, whether or not we may regard this as evidence of the fascination exerted on women by cruelty. Janin remarks that he had seen many pretty little letters written by young and charming women of the great world begging for the release of the pauvre marquis. Sardou, the dramatist, has stated that in 1855 he visited the Bicêtre and met an old gardener who had known de Sade during his reclusion there. He told that one of the marquis's amusements was to procure baskets of the most beautiful and expensive roses. He would then sit on a footstool by a dirty streamlet which ran through the courtyard and would take the roses one by one, gaze at them, smell them with a voluptuous expression, soak them in the muddy water, and fling them away, laughing as he did so. He died on the 2nd of December, 1814, at the age of 74. He was almost blind, and had long been a martyr to gout, asthma, and an affection of the stomach. It was his wish that acorns should be planted over his grave and his memory effaced. At a later period his skull was examined by a phrenologist, who found it small and well-formed. One would take it at first for a woman's head. The skull belonged to Dr. Laund, but about the middle of the century it was stolen by a doctor who conveyed it to England, where it may possibly yet be found. The foregoing account is mainly founded on Paul Lacroix, Revue de Paris, 1837, and Curiosités de l'Histoire de France, 2nd series, Pros Célèbres, page 225. Janin, Revue de Paris, 1834, Eugène Durand, Iwan Bloch, Der Marquis de Sade und seine Zeit, 3rd edition, 1901, Edam, Neue Forschungen über den Marquis de Sade et seine Zeit, 1904, La Cassagne, Vacher l'Aventure et les Crimes sadiques, 1899, Paul Ginstry, Le Marquis de Sade, 1901. The attempt to define sadism strictly and penetrate to its roots in de Sade's personal temperament reveals a certain weakness in the current conception of this sexual perversion. It is not, as we might infer both from the definition usually given and from its probable biological hereditary from primitive times, a perversion due to excessive masculinity. The strong man is more apt to be tender than cruel, or at all times knows how to restrain within bounds any impulse to cruelty. The most extreme and elaborate forms of sadism, putting aside such as are associated with a considerable degree of imbecility, are more apt to be allied with a somewhat feminine organization. Montaigne, indeed, observed long ago that cruelty is usually accompanied by feminine softness. In the same way, it is a mistake to suppose that the very feminine woman is not capable of sadistic tendencies. Even if we take into account the primitive animal conditions of combat, the male must suffer as well as inflict pain, and the female must not only experience subjection to the male, but also share in the emotions of her partner's victory over his rivals. As bearing on these points, I may quote the following remarks written by a lady. It is said that the weaker and more feminine a woman is, the greater the subjection she likes. I don't think it has anything at all to do with the general character, but depends entirely on whether the feeling of constraint and helplessness affects her sexually. In men, I have several times noticed that those who were most desirous of subjection to the woman they loved had, in ordinary life, very strong and determined characters. I know of others, too, who with very weak characters are very imperious toward the women they care for. Among women, I have often been surprised to see how a strong, determined woman will give way to a man she loves, and how tenacious of her own will may be some fragile, clinging creature who in daily life seems quite unable to act on her own responsibility. A certain amount of passivity, a desire to have their emotions worked on, seems to me, so far as my small experience goes, very common among ordinary, presumably normal men. A good deal of stress is laid on femininity as an attraction in a woman, and this may be so to very strong natures, but so far as I have seen, the women who obtain extraordinary empire over men are those with a certain virility in their character and passions. If with this virility they combine a fragility or childishness of appearance which appeals to a man in another way at the same time, they appear to be irresistible. I have noted some of the feminine traits in de Sade's temperament and appearance. The same may often be noted in sadists whose crimes were very much more serious and brutal than those of de Sade. A man who stabbed women in the streets at St. Louis was a waiter with a high-pitched effeminate voice and boyish appearance. Rydell, the sadistic murderer, was timid, modest, and delicate. He was too shy to urinate in the presence of other people. A sadistic zoophilist, described by A. Marie, who attempted to strangle a woman fellow worker, had always been very timid, blushed with much facility, could not even look children in the eyes, or urinate in the presence of another person, or make sexual advances to women. Kiernan and Moyer are inclined to connect the modesty and timidity of sadists with a disgust for normal coitus. They were called upon to examine an introverted married woman who had inflicted several hundred wounds, mostly superficial, with forks, scissors, etc., on the genital organs and other parts of a girl whom she had adopted from a home. This woman was very prominent in church and social matters in the city in which she lived, so that many clergymen and local persons of importance testified to her chaste, modest, and even prudish character. She was found to be sane at the time of the acts. Moyer, alienist and neurologist, May 1907, in private letter from Dr. Kiernan. We are thus led to another sexual perversion, which is usually considered the opposite of sadism. Masochism is commonly regarded as a peculiarly feminine sexual perversion, in women, indeed, as normal in some degree, and in man as a sort of inversion of the normal masculine emotional attitude. But this view of the matter is not altogether justified, for definite and pronounced masochism seems to be much rarer in women than sadism. Krafft-Ebing, whose treatment of this phenomenon is perhaps his most valuable and original contribution to sexual psychology, has dealt very fully with the matter and brought forward many cases. He thus defines this perversion: by masochism I understand a peculiar perversion of the physical vita sexualis, in which the individual affected, in sexual feeling and thought, is controlled by the idea of being completely and unconditionally subject to the will of a person of the opposite sex, of being treated by this person as by a master humiliated and abused. This idea is colored by sexual feeling. The masochist lives in fancies in which he creates situations of this kind, and he often attempts to realize them. In a minor degree, not amounting to a complete perversion of the sexual instinct, the sentiment of abnegation, the desire to be even physically subjected to the adored woman, cannot be regarded as abnormal. More than 2 centuries before Krafft-Ebing appeared, Robert Burton, who was no mean psychologist, dilated on the fact that love is a kind of slavery. They are commonly slaves, he wrote of lovers, captives, voluntary servants, amator amicae municipum, as Castillo terms him, his mistress's servant, her drudge, prisoner, bondman, what not. Before Burton's time, the legend of the erotic servitude of Aristotle was widely spread in Europe, and pictures exist of the venerable philosopher on all fours, ridden by a woman with a whip. In classic times, various masochistic phenomena are noted with approval by Ovid. It has been pointed out by Mull that there are traces of masochistic feeling in some of Goethe's poems, especially Lilas Park and Erwin und Elmire. Similar traces have been found in the poems of Heine, Platon, Hammerling, and many other poets. The poetry of the people is also said to contain many such traces. It may indeed be said that passion, in its more lyric exaltations, almost necessarily involves some resort to masochistic expression. A popular lady novelist, in a novel written many years ago, represents her hero, a robust soldier, imploring the lady of his love, in a moment of passionate exultation, to trample on him, certainly without any wish to suggest sexual perversion. If it is true that the Antonio of Otway's Venice Preserved is a caricature of Shaftesbury, then it would appear that one of the greatest of English statesmen was supposed to exhibit very pronounced and characteristic masochistic tendencies, and in more recent days masochistic expressions have been noted as occurring in the love letters of so emphatically virile a statesman as Bismarck. Thus, a minor degree of the masochistic tendency may be said to be fairly common, while its more pronounced manifestations are more common than pronounced sadism. It very frequently affects persons of a sensitive, refined, and artistic temperament. It may even be said that this tendency is in the line of civilization. Krafft-Ebing points out that some of the most delicate and romantic love episodes of the Middle Ages are distinctly colored by masochistic emotion. The increasing tendency to masochism with increasing civilization becomes explicable if we accept Colin Scott's secondary law of courting as accessory to the primitive law that the male is active and the female passive and imaginatively attentive to the states of the excited male. According to the secondary law, the female develops a superadded activity, the male becoming relatively passive and imaginatively attentive to the physical and bodily states of the female. We may probably agree that this secondary law of courting does really represent a tendency of love in individuals of complex and sensitive nature, and the outcome of such a receptive attitude on the part of the male is undoubtedly in well-marked cases a desire of submission to the female's will, and a craving to experience in some physical or psychic form, not necessarily painful, the manifestations of her activity. When we turn from vague and unpronounced forms of the masochistic tendency to the more definite forms in which it becomes an unquestionable sexual perversion, we find a very eminent and fairly typical example in Rousseau. An example all the more interesting because here the subject has himself portrayed his perversion in his famous Confessions. It is, however, the name of a less eminent author, the Austrian novelist Sacher Masoch, who has become identified with the perversion through the fact that Krafft Ebing fixed upon it as furnishing a convenient counterpart to the term sadism. It is on the strength of a considerable number of his novels and stories, more especially of Die Venus im Pelz, that Krafft Ebing took the scarcely warrantable liberty of identifying his name, while yet living with a sexual perversion. Sacher Masoch's biography has been written with intimate knowledge and much candor by C.F. von Schlittergrahl, Sacher Masoch und der Masochism, 1901, and more indirectly by his first wife, Wanda von Sacher Masoch, in her autobiography, Mein Leben Bitch, 1906, French translations, Confession de ma vie, 1907. Schlittgrahl's book is written with a somewhat undue attempt to exalt his hero and to attribute his misfortunes to his first wife. The autobiography of the latter, however, enables us to form a more complete picture of Sacher Masoch's life, for while his wife by no means spares herself, she clearly shows that Sacher Masoch was the victim of his own abnormal temperament, and she presents both the sensitive, refined, exalted, and generous aspects of his nature and his morbid, imaginative, vain aspects. Leopold von Sacher Masoch was born in 1836 at Lemberg in Galicia. He was of Spanish, German, and more especially Slavonic race. The founder of the family may be said to be a certain Dom Matthias Sacher, a young Spanish nobleman in the 16th century who settled in Prague. The novelist's father was director of police in Lemberg and married Charlotte von Masoch, a little Russian lady of noble birth. The novelist, the eldest child of this union, was not born until after 9 years of marriage, and in infancy was so delicate that he was not expected to survive. He began to improve, however, when his mother gave him to be suckled to a robust Russian peasant woman, from whom, as he said later, he gained not only health but his soul. From her he learned all the strange and melancholy legends of her people and a love of the Little Russians, which never left him. While still a child, young Sacher Masoch was in the midst of the bloody scenes of the Revolution, which culminated in 1848. When he was 12, the family migrated to Prague, and the boy, though precocious in his development, then first learned the German language, of which he attained so fine a mastery. At a very early age, he had found the atmosphere and even some of the most characteristic elements of the peculiar types which mark his work as a novelist. It is interesting to trace the germinal elements of these peculiarities which so strongly affect his imagination on the sexual side. As a child, he was greatly attracted by representations of cruelty. He loved to gaze at pictures of executions, the legends of martyrs were his favorite reading, and with the onset of puberty he regularly dreamed that he was fettered and in the power of a cruel woman who tortured him. It has been said by an anonymous author that the women of Galicia either rule their husbands entirely and make them their slaves, or themselves sink to be the wretchedest of slaves. At the age of 10, according to Schlittgrahl's narrative, the child Leopold witnessed a scene in which a woman of the former kind, a certain Countess Zenobia X, a relative of his own on the paternal side, played the chief part, and this scene left an undying impress on his imagination. The Countess was a beautiful but wanton creature, and the child adored her, impressed alike by her beauty and the costly furs she wore. She accepted his devotion and little services, and would sometimes allow him to assist her in dressing. On one occasion, as he was kneeling before her to put on her ermine slippers, he kissed her feet. She smiled and gave him a little kick, which filled him with pleasure. Not long afterward occurred the episode which so profoundly affected his imagination. He was playing with his sisters at hide-and-seek and had carefully hidden himself behind the dresses on a clothes rail in the Countess's bedroom. At this moment the Countess suddenly entered the house and ascended the stairs, followed by a lover, and the child, who dared not betray his presence, saw the Countess sink down on a sofa and begin to caress her lover. But a few moments later the husband, accompanied by 2 friends, dashed into the room. Before, however, he could decide which of the lovers to turn against, the Countess had risen and struck him so powerful a blow in the face with her fist that he fell back streaming with blood. She then seized a whip, drove all 3 men out of the room, and in the confusion the lover slipped away. At this moment the clothes rail fell, and the child, the involuntary witness of the scene, was revealed to the Countess, who now fell on him in anger, threw him to the ground, pressed her knee on his shoulder, and struck him unmercifully. The pain was great, and yet he was conscious of a strange pleasure. While this castigation was proceeding, the Count returned, no longer in a rage, but meek and humble as a slave, and kneeled down before her to beg forgiveness. As the boy escaped, he saw her kick her husband. The child could not resist the temptation to return to the spot. The door was closed, and he could see nothing, but he heard the sound of the whip and the groans of the Count beneath his wife's blows. It is unnecessary to insist that in this scene, acting on a highly sensitive and somewhat peculiar child, we have the key to the emotional attitude which affected so much of Sacher-Masoch's work. As his biographer remarks, woman became to him, during a considerable part of his life, a creature at once to be loved and hated, a being whose beauty and brutality enabled her to set her foot at will on the necks of men, and in the heroine of his first important novel, The Emissar, dealing with the Polish Revolution, he embodied the contradictory personality of Countess Zenobia. Even the whip and the fur garments, Sacher-Masoch's favorite emotional symbols, find their explanation in this early episode. He was accustomed to say of an attractive woman, "I should like to see her in furs," and of an unattractive woman, "I could not imagine her in furs." His writing paper at one time was adorned with the figure of a woman in Russian boyar costume, her cloak lined with ermine and brandishing a scourge. On his walls he liked to have pictures of women in furs, of the kind of which there is so magnificent an example by Rubens in the gallery at Munich. He would even keep a woman's fur cloak on an ottoman in his study and stroke it from time to time, finding that his brain thus received the same kind of stimulation as Schiller found in the odor of rotten apples. Footnote. It must not be supposed that the attraction of fur or of the whip is altogether accounted for by such a casual early experience as in Sacher-Masoch's case served to evoke it. The whip we shall have to consider briefly later on. The fascination exerted by fur, whether manifesting itself as love or fear, would appear to be very common in many children and almost instinctive. Stanley Hall, in his Study of Fears, American Journal of Psychology, Volume 8, page 213, has obtained as many as 111 well-developed cases of fear of fur, or, as he terms it, dorophobia. In some cases appearing as early as the age of 6 months, and he gives many examples. He remarks that the love of fur is still more common, and concludes that both this love and fear are so strong and instinctive that they can hardly be fully accounted for without recourse to a time when association with animals was far closer than now, or perhaps when our remote ancestors were hairy. Cross-reference Erotic Symbolism 4 in the 5th volume of these studies. End footnote. At the age of 13, in the Revolution of 1848, young Sacher-Masoch received his baptism of fire. Carried away in the popular movement, he helped to defend the barricades, together with a young lady, a relative of his family, an Amazon with a pistol in her girdle, such as later he loved to depict. This episode was, however, but a brief interruption of his education. He pursued his studies with brilliance, and on the higher side his education was aided by his father's aesthetic tastes. Amateur theatricals were in special favor at his home, and here even the serious plays of Goethe and Gogol were performed, thus helping to train and direct the boy's taste. It is perhaps, however, significant that it was a tragic event which, at the age of 16, first brought to him the full realization of life and the consciousness of his own power. This was the sudden death of his favorite sister. He became serious and quiet, and always regarded this grief as a turning point in his life. At the universities of Prague and Graz, he studied with such zeal that when only 19 he took his doctor's degree in law, and shortly afterward became a Privatdozent for German history at Graz. Gradually, however, the charms of literature asserted themselves definitely, and he soon abandoned teaching. He took part, however, in the War of 1866 in Italy, and at the Battle of Solferino he was decorated on the field for bravery and action by the Austrian Field Marshal. These incidents, however, had little disturbing influence on Sacher-Masoch's literary career, and he was gradually acquiring a European reputation by his novels and stories. A far more serious, disturbing influence had already begun to be exerted on his life by a series of love episodes. Some of these were of slight and ephemeral character. Some were a source of unalloyed happiness, all the more so if there were an element of extravagance to appeal to his quixotic nature. He always longed to give a dramatic and romantic character to his life, his wife says, and he spent some blissful days on an occasion when he ran away to Florence with a Russian princess as her private secretary. Most often, these episodes culminated in deception and misery. It was after a relationship of this kind, from which he could not free himself for 4 years, that he wrote Die Gerstein Frau, Passiongeschichte eines Idealisten, putting into it much of his own personal history. At one time, he was engaged to a sweet and charming young girl. Then it was that he met a young woman at Graz, Laura Rumlin, 27 years of age, engaged as a glovemaker and living with her mother. Though of poor parentage, with little or no knowledge of the world, she had great natural ability and intelligence. Schlittegrol represents her as spontaneously engaging in a mysterious intrigue with a novelist. Her own detailed narrative renders the circumstances more intelligible. He approached Sacher-Masoch by a letter, adopting for disguise the name of his heroine, Wanda von Dunajev, in order to recover possession of some compromising letters which had been written to him as a joke by a friend of hers. Sacher-Masoch insisted on seeing his correspondent before returning the letters, and with his eager thirst for romantic adventure, he imagined that she was a married woman of the aristocratic world, probably a Russian countess, whose simple costume was a disguise. Not anxious to reveal the prosaic facts, she humored him in his imaginations, and a web of mystification was thus formed. A strong attraction grew up on both sides, and, though for some time Laura Rumlin maintained the mystery and held herself aloof from him, a relationship was formed and a child born. Thereupon, in 1893, they married. Before long, however, there was disillusion on both sides. She began to detect the morbid, chimerical, and unpractical aspects of his character, and he realized that not only was his wife not an aristocrat, but, what was of more importance to him, she was by no means the domineering heroine of his dreams. Soon after marriage, in the course of an innocent romp in which the whole of the small household took part, he asked his wife to inflict a whipping on him. She refused, and he thereupon suggested that the servant should do it. The wife failed to take this idea seriously, but he had it carried out with great satisfaction at the severity of the castigation he received. When, however, his wife explained to him that after this incident it was impossible for the servant to stay, Sacher-Masoch quite agreed, and she was at once discharged. But he constantly found pleasure in placing his wife in awkward or compromising circumstances, a pleasure she was too normal to share. This necessarily led to much domestic wretchedness. He had persuaded her, against her wish, to whip him nearly every day with whips which he devised having nails attached to them. He found this a stimulant to his literary work, and it enabled him to dispense in his novels with his stereotyped heroine, who was always engaged in subjugating men, for, as he explained to his wife, when he had the reality in his life, he was no longer obsessed by it in his imaginative dreams. Not content with this, however, he was constantly desirous for his wife to be unfaithful. He even put an advertisement in a newspaper to the effect that a young and beautiful woman desired to make the acquaintance of an energetic man. The wife, however, though she wished to please her husband, was not anxious to do so to this extent. She went to a hotel by appointment to meet a stranger who had answered this advertisement, but when she had explained to him the state of the affairs, he chivalrously conducted her home. It was some time before Sacher-Masoch eventually succeeded in rendering his wife unfaithful. He attended to the minutest details of her toilette on this occasion, and as he bade her farewell at the door, he exclaimed, "How I envy him!" This episode thoroughly humiliated the wife, and from that moment her love for her husband turned to hate. A final separation was only a question of time. Sacher-Masoch formed a relationship with Hulda Meister, who had come to act as secretary and translator to him, while his wife became attached to Rosenthal, a clever journalist later known to the readers of the Figaro as Jacques Saint-Cyr, who realized her painful position and felt sympathy and affection for her. She went to live with him in Paris, and having refused to divorce her husband, he eventually obtained a divorce from her. She states, however, that she never at any time had physical relationships with Rosenthal, who was a man of fragile organization and health. Sacher-Masoch united himself to Hulda Meister, who was described by the first wife as a prim and faded but coquettish old maid, and by the biographer as a highly accomplished and gentle woman who cared for him with almost maternal devotion. No doubt there is truth in both descriptions. It must be noted that, as Wanda clearly shows, apart from his abnormal sexual temperament, Sacher-Masoch was kind and sympathetic, and he was strongly attached to his eldest child. Eulenberg also quotes the statement of a distinguished Austrian woman writer acquainted with him that, apart from his sexual eccentricities, he was an amiable, simple, and sympathetic man with a touchingly tender love for his children. He had very few needs, did not drink or smoke, and though he liked to put the woman he was attached to in rich furs and fantastically gorgeous raiment, he dressed himself with extreme simplicity. His wife quotes the saying of another woman that he was as simple as a child and as naughty as a monkey. In 1883, Sacher-Masoch and Hulda Meister settled in Lindheim, a village in Germany near the Taunus, a spot to which the novelist seems to have been attached because in the grounds of his little estate was a haunted and ruined tower associated with a tragic medieval episode. Here, after many legal delays, Sacher-Masoch was able to render his union with Hulda Meister legitimate. Here 2 children were in due course born, and here the novelist spent the remaining years of his life in comparative peace. At first, as is usual, treated with suspicion by the peasants, Sacher-Masoch gradually acquired great influence over them. He became a kind of Tolstoy in the rural life around him, the friend and confidant of all the villagers. Something of Tolstoy's communism is also, it appears, to be seen in the books he wrote at this time, while the theatrical performances which he inaugurated and in which his wife took an active part spread the fame of the household in many neighboring villages. Meanwhile, his health began to break up. A visit to Nauheim in 1894 was of no benefit, and he died March 9, 1895. A careful consideration of the phenomena of sadism and masochism may be said to lead us to the conclusion that there is no real line of demarcation. Even de Sade himself was not a pure sadist, as Bloch's careful definition is alone sufficient to indicate. It might even be argued that de Sade was really a masochist. The investigation of histories of sadism and masochism, even those given by Croft, Ebbing, as indeed Colin Scott and Foray have already pointed out, constantly reveals traces of both groups of phenomena in the same individual. They cannot therefore be regarded as opposed manifestations. This has been felt by some writers, who have in consequence proposed other names more clearly indicating the relationship of the phenomena. Foray speaks of sexual algophily. He only applies the term to masochism. It might equally well be applied to sadism. Schrenck-Notzing, to cover both sadism and masochism, has invented the term algolania, algos, pain, and lagnos, sexually excited, and calls the former active, the latter passive, algolania. Eulenberg has also emphasized the close connection between these groups of perverted sexual manifestations, and has adopted the same terms, adding the further group of ideal, illusionary, algolania, to cover the cases in which the mere autosuggestive representation of pain, inflicted or suffered, suffices to give sexual gratification. A brief discussion of the terms sadism and masochism has imposed itself upon us at this point because as soon as, in any study of the relationship between love and pain, we pass over the limits of normal manifestations into a region which is more or less abnormal, these two conceptions are always brought before us, and it was necessary to show on what grounds they are here rejected as the pivots on which the discussion ought to turn. We may accept them as useful terms to indicate 2 groups of clinical phenomena, but we cannot regard them as of any real scientific value. Having reached this result, we may continue our consideration of the love bite as the normal manifestation of the connection between love and pain, which most naturally leads us across the frontier of the abnormal. The result of the love bite in its extreme degree is to shed blood. This cannot be regarded as the direct aim of the bite in its normal manifestations, for the mingled feelings of close contact, of passionate gripping, of symbolic devouring, which constitute the emotional accompaniments of the bite, would be too violently discomposed by actual wounding and real shedding of blood. With some persons, however, perhaps more especially women, the love bite is really associated with a conscious desire, even if more or less restrained, to draw blood, a real delight in this process, a love of blood. Probably this only occurs in persons who are not absolutely normal, but on the borderland of the abnormal. We have to admit that this craving has, however, a perfectly normal basis. There is scarcely any natural object with so profoundly emotional an effect as blood, and it is very easy to understand why this should be so. Moreover, blood enters into the sphere of courtship by virtue of the same conditions by which cruelty enters into it. They are both accidents of combat, and combat is of the very essence of animal and primitive human courtship, certainly its most frequent accompaniment. So that the repelling or attracting fascination of blood may be regarded as a byproduct of normal courtship, which, like other such byproducts, may become an essential element of abnormal courtship. Normally, the fascination of blood, if present at all during sexual excitement, remains more or less latent, either because it is weak or because the checks that inhibit it are inevitably very powerful. Occasionally, it becomes more clearly manifest, and this may happen early in life. Foray records the case of a man of Anglo-Saxon origin, of sound heredity so far as could be ascertained and presenting no obvious stigmata of degeneration, who first experienced sexual manifestations at the age of 5 when a boy cousin was attacked by bleeding at the nose. It was the first time he had seen such a thing, and he experienced erection and much pleasure at the sight. This was repeated the next time the cousin's nose bled, and also whenever he witnessed any injuries or wounds, especially when occurring in males. A few years later, he began to find pleasure in pinching and otherwise inflicting slight suffering. This sadism was not, however, further developed, although a tendency to inversion persisted. Somewhat similar may have been the origin of the attraction of blood in a case which has been reported to me of a youth of 17, the youngest of a large family, who are all very strong and entirely normal. He is himself, however, delicate, overgrown, with a narrow chest, a small head, and babyish features, while mentally he is backward, with very defective memory and scant powers of assimilation. He is intensely nervous, peevish, and subject to fits of childish rage. He takes violent fancies to persons of his own sex, but he appears to have only one way of obtaining sexual excitement and gratification. It is his custom to get into a hot bath and there to produce erection and emission, not by masturbation but by thinking of flowing blood. He does not associate himself with a causation of this imaginary flow of blood. He is merely the passive but pleased spectator. He is aware of his peculiarity and endeavors to shake it off, but his efforts to obtain normal pleasure by thinking of a girl are vain. I may here narrate a case which has been communicated to me of algolagnia in a woman combined with sexual hyperthasia. R.D., aged 25, married and of good social position. She is a small and dark woman, restless and alert in manner. She has one child. She has practiced masturbation from an early age, ever since she can remember, by the method of external friction and pressure. From the age of 17, she was able, and is still, to produce the orgasm almost without effort, by calling up the image of any man who has struck her fancy. She has often done so while seated talking to such a man, even when he is almost a stranger. In doing it, she says, a tightening of the muscles of the thighs and the slightest movement are sufficient. Ugly men, if not deformed, as well as men with a reputation of being roués, greatly excite her sexually, more especially if of good social position, though this is not essential. At the age of 18, she became hysterical, probably, she herself believes, in consequence of a great increase at that time of indulgence in masturbation. The doctors, apparently suspecting her habits, urged her parents to get her married early. She married, at the age of 20, a man about twice her own age. As a child, and in a less degree still, she was very fond of watching dog fights. This spectacle produced strong sexual feelings and usually orgasm, especially if much blood was shed during the fight. Clean cuts and wounds greatly attract her, whether on herself or a man. She has frequently slightly cut or scratched herself to see the blood, and likes to suck the wound, thinking the taste delicious. This produces strong sexual feelings and often orgasm, especially if at the time she thinks of some attractive man and imagines that she is sucking his blood. The sight of injury to a woman only very slightly affects her, and that, she thinks, only because of an involuntary association of ideas. Nor has the sight of suffering in illness any exciting effects, only that which is due to violence, and when there is a visible cause for the suffering, such as cuts and wounds. Bruises, from the absence of blood, have only a slight effect. The excitement is intensified if she imagines that she has herself inflicted the injury. She likes to imagine that the man wished to rape her, and that she fought him in order to make him more greatly value her favor, so wounding him. Impersonal ideas of torture also excite her. She thinks Fox's Book of Martyrs lovely, and the more horrible and bloody the tortures described, the greater is the sexual excitement produced. The book excites her from the point of view of the torturer, not that of the victim. She has frequently masturbated while reading it. So far as practicable, she has sought to carry out these ideas in her relations with her husband. She has several times bitten him till the blood came, and sucked the bite during coitus. She likes to bite him enough to make him wince. The pleasure is greatly heightened by thinking of various tortures, chiefly by cutting. She likes to have her husband talk to her and she to him of all the tortures they could inflict on each other. She has, however, never actually tried to carry out these tortures. She would like to, but dares not, as she is sure he could not endure them. She has no desire for her husband to try them on her, although she likes to hear him talk about it. She is at the same time fond of normal coitus, even to excess. She likes her husband to remain entirely passive during connection so that he can continue in a state of strong erection for a long time. She can thus, she says, procure for oneself the orgasm a number of times in succession, even 9 or 10 quite easily. On one occasion, she even had the orgasm 26 times within about 1¼ hours, her husband during this time having 2 orgasms. She is quite certain about the accuracy of this statement. During this feat, much talk about torture was indulged in, and it took place after a month's separation from her husband, during which she was careful not to masturbate, so that she might have a real good time when he came back. She acknowledges that on this occasion she was a complete wreck for a couple of days afterward, but states that usually 10 or a dozen orgasms, or spasms as she terms them, only make her feel lively. She becomes frenzied with excitement during intercourse and insensible to everything but the pleasure of it. She has never hitherto allowed anyone, except her husband after marriage, to know of her sadistic impulses, nor has she carried them out with anyone, though she would like to if she dared, nor has she allowed any man but her husband to have connection with her or to take any liberties. Outbursts of sadism may occur episodically in fairly normal persons. Thus, Courtenay describes the case of a lad of 17, always regarded as quite normal and without any signs of degeneracy, even on careful examination, or any traces of hysteria or alcoholism, though there was insanity among his cousins, who had occasional sexual relations for a year or 2, and on one occasion, being in a state of erection, struck the girl 3 times on the breast and abdomen with a kitchen knife bought for the purpose. He was much ashamed of his act immediately afterward, and, all the circumstances being taken into consideration, he was acquitted by the court. Here we seem to have the obscure and latent fascination of blood, which is almost normal, germinating momentarily into an active impulse, which is distinctly abnormal, though it produced little beyond those incisions which Vattesanya disapproved of, but still regarded as part of courtship. One step more, and we are amid the most outrageous and extreme of all forms of sexual perversion, with the heroes of de Sade's novels, who, in exemplification of their author's most cherished ideals, planned scenes of debauchery in which the flowing of blood is an essential element of coitus. With the Marshal Gilles de Rais and the Hungarian Countess Bathory, whose lust could only be satiated by the death of innumerable victims. This impulse to stab, with no desire to kill, or even in most cases to give pain, but only to draw blood and so either stimulate or altogether gratify the sexual impulse, is no doubt the commonest form of sanguinary sadism. These women stabbers have been known in France as piqueurs for nearly a century, and in Germany are termed Stehherr or Messersteher. They have been studied by Nach zur Physiologie der Jadistischen Messersteher, Archiv für Kriminalanthropologie, Volume 35, 1909. A case of this kind, where a man stabbed girls in the abdomen, occurred in Paris in the middle of the 18th century, and in 1819 or 1820 there seems to have been an epidemic of piqueurs in Paris, as we learn from a letter of Charlotte von Schiller's to Niebel. The offenders, though perhaps there was only one, frequented the boulevards and the Palais Royal and stabbed women in the buttocks or thighs. They were never caught. About the same time, similar cases of a slighter kind occurred in London, Brussels, Hamburg, and Munich. Stabbers are nearly always men, but cases of the same perversion in women are not unknown. Thus, Dr. Kiernan informs me of an Irish woman, aged 40, and at the beginning of the menopause, who in New York, in 1909, stabbed 5 men with a hat pin. The motive was sexual, and she told one of the men that she stabbed him because she loved him. Guy de Rais, who had fought beside Joan of Arc, is the classic example of sadism in its extreme form, involving the murder of youths and maidens. Bernal considers that there is some truth in the contention of Huysmans that the association with Joan of Arc was a predisposing cause in unbalancing Guy de Rais. Another cause was his luxurious habit of life. He himself, no doubt, rightly attached importance to the suggestions received in reading Suetonius. He appears to have been a sexually precocious child, judging from an obscure passage in his Confessions. He was artistic and scholarly, fond of books, of the society of learned men, and of music. Bernal sums him up as a pious warrior, a cruel and keen artist, a voluptuous assassin, an exalted mystic, who was at the same time unbalanced, a superior degenerate, and morbidly impulsive. The best books on Guy de Rais are the Abbé Broussard's Guy de Rais, in which, however, the author, being a priest, treats his subject as quite sane and abnormally wicked. Huysmans' novel La Bosse, which embodies a detailed study of Guy del Rey, and F. H. Brunel's These de Paris, La Psychose de Guy del Rey, 1910. The opinion has been hazarded that the history of Guy del Rey is merely a legend. This view is not accepted, but there can be no doubt that the sadistic manifestations which occurred in the Middle Ages were mixed up with legendary and folklore elements. These elements centered on the conception of the werewolf, supposed to be a man temporarily transformed into a wolf with bloodthirsty impulses. See, e.g., articles Werewolf and Lycanthropy in Encyclopedia Britannica. France especially was infested with werewolves in the 16th century. In 1603, however, it was decided at Bordeaux in a trial involving a werewolf that lycanthropy was only an insane delusion. Dumas, Les Loups-garous, Journal de Physiologie Normale et Pathologique, May through June 1907, argues that the medieval werewolves were sadists whose crimes were largely imaginative, though sometimes real, the predecessor of the modern Jack the Ripper. The complex nature of the elements making up the belief in the werewolf is emphasized by Ernest Jones, Der Albtraum, 1912. Related to the werewolf, but distinct, was the vampire, supposed to be a dead person who rose from the dead to suck the blood of the living during sleep. By way of reprisal, the living dug up, exorcised, and mutilated the supposed vampires. This was called vampirism. The name vampire was then transferred to the living person who had so treated a corpse. All profanation of the corpse, whatever its origin, is now frequently called vampirism. Ipalou, Vampirisme, Thèse de Lyon, 1901, item. Les Vampires du Mois, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, September 1903. The earliest definite reference to necrophilie is in Herodotus, who tells, Book 2, Chapter 89, of an Egyptian who has connection with the corpse of a woman recently dead. Epalou gives various old cases and at full length the case which he himself investigated of Ardisson, the Vampire du Mois. W. A. F. Brown also has an interesting article on necrophiliism, Journal of Mental Science, January 1875, which he regards as atavistic. When there is, in addition, mutilation of the corpse, the condition is termed necrosadism. There seems usually to be no true sadism in either necrosadism or necrophiliism. See, however, Bloch, Betrage, Volume 2, page 284, et seq. It must be said also that cases of rape followed by murder are quite commonly not sadistic. The type of such cases is represented by Soliland, who raped and then murdered children. He showed no sadistic perversion. He merely killed to prevent discovery, as a burglar who is interrupted may commit murder in order to escape. E. Dupré, L'Affaire Soliland. Archives d'Anthropologie Criminale, January through February 1910. A careful and elaborate study of a completely developed sadist has been furnished by Lacassagne, Rousset, and Papillon. Les Affaires Rydell, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, October through November 1907. Rydell, a youth of 18, a seminarist, was a congenital sanguinary sadist who killed another youth and was finally sent to an asylum. From the age of 4, he had voluptuous ideas connected with blood and killing, and liked to play at killing with other children. He was of infantile physical development, with a pleasant, childish expression of face, very religious, and hated obscenity and immorality. But the love of blood and murder was an irresistible obsession, and its gratification produced immense emotional relief. Sadism generally has been especially studied by Le Cassagne. Vacher, les aventures et les crimes sadiques, 1899. Zoosadism, or sadism toward animals, has been dealt with by P. Thomas. Les sadismes sur les animaux. Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, September 1903. Autosadism, or autoerotic cruelty, that is to say, injuries inflicted on a person by himself with a sexual motive, has been investigated by G. Bach. Actuelle Vereinhung des Menschen und der Natur, page 427. This condition seems, however, a form of algolagnia more masochistic than sadistic in character. With regard to the medico-legal aspects, Kiernan, Responsibility in Active Agolphilie, Medicine, April 1903, sets forth the reasons in favor of the full and complete responsibility of sadists, and Harold Moyer comes to the same conclusion. Is sexual perversion insanity? Alienist and Neurologist, May 1907. See also Thoinot's Medico-Legal Aspects of Moral Offenses, edited by Weiss, 1911, Chapter 18. While we are probably justified in considering the sadist as morally not insane in the technical sense, we must remember that he is, for the most part, highly abnormal from the outset. As Gopp points out, Sexual Problème, October 1909, page 797, we cannot measure the influences which create the sadist, and we must not therefore attempt to punish him, but we are bound to place him in a position where he will not injure society. It is enough here to emphasize the fact that there is no solution of continuity in the links that bind the absolute normal manifestations of sex with the most extreme violations of all human law. This is so true that in saying that these manifestations are violations of all human law, we cannot go on to add, what would seem fairly obvious, that they are violations also of all natural law. We have but to go sufficiently far back or sufficiently far afield in the various zoological series to find that manifestations which, from the human point of view, are in the extreme degree abnormally sadistic here because actually normal. Among very various species, wounding and rending normally take place at or immediately after coitus. If we go back to the beginning of animal life, in the protozoa sexual conjugation itself is sometimes found to present the similitude, if not the actuality, of the complete devouring of one organism by another. Over a very large part of nature, as it has been truly said, but a thin veil divides love from death. There is indeed, on the whole, a point of difference. In that abnormal sadism which appears from time to time among civilized human beings, it is nearly always the female who becomes the victim of the male. But in the normal sadism which occurs throughout a large part of nature, it is nearly always the male who is the victim of the female. It is the male spider who impregnates the female at the risk of his life, and sometimes perishes in the attempt. It is the male bee who, after intercourse with the queen, falls dead from that fatal embrace, leaving her to fling aside his entrails and calmly pursue her course. If it may seem to some that the course of our inquiry leads us to contemplate with equanimity, as a natural phenomenon, a certain semblance of cruelty in man and his relations with women, they may, if they will, reflect that this phenomenon is but a very slight counterpoise to that cruelty which has been naturally exerted by the female on the male, long even before man began to be. End of section 8. Section 9 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Love and Pain 3. The whole problem of love and pain in its complementary sadistic and masochistic aspects is presented to us in connection with the pleasure sometimes experienced in whipping, or in being whipped, or in witnessing or thinking about scenes of whipping. The association of sexual emotion with bloodshed is so extreme a perversion, it so swiftly sinks to phases that are obviously cruel, repulsive, and monstrous in an extreme degree, that it is necessarily rare, and those who are afflicted by it are often more or less imbecile. With whipping it is otherwise. Whipping has always been a recognized religious penance. It is still regarded as a beneficial and harmless method of chastisement. There is nothing necessarily cruel, repulsive, or monstrous in the idea or the reality of whipping, and it is perfectly easy and natural for an interest in the subject to arise in an innocent and even normal child, and thus to furnish a germ around which, temporarily, at all events, sexual ideas may crystallize. For these reasons, the connection between love and pain may be more clearly brought out in connection with whipping than with blood. There is by no means any necessary connection between flagellation and the sexual emotions. If there were, this form of penance would not have been so long approved, or at all events tolerated by the Church. Footnote: the discipline or scourge was classed with fasting as a method of mastering the flesh and of penance. See, e.g., Leah, History of Auricular Confession, Volume 2, page 122. For many centuries, bishops and priests used themselves to apply the discipline to their penitents. At first it was applied to the back. Later, especially in the case of female penitents, it was frequently applied to the nates. Moreover, partial or complete nudity came to be frequently demanded, the humiliation thereby caused being pleasant in the sight of God. End of footnote. As a matter of fact, indeed, it was not always approved or even tolerated. Pope Adrian IV in the 8th century forbade priests to beat their penitents, and at the time of the epidemic of flagellation in the 13th century, which was highly approved by many holy men, the abuses were yet so frequent that Clement VI issued a bull against these processions. All such papal prohibitions remained without effect. The association of religious flagellation with perverted sexual motives is shown by its condemnation in later ages by the Inquisition, which was accustomed to prosecute the priest who, in prescribing flagellation as a penance, exerted it personally or caused it to be inflicted on the stripped penitent in his presence, or made a woman penitent discipline him, such offenses being regarded as forms of solicitation. There seems even to be some reason to suppose that the religious flagellation mania, which was so prevalent in the later Middle Ages, when processions of penitents, male and female, eagerly flogged themselves and each other, may have had something to do with the discovery of erotic flagellation, which, at all events in Europe, seems scarcely to have been known before the 16th century. It must, in any case, have assisted to create a predisposition. The introduction of flagellation as a definitely recognized sexual stimulant is by Eulenberg in his interesting book Sadismus und Masochismus, attributed to the Arabian physicians. It would appear to have been by the advice of an Arabian physician that the Duchess Leonora Gonzaga of Mantua was whipped by her mother to aid her in responding more warmly to her husband's embraces and to conceive. Whatever the precise origin of sexual flagellation in Europe, there can be no doubt that it soon became extremely common, and so it remains at the present day. Those who possess a special knowledge of such matters declare that sexual flagellation is the most frequent of all sexual perversions in England. This belief is, I know, shared by many people both inside and outside England. However this may be, the tendency is certainly common. I doubt if it is any or at all less common in Germany, judging by the large number of books on the subject of flagellation which have been published in German. In a catalogue of interesting books on this and allied subjects issued by a German publisher and bookseller, I find that, of 55 volumes, as many as 17 or 18, all in German, deal solely with the question of flagellation, while many of the other books appear to deal in part with the same subject. It is, no doubt, true that the large part which the rod has played in the past history of our civilization justifies a considerable amount of scientific interest in the subject of flagellation, but it is clear that the interest in these books is by no means always scientific, but very frequently sexual. It is remarkable that, while the sexual associations of whipping, whether in slight or in marked degrees, are so frequent in modern times, they appear to be by no means easy to trace in ancient times. Flagellation, I find it stated by a modern editor of the Preface, so extensively practiced in England, as a provocation to venery, is almost entirely unnoticed by the Latin erotic writers, although in the Satyricon of Petronius, chapter 138, and Clopius, in describing the steps taken by Enothea to undo the temporary impotence to which he was subjected, says, "Next she mixed nasturtium juice with southern wood, and having bathed my 4 parts, she took a bunch of green nettles and gently whipped my belly all over below the navel." It appears also that many ancient courtesans dedicated to Venus as ex votos a whip, a bridle, or a spur as tokens of their skill in riding their lovers. The whip was sometimes used in antiquity, but if it aroused sexual emotions, then they seem to have passed unregarded. We naturally know nothing, Eulenberg remarks, Sadismus und Masochismus, page 72, of the feelings of the priestess of Artemis at the flagellation of Spartan youths, or what emotions inspired the priestess of the Syrian goddess under similar circumstances, or what the Roman Pontifex Maximus felt when he castigated the exposed body of a negligent vestal, as described by Plutarch, behind a curtain, and the plagius or bilious only practiced on children. It was at the Renaissance that cases of abnormal sexual pleasure and flagellation began to be recorded. The earliest distinct reference to a masochistic flagellant seems to have been made by Pico della Mirandola toward the end of the 15th century in his Disputationes adversus Astrologiam Divinatricum, Book 3, Chapter 27. Coleus Rodingius in 1516 again narrated the case of a man he knew who liked to be severely whipped, and found this a stimulant to coitus. Otto Brunfels, in his Onomasticon 1534, art. Coitus, refers to another case of a man who could not have intercourse with his wife until he had been whipped. Then, a century later, in 1643, Mebomius wrote De usa flagorium in re venerea, the earliest treatise on this subject, narrating various cases. Numerous old cases of pleasure and flagellation and urtication were brought together by Scurig in 1720 in his Spermatologia, page 253 to 258. The earliest definitely described medical case of sadistic pleasure in the site of active whipping which I have myself come across belongs to the year 1672, and occurs in a letter in which Nestorus seeks the opinion of Garmon. He knows intimately, he states, a very learned man, whose name, for the honor he bears him, he refrains from mentioning, who, whenever in a school or elsewhere he sees a boy unbreeched and birched, and hears him crying out, at once emits semen copiously without any erection, but with great mental commotion. The same accident frequently happens to him during sleep, accompanied by dreams of whipping. Nesterus proceeds to mention that this laudatus vir was also extremely sensitive to the odor of strawberries and other fruits, which produced nausea. He was evidently a neurotic subject. L.C.F. Garmani et Alorium Viorium Clarismorium Epistolarium Centuria Rostaci et Lepasi, 1714. In England, we find that toward the end of the 16th century, one of Marlowe's epigrams deals with a certain Francus, who before intercourse with his mistress sends for rods and strips himself stark naked, and by the middle of the 17th century the existence of an association between flagellation and sexual pleasure seems to have been popularly recognized. In 1661, in a vulgar tragicomedy entitled The Presbyterian Lash, we find, I warrant he thought that the tickling of the wench's buttocks with a rod would provoke her to lechery. That whipping was well known as a sexual stimulant in England in the 18th century is sufficiently indicated by the fact that in one of Hogarth's series representing The Harlot's Progress, a birch rod hangs over the bed. The prevalence of sexual flagellation in England at the end of that century and the beginning of the 19th century is discussed by Duchesne, Iwan Bloch, in his Geschichtliches Leben in England, 1901-3, especially Volume 2, Chapter 6. While, however, the evidence regarding sexual flagellation is rare, until recent times whipping as a punishment was extremely common. It is even possible that its very prevalence, and the consequent familiarity with which it was regarded, were unfavorable to the development of any mysterious emotional state likely to act on sexual sphere, except in markedly neurotic subjects. Thus, the corporal chastisement of wives by husbands was common and permitted. Not only was this so to a proverbial extent in Eastern Europe, but also in the extreme West and among a people whose women enjoyed much freedom and honor. Psameric law allowed a husband to chastise his wife for angry speaking, such as calling him a cur, for giving away property she was not entitled to give away, or for being found in hiding with another man. For the first two offenses she had the option of paying him 3 kine. When she accepted the chastisement, she was to receive 3 strokes with a rod of the length of her husband's forearm and the thickness of his long finger, and that wheresoever he might will, excepting on the head, so that she was to suffer pain only and not injury. R.B. Holt, Marriage Laws and Customs of the Cymry, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August-November, 1898, page 162. The Psameric law, writes a correspondent, seems to have survived in popular belief in the eastern and middle states of the United States. In police courts in New York, for example, it has been unsuccessfully pleaded that a man is entitled to beat his wife with a stick no thicker than his thumb. In Pennsylvania, actual acquittals have been rendered. Among all classes, children were severely whipped by their parents and others in authority over them. It may be recalled that in the 12th century, when Abelard became tutor to Heloise, then about 18 years of age, her uncle authorized him to beat her if negligent in her studies. Even in the 16th century, Jeanne d'Albert, who became the mother of Henry IV of France, at the age of 13.5, was married to the Duke of Cleves, and to overcome her resistance to this union, the queen, her mother, had her whipped to such an extent that she thought she would die of it. The whip on this occasion was, however, only partially successful, for the Duke never succeeded in consummating the marriage, which was, in consequence, annulled. Cannabes brings together numerous facts regarding the prevalence of flagellation as a chastisement in ancient France, in the interesting chapter on La flagellation à la cour et à la ville in his Indiscrétions de l'Histoire, 1903. As to the prevalence of whipping in England, evidence is furnished by Andrews in the chapter on Whipping and Whipping Posts in his book on Ancient Punishments. It existed from the earliest times and was administered for a great variety of offenses, to men and women alike, for vagrancy, for theft to the fathers and mothers of illegitimate children, for drunkenness, for insanity, even sometimes for smallpox. At one time, both sexes were whipped naked, but from Queen Elizabeth's time only from the waist upward. In 1791, the whipping of female vagrants ceased by law. W. Andrews, Bygone Punishments, 1899. It must, however, be remarked that law always lags far behind social feeling and custom, and flagellation as a common punishment had fallen into disuse or become very perfunctory long before any change was made in the law, though it is not absolutely extinct even by law today. There is even an ignorant and retrograde tendency to revive it. Thus, even in severe Commonwealth days, the alleged whipping with rods of a servant girl by her master, though with no serious physical injury, produced a great public outcry, as we see by the case of the Reverend Zachary Crofton, a distinguished London clergyman, who was prosecuted in 1657 on the charge of whipping his servant girl, Mary Cadman, because she lay in bed late in the morning and stole sugar. This incident led to several pamphlets. In The Presbyterian, Lash or Knotcroft's Maid Whipped, 1661, a satire on Crofton, we read, "It is not only contrary to gospel but good manners to take up a wench's petticoats, smock and all." And in the doggerel ballad of Bo Peep, which was also written on the same subject, it is said that Crofton should have left his wife to chastise the maid. Crofton published 2 pamphlets, one under his own name and one under that of Alpheus Knockdroff, 1657, in which he elaborately dealt with the charge as both false and frivolous. In one passage he offers a qualified defense of such an act. "I cannot but bewail the exceeding rudeness of our times to suffer such foolery to be prosecuted as of some high and notorious crime. Suppose it were, as it is not, true, may not some eminent congregational brother be found guilty of the same act? It is not much short of drinking and health naked on a signpost. May it not be as theologically defended as the husband's correction of his wife?" This passage and the whole episode show that feeling in regard to this matter was at that time in a state of transition. Flagellation as a penance, whether inflicted by the penitent himself or by another person, was also extremely common in medieval and later days. According to Walsingham, Master of the Rolls Collection, Volume 1, page 275, in England in the middle of the 14th century, penitents, sometimes men of noble birth, would severely flagellate themselves, even to the shedding of blood, weeping or singing as they did so. They used cords with knots containing nails. At a later time, the custom of religious flagellation was more especially preserved in Spain. The Countess d'Aulnoy, who visited Spain in 1685, has described the flagellations practiced in public at Madrid. After giving an account of the dress worn by these flagellants, which corresponds to that worn in Spain in Holy Week at the present time by the members of the Confrades, the face concealed by the high sugar-loaf head covering, she continues, "They attach ribbons to their scourges, and usually their mistresses honor them with their favors. In gaining public admiration, they must not gesticulate with the arm, but only move the wrist and hand. The blows must be given without haste, and the blood must not spoil the costume. They make terrible wounds on their shoulders, from which the blood flows in streams. They march through the streets with measured steps. They pass before the windows of their mistresses, where they flagellate themselves with marvelous patience. The lady gazes at this fine sight through the blinds of her room, and by a sign she encourages him to flog himself, and lets him understand how much she likes this sort of gallantry. When they meet a good-looking woman, they strike themselves in such a way that the blood goes on to her. This is a great honor, and the grateful lady thanks them. All this is true to the letter." The Countess proceeds to describe other and more genuine penitents, often of high birth, who may be seen in the street naked above the waist, and with naked feet on the rough and sharp pavement. Some had swords pass through the skin of their body and arms, others heavy crosses that weighed them down. She remarks that she was told by the papal nuncio that he had forbidden confessors to impose such penances, and that they were due to the devotion of the penitents themselves. Relation du Voyage d'Espagne, 1692, Volume 2, pages 158 to 164. The practice of public self-flagellation in church during Lent existed in Spain and Portugal up to the early years of the 19th century. Descriptions of it will often be met with in old volumes of travel. Thus I find a traveler through Spain in 1786 describing how, at Barcelona, He was present when, in Lent, at a miserere in the convent church of San Felipe Neri on Friday evening, the doors were shut, the lights put out, and in perfect darkness all bared their backs and applied the discipline, singing while they scourged themselves, even louder and harsher and with ever greater vehemence, until in 20 minutes' time the whole ended in a deep groan. It is mentioned that at Malaga, after such a scene, the whole church was in the morning sprinkled with blood. Joseph Townsend, A Journey Through Spain in 1786, Volume 1, page 122, Volume 3, page 15. Even to our own day, religious self-flagellation is practiced by Spaniards in the Azores in the darkened churches during Lent, and the walls are often spotted and smeared with blood at this time. O. H. Howarth, The Survival of Corporal Punishment, Journal Anthropological Institute, February 1889. In remote districts of Spain, as near Haro in Rioja, there are also brotherhoods who will flagellate themselves on Good Friday, but not within the church. Dario de Regoyos, España Negra, 1899, page 72. When we glance over the history of flagellation and realize that, though whipping as a punishment has been very widespread and common, there have been periods and lands showing no clear knowledge of any sexual association of whipping, it becomes clear that whipping is not necessarily an algolanic manifestation. It seems evident that there must be special circumstances and perhaps a congenital predisposition to bring out definitely the relationship of flagellation to the sexual impulse. Thus, Lowenfeld considers that about 1% of people can be sexually excited by flagellation of the buttocks, and Knack also is decidedly of opinion that there can be no sexual pleasure in flagellation without predisposition, which is rare. On these grounds, many are of opinion that physical chastisement, provided it is moderate, seldom applied and only to children who are quite healthy and vigorous, need not be absolutely prohibited. But, however rare and abnormal a sexual response to actual flagellation may be in adults, we shall see that the general sexual association of whipping in the minds of children, and frequently of their elders, is by no means rare and scarcely abnormal. What is the cause of the connection between sexual emotion and whipping? A very simple physical cause has been believed by some to account fully for the phenomena. It is known that strong stimulation of the gluteal region may, especially under predisposing conditions, produce or heighten sexual excitement by virtue of the fact that both regions are supplied by branches of the same nerve. There is another reason why whipping should exert a sexual influence. As Ferrer especially has pointed out, in moderate amount it has a tonic effect, and as such has a general beneficial result in stimulating the whole body. This fact was indeed recognized by the classic physicians, and Galen regarded flagellation as a tonic. Thus, not only must it be said that whipping, when applied to the gluteal region, has a direct influence in stimulating the sexual organs, but its general tonic influence must naturally extend to the sexual system. It is possible that we must take into account here a biological factor, such as we have found involved in other forms of sadism and masochism. In this connection, a lady writes to me, with regard to the theory which connects the desire for whipping with the way in which animals make love, where blows or pressure on the hindquarters are almost a necessary preliminary to pleasure, have you ever noticed the way in which stags behave? Their does seem as timid as the males are excitable, and the blows inflicted on them by the horns of their mates to reduce them to submission must be, I should think, an exact equivalent to being beaten with a stick. It is remarkable that in some cases the whip would even appear to have a psychic influence in producing sexual excitement in animals accustomed to its application as a stimulant to action. Thus, Professor Cornavin of Lyon describes the case of a Hungarian stallion, otherwise quite potent, in whom erection could only be produced in the presence of a mare in heat, when a whip was cracked near him and occasionally applied gently to his legs. Cornavin, Archives de Anthropologie Criminelle, January 1896. Here, undoubtedly, we have a definite anatomical and physiological relationship which often serves as a starting point for the turning of the sexual feelings in this direction, and will sometimes support the perversion when it has otherwise arisen. But this relationship, even if regarded as a fairly frequent channel by which sexual emotion is aroused, will not suffice to account for most or even many of the cases in which whipping exerts a sexual fascination. In many, if not most cases, it is found that the idea of whipping asserts its sexual significance quite apart from any personal experience, even in persons who have never been whipped. Not seldom also in persons who have been whipped and who feel nothing but repugnance for the actual performance, attractive as it may be in imagination. It is evident that we have to seek the explanation of this phenomenon largely in psychic causes. Whipping, whether inflicted or suffered, tends to arouse vaguely but massively the very fundamental and primitive emotions of anger and fear, which, as we have seen, have also been associated with courtship, and it tends to arouse them at an age when the sexual emotions have not become clearly defined, and under circumstances which are likely to introduce sexual associations. From their earliest years, children have been trained to fear whipping even when not actually submitted to it, and an unjust punishment of this kind, whether inflicted on themselves or others, frequently arouses intense anger, nervous excitement, or terror in the sensitive minds of children. Moreover, as has been pointed out to me by a lady who herself in early life was affected by the sexual associations of whipping, child only sees the naked body of elder children when uncovering for whipping, and its sexual charm may in part be due to this cause. We further have to remark that the spectacle of suffering itself is, to some extent and under some circumstances, a stimulant of sexual emotion. It is evident that a number of factors contribute to surround whipping at a very early age with powerful emotional associations, and that these associations are of such a character that in predisposed subjects they are very easily led into a sexual channel. Various lines of evidence support this conclusion. Thus, from several reliable quarters, I learn that the sight of a boy being caned at school may produce sexual excitement in the boys who look on. The association of sexual emotion with whipping is again very liable to show itself in schoolmasters, and many cases have been recorded in which the flogging of boys under the stress of this impulse has been carried to extreme lengths. An early and eminent example is furnished by Udall, the humanist, at one time headmaster of Eton, who was noted for his habit of inflicting frequent corporal punishment for little or no cause, and who confessed to sexual practices with the boys under his care. Santichenko has called attention to the case of a Russian functionary, a school inspector, who every day had some 50 pupils flogged in his presence, as evidence of a morbid pleasure in such scenes. Even when no sexual element can be distinctly traced, scenes of whipping sometimes exert a singular fascination on some persons of sensitive emotional temperament. A friend, a clergyman who has read many novels, tells me that he has been struck by the frequency with which novelists describe such scenes with much luxury of detail. His list includes novels by well-known religious writers of both sexes. In some of these cases, there is reason to believe that the writers felt this sexual association of whipping. It is natural that an interest in whipping should be developed very early in childhood, and indeed it enters very frequently into the games of young children and constitutes a much relished element of such games, more especially among girls. I know of many cases in which young girls between 6 and 12 years of age took great pleasure in games in which the chief point consisted in unfastening each other's drawers and smacking each other, and some of these girls, when they grew older, realized that there was an element of sexual enjoyment in their games. It has indeed, it seems, always been a child's game, and even an amusement of older persons, to play at smacking each other's nates. In the Presbyter's Lash, in 1661, a young woman is represented as stating that she had done this as a child, and in ancient France it was a privileged custom on Innocents' Day, December 28th, to smack all the young people found lying late in bed. It was a custom which, as Clement Marot bears witness, was attractive to lovers. If we turn to the histories I have brought together in Appendix B, we find various references to whipping more or less clearly connected with the rudimentary sexual feelings of childhood. I am acquainted with numerous cases in which the idea of whipping or the impulse to whip or be whipped distinctly exists, though usually when persisting to adult life, only in a rudimentary form. History 1 in the Appendix B presents a well-marked instance. I may quote the remarks in another case of a lady regarding her early feelings. As a child, the idea of being whipped excited me, but only in connection with a person I loved, and moreover one who had the right to correct me. On one occasion I was beaten with the back of a brush, and the pain was sufficient to overcome any excitement, so that, ever after, this particular form of whipping left me unaffected, though the excitement still remained connected with forms of which I had no experience. Another lady states that when a little girl of 4 or 5, the servants used to smack her nates with a soft brush to amuse themselves. Undoubtedly, as she now believes, this gave them a kind of sexual pleasure. It did not hurt her, but she disliked it. Her father used to whip her severely on the nates at this age and onward to the age of 13, but this never gave her any pleasure. When, however, she was about 9, she began in waking dreams to imagine that she was whipping somebody, and would finish by imagining that she was herself being whipped. She would make up stories of which the climax was a whipping and felt at the same time a pleasurable burning sensation in her sexual parts. She used to prolong the preliminaries of the story to heighten the climax. She felt more pleasure in the idea of being whipped than of whipping, although she never experienced any pleasure from an actual whipping. These daydreams were most vivid when she was at school between the ages of 11 and 14. They began to fade with the growth of affection for real persons. But in dreams, even in adult life, she occasionally experienced sexual excitement accompanied by images of smacking. Another correspondent, this time a man, writes, "I experienced the connection between sexual excitement and whipping long before I knew what sexuality meant or had any notion regarding the functions of the sexual organs. What I now know to be distinct sexual feeling used to occur whenever the idea of whipping arose or the mention of whipping was made in a way to arrest my attention. I well remember the strange, mysterious fascination it had, even apart from any actual physical excitement. I've been told by many men and a few women that it was the same with them. Even now, the feeling exists sometimes, especially when reading about whipping." The following confession, which I find recorded by a German manufacturer's wife, corresponds with those I have obtained in England. "When about 5 years old, I was playing with a little girlfriend in the park. Our governesses sat on a bench talking. For some reason, perhaps because we had wandered away too far and failed to hear a call to return, my friend aroused the anger of the governess in charge of her. That young lady, therefore, took her aside, raised her dress, and vigorously smacked her with the flat hand. I looked on fascinated and possessed by an inexplicable feeling to which I naively gave myself up. The impression was so deep that the scene and the persons concerned are still clearly present to my mind, and I can even recall the little details of my companion's underclothing. When sexual associations are permanently brought into play through such an early incident, it is possible that a special predisposition exists." Geschlecht und Geschlecht, Volume 2, Book 4, page 120. It would certainly seem that we must look upon this association as coming well within the normal range of emotional life in childhood, although after puberty, when the sexual feelings become clearly defined, the attraction of whipping normally tends to be left behind as a piece of childishness, only surviving in the background of consciousness. If at all, to furnish a vaguely sexual emotional tone to the subject of whipping, but not affecting conduct, sometimes only emerging in erotic dreams. This, however, is not invariably the case in persons who are organically abnormal. In such cases, and especially it would seem in highly sensitive and emotional children, the impress left by the fact or the image of whipping may be so strong that it affects not only definitely but permanently the whole subsequent course of development of the sexual impulse. Regis has recorded a case which well illustrates the circumstances and hereditary conditions under which the idea of whipping may take such a firm root in the sexual emotional nature of a child as to persist into adult life. At the same time, the case shows how a sexual perversion may, in an intelligent person, take on an intellectual character, and it also indicates a rational method of treatment. Jules P., aged 22, of good heredity on father's side, but bad on that of mother, who was highly hysterical, while his grandmother was very impulsive and sometimes pursued other women with a knife. He had one brother and one sister, who are somewhat morbid and original. He is himself healthy, intelligent, good-looking, and agreeable, though with slight morbid peculiarities. The age of 4 or 5, he suddenly opened a door and saw his sister, then a girl of 14 or 15, kneeling with her clothes raised and her head on her governess's lap, at the moment of being whipped for some offense. This trivial incident left a profound impression on his mind, and he recalls every detail of it, especially the sight of his sister's buttocks, round, white, and enormous as they seemed to his childish eyes, and that momentary vision gave a permanent direction to the whole of his sexual life. Always after that he desired to touch and pat his sister's gluteal regions. He shared her bed, and though only a child, acquired great skill in attaining his ends without attracting her attention, lifting her nightgown when she slept and gently caressing the buttocks, also contriving to turn her over onto her stomach and then make a pillow of her hips. This went on until the age of 7, when he began to play with 2 little girls of the neighborhood, the eldest of whom was 10. He liked to take the part of the father and whip them. The older girl was big for her age, and he would separate her drawers and smack her with much voluptuous emotion, so that he frequently sought opportunities to repeat the experience, to which the girl willingly lent herself, and they were constantly together in dark corners, the girl herself opening her drawers to enable him to caress her thighs and buttocks with his hand until he became conscious of an erection. Sometimes he would gently use a whip. On one occasion she asked him if he would not now like to see her in front, but he declined. One day, when 8 or 9 years old, being with a boy companion, he came upon a picture of a monk being flagellated, and thereupon persuaded his companion to let himself be whipped. The boy enjoyed the experience, which was therefore often repeated. Jules P. himself, however, never took the slightest pleasure in playing the passive part. These practices were continued even after the friend became a conscript, when, however, they became very rare. Only once or twice has he ever done anything of this kind to girls who were strangers to him, nor has he ever masturbated or had any desire for sexual intercourse. He contents himself with the pleasure of being occasionally able to witness scenes of whipping in public places, parks and gardens, or of catching glimpses of the thighs and buttocks of young girls, or, if possible, women. His principal enjoyment is in imagination. From the first, he has loved to invent stories in which whippings were the climax, and at 13 such stories produced the first spontaneous emission. Thus he imagines, for instance, a young girl from the country who comes up to Paris by train. On the way a lady is attracted by her, takes an interest in her, brings her home to dinner, and at last can no longer resist the temptation to take the girl in her arms and whip her amorously. He writes out these scenes and illustrates them with drawings, many of which Regis reproduces. He has even written comedies in which whippings play a prominent part. He has, moreover, searched public libraries for references to flagellation, inserted queries in the Intermédiaire des Charretiers et des Curés, and thus obtained a complete bibliography of flagellation, which is of considerable value. Regis is acquainted with these Archives de la Facée, and states that they are carried on with great method and care. He is especially interested in the whipping of women by women. He considers that the pleasure of whippings should always be shared by the person whipped, and he is somewhat concerned to find that he has an increasing inclination to imagine an element of cruelty in the whipping. Emissions are somewhat frequent. According to the latest information, he is much better. He has entered into sexual relationship with a woman who is much in love with him, and to whom he has confided his peculiarities. With her aid and suggestions, he has been able to have intercourse with her at the moment of coitus, whipping her with a harmless india-rubber tube. E. Regis, un cas de perversion sexuelle, a forme sadique, Archives de Anthropologie Criminalis, July 1899. In a case also occurring in a highly educated man, narrated by Mirandin de Montiel, a doctor of laws, brilliantly intellectual and belonging to a family in which there has been some insanity, when at school at the age of 11 saw for the first time a schoolfellow whipped on the nates, and experienced a new pleasure and emotion. He was never himself whipped at school, but would invent games with his sisters and playfellows in which whipping formed an essential part. At the age of 13, he teased a young woman, a cook, until she seized him and whipped him. He put his arms around her and experienced his first voluptuous spasm of sex. The love of flagellation temporarily died out, however, and gave place to masturbation and later to a normal attraction to women. But at the age of 32, the old ideas were aroused anew by a story his mistress told him. He suffered from various obsessions and finally committed suicide. Mirandon de Montiel, Obsessions et vie sexuelle, Archives de Neurologie, October 1904. In a case that has been reported to me, somewhat similar ideas played a part. The subject is a tall, well-developed man, aged 28, delicate in childhood, but now normal in health and physical condition, though not fond of athletics. His mental ability is much above the average, especially in scientific directions. He was brought up in narrow and strict religious views, but at an early age developed agnostic views of his own. From the age of 6, and perhaps earlier, he practiced masturbation almost every night. This was a habit which he carried on in all innocence. It was as invariable a preliminary, he states, to going to sleep as was lying down, and at this period he would have felt no hesitation in telling all about it had the question been asked. At the age of 12 or 13, he recognized the habit as abnormal, and fear of ridicule then caused him to keep silence and to avoid observation. In carrying it out, he would lie on his stomach with the penis directed downward and not up, and the thumb resting on the region above the root of the penis. There was desire for micturition after the act, and when that was satisfied, sound sleep followed. When he realized that the habit was abnormal, he began to make efforts to discontinue it, and these efforts have been continued up to the present. The chief obstacle has been the difficulty of sleep without carrying out the practice. Emissions first began to occur at the age of 13, and at first caused some alarm. During the 6 following years, indulgence was irregular, sometimes occurring every other night and sometimes with a week's intermission. Then, at the age of 19, the habit was broken for a year, during which nocturnal emissions took place during sleep about every 3 weeks. Since this, shorter periods of non-indulgence have occurred, these periods always coinciding with unusual mental or physical strain, as of examinations. He has some degree of attraction for women. This is strongest during cessation from masturbation and tends to disappear when the habit is resumed. He has never had sexual intercourse because he prefers his own method of gratification and feels great abhorrence for professional prostitutes. He could not afford to marry. Any indecency or immorality, except, he observes, his own variety, disgusts him. At the earliest period, no mental images accompanied the act of masturbation. At about the age of 8, however, sexual excitement began to be constantly associated with ideas of being whipped. At or soon after this age, only the fear of disgrace prevented him from committing serious, childish offenses likely to be punished by a good whipping. Parents and masters, however, seem to have used corporal punishment very sparingly. At first, this desire was for whipping in general without reference to the operator. Soon after the age of 10, however, he began to wish that certain boyfriends should be the operators. At about the same time, definite desire arose for closer contact with these friends, and later for definite indecent acts, which, however, the subject failed to specify. He probably meant mutual masturbation. These desires were under control, and the fear of ridicule seems to have been the chief restraining cause. At about the age of 15, he began to realize that such acts might be considered morally bad and wrong, and this led to reticence and careful concealment. Up to the age of 20, there were 4 definite attachments to persons of his own sex. There was a tendency sometimes to regard women as possible whippers, and this became stronger at 22, the images of the two sexes then mingling in his thoughts of flagellation. Latterly, the mental accompaniments of masturbation have been less personal, lapsing into the mental picture of being whipped by an unknown and vague somebody. When definite, it has always been a man, and preferably of the type of a schoolmaster. His desire has been for punishment by whips, canes, or birches, especially upon the buttocks. He has always shrunk away from the thought of the production of blood or bruises. He wishes, in mental contemplation, for a punishment sufficiently severe to make him anxious to stop it, and yet not able to stop it. He also takes pleasure in the idea of being tied up so as to be unable to move. He has at times indulged in self-whipping of no great severity. In the preceding case, we see a tendency to erotic self-flagellation, which in a minor degree is not uncommon. Occasionally, it becomes highly developed. Max Marcuse has presented such a case in elaborate detail. Zeitschrift für die Gesmatte Neurologie, 1912, Volume 3, fully summarized in Sexual Problem, November 1912, pages 815 to 820. This is a case of a Catholic priest of highly neurotic heredity who spontaneously began to whip himself at the age of 12, this self-flagellation being continued and accompanied by masturbation after the age of 15. Other associated perversions were narcissism and Nate's fetishism, as well as homosexual fantasies. He experienced a certain pleasure, with erection, not ejaculation, in punishing his boy pupils. It is not uncommon for all forms of erotic flagellation to be associated with a homosexual element. I have elsewhere brought forward a case of this kind, the case of A.F., Volume 2 of these studies. Significant is Rousseau's account of the origin of his own masochistic pleasure in whipping at the age of 8. Mademoiselle Lambissière showed towards me a mother's affection and also a mother's authority, which she sometimes carried so far as to inflict on us the usual punishment of children when we had deserved it. For a long time she was content with the threat, and that threat of a chastisement which for me was quite new seemed very terrible. But after it had been executed, I found the experience less terrible than the expectation had been, and strangely enough, this punishment increased my affection for her who had inflicted it. It needed all my affection and all my natural gentleness to prevent me from seeking a renewal of the same treatment by deserving it, for I had found in the pain and even in the shame of it an element of sensuality which left more desire than fear of receiving the experience again from the same hand. It is true that, as in all this a precocious sexual element was doubtless mixed, the same chastisement if inflicted by her brother would not have seemed so pleasant. He goes on to say that the punishment was inflicted a second time, but that time was the last. Mademoiselle Lambissière having apparently noted the effects it produced, and henceforth, instead of sleeping in her room, he was placed in another room and treated by her as a big boy. Who would have believed, he adds, that this childish punishment received at the age of 8 from the hand of a young woman of 30 would have determined my taste, my desires, my passions for the rest of my life. He remarks that this strange taste drove him almost to madness, but maintained the purity of his morals, and the joys of love existed for him chiefly in imagination. J.J. Rousseau, Les Confessions, Part 1, Book 1. It will be seen how all the favoring conditions of fear, shame, and precocious sexuality were here present in an extremely sensitive child, destined to become the greatest emotional force of his century, and receptive to influences which would have had no permanent effect on any ordinary child. When, as occasionally happens, the first sexual feelings are experienced under the stimulation of whipping in normal children, no permanent perversion necessarily follows. Moll mentions that he knows such cases. Zeitschrift für Pädagogie, Psychiatry in Pathology, 1901. It may be added that it is, perhaps, not fanciful to see a certain inevitableness in the fact that on Rousseau's highly sensitive and receptive temperament it was a masochistic germ that fell and fructified, while on Regis's subject, with his more impulsive ancestral antecedents, a sadistic germ found favorable soil. It may be noted that in Regis's sadistic case, the little girl who was the boy's playmate found scarcely less pleasure in the passive part of whipping than he found in the active. There is ample evidence to show that this is very often the case, that the attractiveness of the idea of being whipped often even arises spontaneously in children. Lombroso, La Donna Delinquente, page 404, refers to a girl of 7 who had voluptuous pleasure in being whipped and a hammer. Manusschrift für Harkenkrakenheiten, 1906, page 398, speaks of a young girl who similarly experienced pleasure and punishment by whipping. Croft Ebing records the case of a girl between 6 and 8 years of age, never at that time having been whipped or seen anyone else whipped, who spontaneously acquired, how she did not know, the desire to be castigated in this manner. It gave her very great pleasure to imagine a woman friend doing this to her. She never desired to be whipped by a man, though there was no trace of inversion, and she never masturbated until the age of 24, when a marriage engagement was broken off. At the age of 10, this longing passed away before it was ever actually realized. Croft Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis, 8th edition, page 136. In the case of another young woman described by Croft Ebing, where there was neurathenia with other minor morbid conditions in the family, but the girl herself appears to have been sound, the desire to be whipped existed from a very early age. She traced it to the fact when she was 5 years old, a friend of her father's playfully placed her across his knees and pretended to whip her. Since then, she has always longed to be caned, but to her great regret, the wish has never been realized. She longs to be the slave of a man whom she loves. Lying in fancy before him, he puts one foot on my neck while I kiss the other. I revel in the idea of being whipped by him and imagine different scenes in which he beats me. I take the blows as so many tokens of love. He is at first extremely kind and tender, but then in the excess of his love he beats me. I fancy that to beat me for love's sake gives him the highest pleasure. Sometimes she imagines that she is his slave, but not his female slave, for every woman may be her husband's slave. She is of proud and independent nature in all other matters, and to imagine herself a man who consents to be a slave gives her a more satisfying sense of humiliation. She does not understand that these manifestations are of a sexual nature. Croft Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis, English translation of 10th edition, page 189. Sometimes a woman desires to take the active part in whipping. Thus, Mirandon de Montiel records the case of a girl of 19, hereditarily neuropathic, her father was alcoholic, but very intelligent and good-hearted, who had never been whipped or seen anyone whipped. At this age, however, she happened to visit a married friend who was just about to punish her boy of 9 by whipping him with a wet towel. The girl spectator was much interested, and though the boy screamed and struggled, she experienced a new sensation she could not define. At every stroke, she said, a strange shiver went through all my body from my brain to my heels. She would like to have whipped him herself and felt sorry when it was over. She could not forget the scene and would dream of herself whipping a boy. At last the desire became irresistible, and she persuaded a boy of 12, whom she was very fond of, and who was much attached to her, to let her whip him on the naked nates. She did this so ferociously that he at last fainted. She was overcome by grief and remorse. Rondon de Montiel, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, January 1906, page 30. Although masochism, in a pronounced degree, may be said to be rare in women, the love of active flagellation and sadistic impulses generally are not uncommon among them. Bloch believes they are especially common among English women. Cases occur from time to time of extreme harshness, cruelty, degrading punishment, and semi-starvation inflicted upon children. The accused are most usually women, and when a man and woman in conjunction are accused, it appears generally to have been the woman who played the more active part. But it is rarely demonstrated in these cases that the cruelty exercised had a definite sexual origin. There is nothing, for instance, to indicate a true sadism in the famous English case in the 18th century of Mrs. Brownrigg. Bloch, Geschlepen in England, Volume 2, page 425. It may well be, however, in many of these cases that the real motive is sexual, although latent and unconscious. The normal sexual impulse in women is often obscured and disguised, and it would not be surprising if the perverse instinct is so likewise. It is noteworthy that a passion for whipping may be aroused by contact with a person who desires to be whipped. This is illustrated by the following case, which has been communicated to me. K is a Jew about 40 years of age, apparently normal. Nothing is known of his antecedents. He is a manufacturer with several shops. S, an Englishwoman aged 25, entered his service. She is illegitimate, believed to have been reared in a brothel kept by her mother, is prepossessing in appearance. On entering K's service, S was continually negligent and careless. This so provoked K that on one occasion he struck her. She showed great pleasure and confessed that her blunder had been deliberately intended to arouse him to physical violence. At her suggestion, K ultimately consented to thrash her. This operation took place in K's office, S stripping for the purpose, and the leather driving band from a sewing machine was used. S manifested unmistakable pleasure during the flagellation, and connection occurred after it. These thrashings were repeated at frequent intervals, and K found a growing liking for the operation on his own part. Once, at the suggestion of S, a girl of 13 employed by K was thrashed by both K and S alternately. The child complained to her parents, and K made a money payment to them to avoid scandal, the parents agreeing to keep silence. Other women, Jewish tailoresses, employed by K were subsequently thrashed by him. He asserts that they enjoyed the experience. Mrs. K, discovering her husband's infatuation for S, commenced divorce proceedings. S consented to leave the country at K's request, but returned almost immediately and was kept in hiding until the decree was granted. The mutual infatuation of K and S continues, though K asserts that he cares less for her than formerly. Flagellation has, however, now become a passion with him, though he declares that the practice was unknown to him before he met S. His great fear is that he will kill S during one of these operations. He is convinced that S is not an isolated case and that all women enjoy flagellation. He claims that the experiences of the numerous women whom he has now thrashed bear out this opinion. One of them is a wealthy woman separated from her husband and is now infatuated with K. Flagellation, more especially in its masochistic form, is sometimes associated with true inversion. Moll presents the case of a young inverted woman of 26, showing indeed many other minor sexual anomalies, who is sexually excited when beaten with a switch. A whip would not do, and the blows must only be on the nates. She cannot imagine being beaten by a small woman. She has often in this way been beaten by a friend who should be naked at the time and must submit afterward to cunnilingus. Moll, Contraire Sexual Empfindung, 3rd edition, page 568. In the preceding case, there was no masochist ideas. It is likely that in such a case, beating is desired largely on account of that purely physical effect to which attention has already been called. In the same way, self-beating with a switch or whip has sometimes been spontaneously discovered as a method of self-excitement preliminary to masturbation. I am acquainted with a lady of much intellectual ability, sexually normal, who made this discovery at the age of 18 and practiced it for a time. Professor Reardon also speaks of the case of a young girl under his care who, after having exhausted all the resources of her intelligence, finally discovered that the climax of enjoyment was best reached by violently whipping her own buttocks and thighs. She had invented for this purpose a whip composed of 12 cords, each of which terminated in a large chestnut burr provided with its spines. A. Reardon, Revue Médicale de la Suisse Romande, January 20, 1888, page 17. End of section 9. Section 10 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3 by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Love and Pain 4. There is another impulse which it may be worthwhile to consider briefly here, for the sake of the light it throws on the relationship between love and pain. I allude to the impulse to strangle the object of sexual desire, and to the corresponding craving to be strangled. Cases have been recorded in which this impulse was so powerful that men have actually strangled women at the moment of coitus. Such cases are rare, but as a mere idea, the thought of strangling a woman appears to be not infrequently associated with sexual emotion. We must probably regard it as in the main, with whatever subsidiary elements, an aspect of that physical seizure domination and forcible embrace of the female which is the one of primitive elements of courtship. The corresponding idea, the pleasurable connection of the thought of being strangled with sexual emotion, appears to occur still more frequently, perhaps especially in women. Here we seem to have, as in the case of whipping, a combination of a physical with a psychic element. Not only is the idea attractive, but as a matter of fact, strangulation, suffocation, or any arrest of respiration, even when carried to the extent of producing death, may actually provoke emission, as is observed after death by hanging. Footnote. Goddard observed that when animals are bled or felled, as well as strangled, there is often abundant emission, rich in spermatozoa, but without erection, though accompanied by the same movements of the tail as during copulation. Robin, Art Fecondation Dictionnaire Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales, who quotes this observation, has the following remarks on the subject. Ejaculation occurring at the moment when the circulation, maintained artificially, stops is a fact of significance. It shows how congestive conditions, or inversely anemic conditions, constitute organic states sufficient to set in movement the activity of the nerve centers, as is the case for muscular contractility. Everything leads us to believe that at the moment when the motor nervous action takes place, the corresponding sensitive centers also come into play. It must be added that Minovicki, in his elaborate study of death by hanging, Études sur l'appendicien, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, 1905, especially page 791 et seq., concludes that the turgescence of penis and flow of spermatic fluid, sometimes only prostatic secretion, usually observed in these cases is purely passive and generally, though not always, of postmortem occurrence. There is therefore no sexual pleasure in death by hanging, and persons who have been rescued at the last moment have experienced no voluptuous sensations. This was so even in the case referred to by Minovicki of a man who hanged himself solely with the object of producing sexual pleasure. End footnote. It is noteworthy that, as Eulenberg remarks, the method of treating diseases of the spinal cord by suspension, a method much in vogue a few years ago, often produced sexual excitement. In brothels, it is said some of the clients desire to be suspended vertically by a cord furnished with pads. A playful attempt to throttle her on the part of her lover is often felt by a woman as pleasurable, though it may not necessarily produce definite sexual excitement. Sometimes, however, this feeling becomes so strong that it must be regarded as an actual perversion, and I've been told of a woman who is indifferent to the ordinary sexual embrace. Her chief longing is to be throttled, and she will do anything to have her neck squeezed by her lover till her eyeballs bulge. Footnote. Arrest of respiration, it may be noted, may accompany strong sexual excitement, as it may some other emotional states. One recalls passages in the Arabian Nights in which we are told of ladies who, at the sight of a very beautiful youth, felt their reason leave them, yearned to embrace the marvelous youth, and ceased breathing. Inhibited respiration is indeed, as Stevens shows, Study of Attention, American Journal of Psychology, October 1905, a characteristic of all active attention. End footnote. I think if I could be left my present feelings, a lady writes, and be changed into a male imbecile, that is, given a man's strength but deprived to a large extent of reasoning power, I might very likely act in the apparently cruel way they do, and this partly because many of their actions appeal to me on the passive side. The idea of being strangled by a person I love does. The great sensitiveness of one's throat and neck come in here, as well as the loss of breath. Once, when I was about to be separated from a man I cared for, I put his hands on my throat and implored him to kill me. It was a moment of madness which helps me to understand the feelings of a person always insane. Even now that I am cool and collected, I know that if I were deeply in love with a man who I thought was going to kill me, especially in that way, I would make no effort to save myself beforehand, though of course in the final moments nature would assert herself without my volition. What makes the horror of such cases an insanity is the fact of the love being left out. But I think I find no greater difficulty in picturing the mental attitude of a sadistic lunatic than that of a normal man who gets pleasure out of a woman for whom he has no love. The imagined pleasure of being strangled by a lover brings us to a group of feelings which would seem to be not unconnected with respiratory elements. I refer to the pleasurable excitement experienced by some in suspension, swinging, restraint, and fetters. Strangulation is the extreme and most decided type of this group of imagined or real situations, in all of which a respiratory disturbance seems to be an essential element. In explaining these phenomena, we have to remark that respiratory excitement has always been a conspicuous part of the whole process of tumescence and detumescence, of the struggles of courtship and of its climax, and that any restraint upon respiration, or indeed any restraint upon muscular and emotional activity, generally tends to heighten the state of sexual excitement associated with such activity. I have elsewhere, when studying the spontaneous solitary manifestation of the sexual instinct, autoeroticism in Volume 1 of these studies, referred to the pleasurably emotional and sometimes sexual effects of swinging and similar kinds of movement. It is possible that there is a certain significance in the frequency with which the 18th century French painters, who lived at a time when the refinements of sexual emotion were carefully sought out, have painted women in the act of swinging. Fragonard mentions that in 1763 a gentleman invited him into the country with a request to paint his mistress, especially stipulating that she should be depicted in a swing. The same motive was common among the leading artists of that time. It may be said that this attitude was merely a pretext to secure a vision of ankles, but that result could easily have been attained without the aid of the swing. I may here quote as bearing on this and allied questions a somewhat lengthy communication from a lady to whom I am indebted for many subtle and suggestive remarks on the whole of this group of manifestations. With regard to the connection between swinging and suspension, perhaps the physical basis of it is the loss of breath. Temporary loss of breath with me produces excitement. Swinging at a height or a fall from a height would cause loss of breath. In a state of suspension, the imagination would suggest the idea of falling and the attendant loss of breath. People suffering from lung disease are often erotically inclined, and anesthetics affect the breathing. Men also seem to like the idea of suspension, but from the active side. One man used to put his wife on a high swinging shelf when she displeased him, and my husband told me once he would like to suspend me to a crane when we were watching at work, though I have never mentioned my own feeling on this point to him. Suspension is often mentioned in descriptions of torture. Beatrice Cenci was hung up by her hair, and the recently murdered Queen of Korea was similarly treated. In Tolstoy's My Husband and I, the girl says she would like her husband to hold her over a precipice. That passage gave me great pleasure. Footnote: the words alluded to by my correspondent are as follows. I needed a struggle. What I needed was that feeling should guide life, and not that life should guide feeling. I wanted to go with him to the edge of an abyss and say, here a step and I will throw myself over, and here a motion and I have gone to destruction. And for him, turning pale, to seize me in his strong arms, hold me back over it till my heart grew cold within me, and then carry me away wherever he pleased. The whole of the passage in which these lines occur is of considerable psychological interest. In one English translation, the story is entitled Family Happiness. End footnote. The idea of slipping off an inclined plane gives me the same sensation. I always feel it on seeing Michelangelo's Night, though the slipping look displeases me artistically. I remember that when I saw the Night first, I did feel excited and was annoyed, and it seemed to me that it was the slipping off look that gave it. But I think I am now less affected by that idea. Certain general ideas seem to excite one, but the particular forms under which they are presented lose their effect and have to be varied. The sentence mentioned in Tolstoy leaves me now quite cold, but if I came across the same idea elsewhere, expressed differently, then it would excite me. I am very capricious in the small things, and I think women are so more than men. The idea of slipping down a plank formerly produced excitement with me. Now it has a less vivid effect, though the idea of loss of breath still produces excitement. The idea of the plank does not now affect me unless there is a certain amount of drapery. I think, therefore, that the feeling must come in part from the possibility of the drapery catching on some roughness of the surface of the slope, and so producing pressure on the sexual organs. The effect is still produced, however, even without any clothing, if the slope is supposed to end in a deep drop, so that the idea of falling is strongly presented. I cannot recollect any early associations that would tend to explain these feelings, except that jumping from a height, which I used frequently to do as a child, has a tendency to create excitement. With me, I may add, it is when I cannot express myself or am trying to understand what I feel is beyond my grasp that the first stage of sexual excitement results. For instance, I never get excited in thinking over sexual questions because my ideas, correct or incorrect, are fairly clear and definite. But I often feel sexually excited over that decision of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, not because I can't decide between the two sets of evidence, but because I don't feel confident of having fully grasped the true significance of either. This feeling of want of power, mental or physical, always has the same effect. I feel it if my eyes are blindfolded or my hands tied. I don't like to see the Washington Post dance in which the man stands behind the woman and holds her hands on that account. If he held her wrists, the feeling would be stronger, as her apparent helplessness would be increased. The nervous irritability that is caused by being under restraint seems to manifest itself in that way, while in the case of mental disability, the excitement which should flow down a mental channel being checked seems to take a physical course instead. Possibly this would help to explain masochistic sexual feelings. A physical cause working in the present would be preferable as an explanation to a psychological cause to be traced back through heredity to primitive conditions. I believe such feelings are very common in men as well as in women, only people do not care to admit them as a rule. The idea of being chained and fettered appears to be not uncommonly associated with pleasurable sexual feelings, for I have met with numerous cases in both men and women, and it not infrequently coexists with a tendency to inversion. It often arises at a very early age, and it is of considerable interest because we cannot account for its frequency by any chance association, nor by any actual experiences. It would appear to be purely psychic fantasia founded on the elementary physical fact that restraint of our motion, like suspension, produces a heightening of emotion. In any case, the spontaneous character of such ideas and emotions in children of both sexes suffices to show that they must possess a very definite organic basis. In one of the histories, X, contained in Appendix B at the end of the present volume, a lady describes how, as a child, she reveled in the idea of being chained and tortured, these ideas appearing to rise spontaneously. In another case, that of A.N., for the most part reproduced in erotic symbolism in Volume 5 of these studies, whose ideals are inverted and who is also affected by boot fetishism, the idea of fetters is very attractive. In this case, self-excitement was produced at a very early age without the use of the hands by strapping the legs together. We can, however, scarcely explain away the idea of fetters in this case as merely the result of an early association, for it may well be argued that the idea led to this method of self-excitement. The mere idea of fetters, the subject writes, produces the greatest excitement, and the sight of pictures representing such things is a temptation. The reading of books dealing with prison life, etc., anywhere where physical restraint is treated of, is a temptation. The temptation is aggravated when the picture represents the person booted. I suppose all this will have been intensified in my case by my practices as a child, but why should a child of 6 do such things unless it were a natural instinct in him? Nobody showed me. I have never mentioned such things to anyone. I used to read historical romances for the pleasure of reading of people being put in prison, in fetters, and tortured, and always envied them. I feel now that I should like to undergo the sensation. If I could get anyone to humor me without losing their self-respect, I should jump at the opportunity. I have been most powerfully excited by visiting an old Australian convict ship where all the means of restraint are shown. I have been attracted to it night after night, wanting but not daring to ask to be allowed to have a practical experience. Sturbach of Warsaw has recorded a case which resembles that of A.N., but there was no inversion, and the attraction of fetters was active rather than passive. The subject desired to fetter and not to be fettered. It is possible that this difference is not fundamental, though Sturbach regards the case as one of fetishism of sadistic origin. Contribution à l'étude des perversions sexuelles, Archives de Neurologie, October 1907. The subject was a highly intelligent, though neurasthenic youth who, from the age of 5, had been deeply interested in criminals who were fettered and sent to prison. The fate of Siberian prisoners was a frequent source of prolonged meditations. It was the fettering which alone interested him, and he spent much time in trying to imagine the feelings of the fettered prisoners, and he often imagined that he was himself a prisoner in fetters. This seems to indicate that the impulse was in its origin masochistic as much as sadistic, and better described as allogonia than as sadism. He delighted in stories and pictures of fettered persons. At the age of 15, the sex of the fettered person became important, and he was interested chiefly in fettered women. A new element also appeared. He was attracted to well-dressed women, and especially to those wearing elegant shoes, delighting to imagine them fettered. He fastened his own feet together with chains, attempting to walk about his room in this condition, but experienced comparatively little pleasure in this way. At the age of 15, he met a lady 10 years older than himself and of great intelligence. As he began to know her more intimately, she allowed him to take liberties with her. He fastened her hands behind her back, and this caused him a violent but delicious emotion which he had never experienced before. Next time he fastened her feet together as well as her hands. As he did so, her shoes slightly touched his sexual organs. This caused erection and ejaculation accompanied by the most acute sexual pleasure he had ever felt. He had no wish to see her naked or to uncover himself, and as long as this relationship lasted, he had no abnormal thoughts at other times, or in connection with other people. He never masturbated, and his sexual dreams were of fettered men or women. Stierbach discusses the case at length and considers that it is essentially an example of sadism, on the ground that the impulse of fettering was prompted by the desire to humiliate. There is, however, no evidence of any such desire, and, as a matter of fact, no humiliation was effected. The primary and fundamental element in this and similar cases is an almost abstract sexual fascination in the idea of restraint, whether endured, inflicted, or merely witnessed or imagined. The feet become the chief focus of this fascination and the basis on which a foot fetishism or shoe fetishism tends to arise, because restraint of the feet produces a more marked effect than restraint of the hands. End of section 10. Section 11 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Love and Pain 5. In the foregoing rapid survey of the great group of manifestations in which the sexual emotions come into intimate relationship with pain, it has become fairly clear that the ordinary division between sadism and masochism, convenient as these terms may be, has a very slight correspondence with facts. Sadism and masochism may be regarded as complementary emotional states. They cannot be regarded as opposed states. Even de Sade himself, we have seen, can scarcely be regarded as a pure sadist. A passage in one of his works expressing regret that sadistic feeling is rare among women, as well as his definite recognition of the fact that the suffering of pain may call forth voluptuous emotions, shows that he was not insensitive to the charm of masochistic experience, and it is evident that a merely bloodthirsty vampire, sane or insane, could never have retained, as de Sade retained, the undying devotion of two women so superior in heart and intelligence as his wife and sister-in-law. Had de Sade possessed any wanton love of cruelty, it would have appeared during the days of the Revolution, when it was safer for a man to stimulate bloodthirstiness, even if he did not feel it, than to show humanity. But de Sade distinguished himself at that time not merely by his general philanthropic activities, but by saving from the scaffold at great risk to himself those who had injured him. It is clear that, apart from the organically morbid twist by which he obtained sexual satisfaction in his partner's pain, a craving which was, for the most part, only gratified in imaginary visions, developed to an inhuman extent under the influence of solitude, de Sade was simply, to those who knew him, un amiable mauvais sujet, gifted with exceptional intellectual powers. Unless we realize this, we run the risk of confounding de Sade and his like with men of whom Judge Jeffreys was the sinister type. It is necessary to emphasize this point because there can be no doubt that de Sade is really a typical instance of the group of perversions he represents, and when we understand that it is pain only and not cruelty that is the essential in this group of manifestations, we begin to come nearer to their explanation. The masochist desires to experience pain, but he generally desires that it should be inflicted in love. The sadist desires to inflict pain, but in some cases, if not in most, he desires that it should be felt as love. How far de Sade consciously desired that pain he sought to inflict should be felt as pleasure, it may not now be possible to discover, except by indirect inference, but the confessions of sadists show that such a desire is quite commonly essential. I am indebted to a lady for the following communication on the foregoing aspect of this question. I believe that, when a person takes pleasure in inflicting pain, he or she imagines himself or herself in the victim's place. This would account for the transmutability of the two sets of feelings. This might be particularly so in the case of men. A man may not care to lower his dignity and vanity by putting himself in subjection to a woman, and he might fear she would feel contempt for him. By subduing her and subjecting her to passive restraint, he would preserve, even enhance, his own power and dignity, while at the same time obtaining a reflected pleasure from what he imagined she was feeling. I think that when I get pleasure out of the idea of subduing another, it is this reflected pleasure I get, and if this is so, one could feel thus more kindly to persons guilty of cruelty, which has hitherto always seemed the one unpardonable sin. Even criminals, if it is true that they are themselves often very insensitive, may, in the excitement of the moment, imagine that they are only inflicting trifling pain, as it would be to them, and that their victims' feelings are really pleasurable. The men I have known most given to inflicting pain are all particularly tender-hearted when their passions are not in question. I cannot understand how, as in a case mentioned by Croft Ebing, a man could find any pleasure in binding a girl's hands except by imagining what he supposed were her feelings, though he would probably be unconscious that he put himself in her place. As a child, I exercised a good deal of authority and influence over my youngest sister. It used to give me considerable pleasure to be somewhat arbitrary and severe with her, but, though I never admitted it to myself or to her, I knew instinctively that she took pleasure in my treatment. I used to give her childish lessons, over which I was very strict. I invented catechisms and chapters of the Bible in which elder sisters were exhorted to keep their juniors under discipline, and younger sisters were commanded to give implicit submission and obedience. Some parts of the imitation lent themselves to this sort of parody, which never struck me as in any way irreverent. I used to give her arbitrary orders to exercise her in obedience, as I told her, and I used to punish her if she disobeyed me. In all this I was, though only half-consciously, guided through my own feelings as to what I should have liked in her place. For instance, I would make her put down her playthings and come and repeat a lesson, but though she was in appearance having her will subdued to mine, I always chose a moment when I foresaw she would soon be tired of play. There was sufficient resistance to make restraint pleasurable, not enough to render it irksome. In my punishments I acted on a similar principle. I used to tie her hands behind her, like the man in Croft Ebing's case, but only for a few moments. I once shut her in a sort of cupboard room, also for a very short time. On 2 or 3 occasions I completely undressed her, made her lie down on the bed, tied her hands and feet to the bedstead, and gave her a slight whipping. I did not wish to hurt her, only to inflict just enough pain to produce the desire to move or resist. My pleasure, a very keen one, came from the imagined excitement produced by the thwarting of this desire. Are not your own words that emotion is motion in a more or less arrested form an epigrammatic summary of all this, though in a somewhat different connection? I did not undress her from any connection of nakedness with sexual feeling, but simply to enhance her feeling of helplessness and defenselessness under my hands. If I were a man and the woman I loved were refractory, I should undress her before finding fault with her. A woman's dress symbolizes to her the protection of civilization, affords to the weak, and gives her a fictitious strength. Naked, she is face to face with primitive conditions, her weakness opposed to the man's power. Besides, the sense of shame at being naked under the eyes of a man who regarded her with displeasure would extend itself to her offense and give him a distinct, though perhaps unfair, advantage. I used the bristle side of a brush to chastise her with, as suggesting the greatest amount of severity with the least possible pain. In fact, my idea was to produce the maximum of emotion with the minimum of actual discomfort. You must not, however, suppose that at the time I reasoned about it at all in this way. I was very fond of her and honestly believed I was doing it for her good. Had I realized then, as I do now, that my sole aim and object was physical pleasure, I believe my pleasure would have ceased. In any case, I should not have felt justified in so treating her. Do I at all persuade you that my pleasure was a reflection of hers? That it was, I think, is clear from the fact that I only obtained it when she was willing to submit. Any real resistance or signs that I was overpassing the boundary of pleasure in her and urging on pain without excitement caused me to desist and my own pleasure to cease. I disclaim all altruism in my dealings with my sister. What occurs appears to me to be this. A situation appeals to one in imagination, and one at once desires to transfer it to the realms of fact, being one's self one of the principal actors. If it is the passive side which appeals to one would prefer to be passive, but if that is not obtainable, then one takes the active part as next best. In either case, however, it is the realization of the imagined situation that gives the pleasure, not the other person's pleasure as such, although his or her supposed pleasure creates the situation. If I were a man, it would afford me great delight to hold a woman over a precipice, even if she disliked it. The idea appeals to me so strongly that I could not help imagining her pleasure, though I might know she got none, and even though she made every demonstration of fear and dislike of it. The situation so often imagined would have become a fact. It seems to me I have to say a thing is and is not in the same breath, but the confusion is only in the words. Let me give you another example. I have a tame pigeon which has a great affection for me. It sits on my shoulder and squats down with its wings out as birds do when courting. pecking me to make me take notice of it and flickering its wings. I like to hold it so that it can't move its wings because I imagine this increases its excitement. If it struggles or seems to dislike my holding, I let it go. In an early engagement afterward broken off, my fiancé used to take an evident pleasure in telling me how he would punish me if I disobeyed him when we were married. Though we had but little in common mentally, I was frequently struck with a similarity between his ideas and what my own had been in regard to my sister. He used his authority over me most capriciously. On one occasion, he would not let me have any supper at a dance. On another, he objected to my drinking black coffee. No day passed without a command or prohibition on some trifling point. Whenever he saw, though, that I really disliked the interference or made any decided resistance, which happened very seldom, he let me have my own way at once. I cannot but think, when I recall the various circumstances, that he got a certain pleasure, as I had done with my sister, by an almost unconscious transference of my feelings to himself. I find, too, that, when I want a man to say or do to me what would cause me pleasure and he does not gratify me, I feel an intense longing to change places, to be the man and make him, as the woman, feel what I want to feel. Combined with this is a sense of irritation at not being gratified and a desire to punish him for my deprivation, for his stupidity in not saying or doing the right thing. I don't feel any anger at a man not caring for me, but only for not divining my feelings when he does care. Now let me take another case, that of the man who used to experience pleasure when surprising a woman making water. Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, November 15, 1900. Here the woman's embarrassment appears to be a factor, but it seems to me there must be more than this, as confusion might be produced in so many other ways, as if she were found bathing or undressed, though it might not be so acute. In reality, I fancy she would be checked in what she was doing, and that the man perhaps unconsciously imagined this check and a resulting excitement. That such a check does sometimes produce excitement, I know from experience in traveling. If the bladder is not emptied before connection, the pleasure is often more intense. Long before I understood these things at all, I was struck by this quotation. Cette volupté que ressent les bords de la mer d'être toujours plantant, jamais débordé. What would be the effect on a man of a sudden check at the supreme moment of sexual pleasure? In reality, I suppose, pain, as the nerves would be at their full tension and unable to respond to any further stimulus. But in imagination, one's nerves are not at their highest tension, and one imagines an increase, or at any rate a prolongation of the pleasurable sensations. Something of all this, some vague reflection of the woman's possible sensations, seems to enter in the man's feelings in surprising the woman. In any case, his pleasure and her confusion seems to me a reflection of her feelings, for the sense of shame and embarrassment before a man is very exciting, and doubly so if one realizes that the man enjoys it. Ouida speaks of the delicious shame experienced by folle farine. It seems to me that whenever we are affected by another's emotion, we do practically, though unconsciously, put ourselves in his place, but we are not always able to gauge accurately its intensity or to allow for differences between ourselves and another, and in the case of pain it is doubly difficult, as we can never recall the pain itself, but only the mental effects upon us of the pain. We cannot even recall the feeling of heat when we are cold, or vice versa, with any degree of vividness. A woman tells me of a man who frequently asks her if she would not like him to whip her. He is greatly disappointed when she says she gets no pleasure from it, as it would give him so much to do it. He cannot believe she experiences none, because he would enjoy being whipped so keenly if he were a girl. In another case, the man thinks the woman must enjoy suffering because he would get intense pleasure from inflicting it. Why is this, unless he would like it if a woman and confuses in his mind the two personalities? All the men I know who are sadistically inclined admit that if they were women, they would like to be harshly treated. Of course, I quite see there may be many complications. A man's natural anger at resistance may come in, and also simple, not sexual pleasure in acts of crushing, etc. I always feel inclined to crush anything very soft or a person with very pretty thick hair, to rub together two shining surfaces, 2 bits of satin, etc., apart from any feelings of excitement. My explanation only refers to that part of sadism which is sexual enjoyment of another's pain. That the foregoing view holds good as regards the traces of sadism found within the normal limits of sexual emotion has already been stated. We may also believe that it is true in many genuinely perverse cases. In this connection, reference may be made to an interesting case reported by Moll of a married lady 23 years of age with pronounced sadistic feelings. She belongs to a normal family and is herself apparently quite healthy, a tall and strongly built person, of feminine aspect, fond of music and dancing, of more than average intelligence. Her perverse inclinations commenced obscurely about the age of 14, when she began to be dominated by the thought of the pleasure it would be to strike and torture a man, but were not clearly defined until the age of 18. While at an early age she was fond of teasing and contradicting men, though she never experienced the same impulse toward women. She has never, except in a very slight degree, actually carried her ideas into practice, either with her husband or anyone else, being restrained, she says, by a feeling of shame. Coitus, though frequently practiced, gives her no pleasure, seems indeed somewhat disgusting to her, and has never produced orgasm. Her own ideas also, though very pleasurable to her, have not produced definite sexual excitement, except on 2 or 3 occasions when they had been combined with the influence of alcohol. She frankly regrets that modern social relationship makes it impossible for her to find sexual satisfaction in the only way in which such satisfaction would be possible to her. Her chief delight would be to torture the man she was attached to in every possible way. To inflict physical pain and mental pain would give her equal pleasure. I would bite him till the blood came, as I have often done to my husband. At that moment all sympathy for him would disappear. She frequently identifies her imaginary lover with a real man to whom she feels that she could be much more attracted than she is to her husband. She imagines to herself that she can make appointments with this lover, and that she reaches the rendezvous in her carriage, but only after her lover has been waiting for her a very long time in the cold. Then he must feel all her power, he must be her slave with no will of his own, and she would torture him with various implements, as it seemed good to her. She would use a rod, a riding whip, bind him and chain him, and so on. But it is to be noted, she declares, this could, in general, only give me enjoyment if the man concerned endured such torture with a certain pleasure. He must indeed writhe with pain, but at the same time be in a state of sexual ecstasy, followed by satisfaction. His pleasure must not, however, be so great that it overwhelms his pain. If it did, her own pleasure would vanish, and she has found witty her husband that when in kissing him her bites have given him much pleasure, she has at once refrained. It is further noteworthy that only the pain she herself had inflicted would give her pleasure. If the lover suffered pain from an accident or a wound, she is convinced that she would be full of sympathy for him. Outside her special sexual perversion, she is sympathetic and very generous. Moll, Contraire Sexual Empfindung, 1899, pages 507 to 510. This case is interesting as an uncomplicated example of almost purely ideal sadism. It is interesting to note the feelings of the sadist subject toward her imaginary lover's feelings. It is probably significant that, while his pleasure is regarded as essential, his pain is regarded as even more essential, and the resulting apparent confusion may well be of the very essence of the whole phenomenon. The pleasure of the imaginary lover must be secured, or the manifestation passes out of the sexual sphere. But his pleasure must, at all cost, be conciliated with his pain, for in the sadist's eyes the victim's pain has become a vicarious form of sexual emotion. That, at the same time, the sadist desires to give pleasure rather than pain finds confirmation in the fact that he often insists on pleasure being feigned even though it is not felt. Some years ago, a rich Jewish merchant became notorious for torturing girls with whom he had intercourse. His performances acquired for him the title of l'homme képie, and led to his prosecution. It was his custom to spend some hours in sticking pins into various parts of the girl's body, but it was essential that she should wear a smiling face throughout the proceedings. Hamon, La France sociale et politique, 1891, page 445 et seq. We have thus to recognize that sadism by no means involves any love of inflicting pain outside the sphere of sexual emotion, and is even compatible with a high degree of general tender-heartedness. We have also to recognize that even within the sexual sphere, the sadist by no means wishes to exclude the victim's pleasure, and may even regard that pleasure as essential to his own satisfaction. We have further to recognize that in view of the close connection between sadism and masochism, it is highly probable that in some cases the sadist is really a disguised masochist and enjoys his victim's pain because he identifies himself with that pain. But there is a further group of cases, and a very important group on account of the light it throws on the essential nature of these phenomena, and that is the group in which the thought or the spectacle of pain acts as a sexual stimulant, without the subject identifying himself clearly either with the inflictor or the sufferer of the pain. Such cases are sometimes classed as sadistic, but this is incorrect, for they might just as truly be called masochistic. The term algolania might properly be applied to them, and Eulenberg now classes them as ideal algolania, for they reveal an undifferentiated connection between sexual excitement and pain not developed into either active or passive participation. Such feelings may arise sporadically in persons in whom no sadistic or masochistic perversion can be said to exist, though they usually appear in individuals of neurotic temperament. Casanova describes an instance of this association which came immediately under his own eyes at the torture and execution of Damiens in 1757. Footnote: Casanova, Memoirs, Volume 8, page 74-76. Goncourt, in his journal, under date of April 1862, Volume 2, page 27, tells a story of an Englishman who engaged a room overlooking a scaffold where a murderer was to be hanged, proposing to take a woman with him and to avail himself of the excitement aroused by the scene. This scheme was frustrated by the remission of the death penalty. End footnote. W.G. Stearns knew a man, having masturbated and had intercourse to excess, who desired to see his wife delivered of a child and finally became impotent without this idea. He witnessed many deliveries and especially obtained voluptuous gratification at the delivery of a priampara when the suffering was greatest. A very trifling episode may, however, suffice. In one case known to me, a man, neither sadistic nor masochistic in his tendencies, when sitting looking out of his window, saw a spider come out of its hole to capture and enfold a fly, which had just been caught in its web. As he watched the process, he became conscious of a powerful erection, an occurrence which had never taken place under such circumstances before. Footnote: This spectacle of the spider and the fly seems indeed to be specially apt to exert a sexual influence. I have heard of precisely similar case in a man of intellectual distinction, and another in a lady who acknowledged to a feeling of exquisite pleasure on one occasion at the mere sound of the death agony of a fly in a spider's web. End footnote. Under favoring conditions, some incident of this kind at an early age may exert a decisive influence on the sexual life. Tambroni of Ferrara records the case of a boy of 11 who first felt voluptuous emotions on seeing in an illustrated journal the picture of a man trampling on his daughter. Even afterward, he was obliged to evoke this image in masturbation or coitus. An instructive case has been recorded by Ferrer. In this case, a lady of neurotic heredity on one side and herself liable to hysteria experienced her first sexual crisis at the age of 13, not long after menstruation had become established, and when she had just recovered from an attack of chorea. Her old nurse, who had remained in the service of the family, had a ne'er-do-well son who had disappeared for some years and had just now suddenly returned and thrown himself, crying and sobbing, at the knees of his mother, who thrust him away. The young girl accidentally witnessed this scene. The cries and the sobs provoked in her a sexual excitement she had never experienced before. She rushed away in surprise to the next room, where, however, she could still hear the sobs, and soon she was overcome by a sexual orgasm. She was much troubled at this occurrence, and at the attraction which she now experienced for a man she had never seen before and whom she had always looked upon as a worthless vagabond. Shortly afterward she had an erotic dream concerning a man who sobbed at her knees. Later she again saw the nurse's son, but was agreeably surprised to find that, though a good-looking youth, he no longer caused her any emotion, and he disappeared from her mind, though the erotic dreams concerning an unknown sobbing man still occurred rather frequently. During the next 10 years she suffered from various disorders of more or less hysterical character, and although not disinclined to the idea of marriage, she refused all offers, for no man attracted her. At the age of 23, when staying in the Pyrenees, she made an excursion into Spain and was present at a bullfight. She was greatly excited by the charges of the bull, especially when the charge was suddenly arrested. Footnote: It may be noted that we have already several times encountered this increase of excitement produced by arrestive movement. The effect is produced whether the arrest is witnessed or is actually experienced. A man can increase a woman's excitement, a lady writes, by forbidding her to respond in any way to his caresses. It is impossible to remain quite passive for more than a few seconds, but during these few, excitement is considerably augmented. In a similar way, I have told of a man of brilliant intellectual ability who very seldom has connection with a woman without getting her to compress with her hand the base of the urethral canal to such an extent as to impede the passage of the semen. On withdrawal of the hand, copious emission occurs, but it is the shock of the arrest caused by the constriction which gives him supreme pleasure. He has practiced this method for years without evil results. End of footnote. She felt no interest in any of the men who took part in the performance or were present. No man was occupying her imagination, but she experienced sexual sensations and accompanying general exhilaration which were highly agreeable. After one bull had charged successively several times, the orgasm took place. She considered the whole performance barbarous, but could not resist the desire to be present at subsequent bullfights, a desire several times gratified, always with the same results, which were often afterward repeated in dreams. From that time she began to take an interest in horse races, which she now found produced the same effect, though not to the same degree, especially when there was a fall. She subsequently married, but never experienced sexual satisfaction except under these abnormal circumstances or in dreams. As the foregoing case indicates, horses, and especially running or struggling horses, sometimes have the same effect in stimulating the sexual emotions, especially on persons predisposed by neurotic heredity, as we have found that the spectacle of pain possesses. A medical correspondent in New Zealand tells me of a patient of his own, a young carpenter of 26, not in good health, who had never masturbated or had connection with a woman. He lived in a room overlooking a livery stable yard where was kept, among other animals, a large black horse. Nearly every night he had a dream in which he seemed to be pursuing this large black horse, and when he caught it, which he invariably did, there was a copious emission. A holiday in the country and tonic treatment dispelled the dreams and reduced the nocturnal emissions to normal frequency. Foray has recorded a case of a boy of neuropathic heredity who, when 14 years of age, was one day about to practice mutual masturbation with another boy of his own age. They were seated on a hillside overlooking a steep road, and at this moment a heavy wagon came up the road, drawn by 4 horses, which struggled painfully up, encouraged by the cries and the whip of the driver. This sight increased the boy's sexual excitement, which reached its climax when one of the horses suddenly fell. He had never before experienced such intense excitement, and always afterward a similar spectacle of struggling horses produced a similar effect. In this connection, reference may be made to the frequency with which dreams of struggling horses occur in connection with a disturbance or disease of the heart. In such cases, it is clear that the struggling horses seem to dream consciousness to embody and explain the panting struggles to which the heart is subjected. They become, as it were, a visual symbol of the cardiac oppression. In much the same way, it would appear under the influence of sexual excitement, in which cardiac disturbance is one of the chief constituent elements. The struggling horses became a sexual symbol, and having attained that position, they are henceforth alone adequate to produce sexual excitement. End of section 11. Section 12 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 3, by Havelock Ellis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Love and Pain 6. We have seen that the distinction between sadism and masochism cannot be maintained. Not only was even de Sade himself something of a masochist and Sacher-Masoch something of a sadist, but between these two extreme groups of phenomena there is a central group in which the algolagnia is neither active nor passive. Sadism and masochism are simply convenient clinical terms for classes of manifestations which quite commonly occur in the same person. We have further found that, as might have been anticipated in view of the foregoing result, it is scarcely correct to use the word cruelty in connection with the phenomena we have been considering. The persons who experience these impulses usually show no love of cruelty outside the sphere of sexual emotion. They may even be very intolerant of cruelty. Even when their sexual impulses come into play, they may still desire to secure the pleasure of the persons who arouse their sexual emotions, even though it may not be often true that those who desire to inflict pain at those moments identify themselves with the feelings of those on whom they inflict it. We have thus seen that when we take a comprehensive survey of all these phenomena, a somewhat general formula will alone cover them. Our conclusion so far must be that under certain abnormal circumstances, pain, more especially the mental representation of pain, acts as a powerful sexual stimulant. The reader, however, who has followed the discussion to this point will be prepared to take the next and final step in our discussion and to reach a more definite conclusion. The question naturally arises: by what process does pain or its mental representation thus act as a sexual stimulant? The answer has over and over again been suggested by the facts brought forward in this study. Pain acts as a sexual stimulant because it is the most powerful of all methods for arousing emotion. The two emotions most intimately associated with pain are anger and fear. The more masculine and asthenic emotion of anger, the more passive and asthenic emotion of fear are the fundamental animal emotions through which, on the psychic side, the process of natural selection largely works. Every animal in some degree owes its survival to the emotional reaction of anger against weaker rivals, to the emotional reaction of fear against stronger rivals. To this cause, we owe it that these two emotions are so powerfully and deeply rooted in the whole zoological series to which we belong. But anger and fear are not less fundamental in the sexual life. Courtship on the male's part is largely a display of combativity, and even the very gestures by which the male seeks to appeal to the female are often those gestures of angry hostility by which he seeks to intimidate enemies. On the female's part, courtship is a skillful manipulation of her own fears, and, as we have seen elsewhere when studying the phenomena of modesty, That fundamental attitude of the female in courtship is nothing but an agglomeration of fears. The biological significance of the emotions is now well recognized. In general, remarks one of the shrewdest writers on animal psychology, we may say that emotional states are, under natural conditions, closely associated with behavior of biological value, with tendencies that are beneficial in self-preservation and race preservation, with actions that promote survival, and especially with the behavior which clusters round the pairing and parental instincts. The value of the emotions in animals is that they are an indirect means of furthering survival. Lloyd Morgan, Animal Behavior, page 293. Emotional aptitudes persist not only by virtue of the fact that they are still beneficial, but because they once were, that is to say, they may exist as survivals. In this connection, I may quote from a suggestive paper on Teasing and Bullying by F. L. Burke. At the conclusion of this study, which is founded on a large body of data concerning American children, the author asks, accepting for the moment the theories of Spencer and Ribot upon the transmission of rudimentary instincts, is it possible that the movements which comprise the chief elements of bullying, teasing, and the egotistic impulses in general of the classes cited, pursuing, throwing down, punching, striking, throwing missiles, etc., are, from the standpoint of consciousness, broken neurological fragments, which are parts of old chains of activity involved in the pursuit, combat, capture, torture, and killing of men and enemies? Is not this hypothesis of transmitted fragments of instincts in accord with the strangely anomalous fact that children are at one moment seemingly cruel and at the next affectionate and kind, vibrating as it were between two worlds, egotistic and altruistic, without conscious sense of incongruity? F. L. Burke, Teasing and Bullying, Pedagogical Seminary, April 1897. The primitive connection of the special emotions of anger and fear with a sexual impulse has been well expressed by Colin Scott in his remarkable study of Sex and Art. If the higher forms of courting are based on combat among the males, at least anger must be intimately associated with love. And below both of these lies the possibility of fear. In combat, the animal is defeated who is first afraid. Competitive exhibition of prowess will inspire the less able birds with a deterring fear. Young grouse and woodcock do not enter the lists with the older birds and sing very quietly. It is the same with the very oldest birds. Audubon says that the old maids and bachelors of the Canada goose move off by themselves during the courting of the younger birds. In order to succeed in love, fear must be overcome in the male as well as in the female. Courage is the essential male virtue. Love is its outcome and reward. The strutting, crowing, dancing, and singing of male birds and the preliminary movements generally of animals must gorge the neuromotor and muscular systems with blood and put them in better fighting trim. The effects of this upon the feelings of the animal himself must be very great. Hereditary tendencies swell his heart. He has the joy that warriors feel. He becomes regardless of danger and sometimes almost oblivious of his surroundings. This intense passionateness must react powerfully on the whole system, and more particularly on those parts which are capable, such as the brain, of using up a great surplus of blood, and on the naturally erethic functions of sex. The flood of anger or fighting instinct is drained off by the sexual desires, the antipathy of the female is overcome, and sexual union successfully ensues. Courting and combat shade into one another, courting tending to take the place of the more basal form of combat. The passions which thus come to be associated with love are those of fear and anger, both of which, by arousing the whole nature and stimulating the nutritive sources from which they flow, come to increase the force of the sexual passion to which they lead up and in which they culminate and are absorbed. Colin Scott, Sex and Art, American Journal of Psychology, Volume 7, Number 2, pages 170 and 215. It must be remembered that fear is an element liable to arise in all courtship on one side or the other. It is usually on the side of the female, but not invariably. Among spiders, for instance, it is usually the male who feels fear, and very reasonably, for he is much weaker than the female. Courtship by the male spider, says T. H. Montgomery, The Courtship of Aranids, American Naturalist, March 1910, page 166, results from a combination of the state of desire for and fear of the female. It is by his movements of fear that he advertises himself to the female as a male, and it is by the same movements that he is unconsciously impelled to display prominently his own ornamentation. We are thus brought to those essential facts of primitive courtship with which we started. But we are now able to understand more clearly how it is that alien emotional states become abnormally associated with the sexual life. Normally, the sexual impulse is sufficiently reinforced by the ordinary active energies of the organism which courtship itself arouses, energies which, while they may be ultimately in part founded on anger and fear, rarely allow these emotions to be otherwise than latent. Motion, it may be said, is more prominent than emotion. Even normally, a stimulant to emotional activities is pleasurable, just as motion itself is pleasurable. It may even be useful, as was noted long ago by Erasmus Darwin. He tells of a friend of his who, when painfully fatigued by writing, would call up ideas arousing indignation and thus relieve the fatigue, the indignation, as Darwin pointed out, increasing muscular activity. It is owing to this stimulating action that discomfort, even pain, may be welcomed on account of the emotional waves they call up, because they lash into movement the dreary calm of the sea's soul, and produce that alternation of pain and enjoyment for which Faust longed. Greuze, who recalls this passage in his very thorough and profound discussion of the region wherein tragedy has its psychological roots, points out that it is the overwhelming might of the storm itself, and not the peace of calm after the storm, which appeals to us. In the same way, he observes, even surprise and shock may also be pleasurable, and fear, though the most depressing of emotional states, by virtue of the joy produced by strong stimuli, is felt as attractive. We not only experience an impulse of pleasure in dominating our environment, but also have pleasure in being dominated and rendered helpless by a higher power. Hearn, again, in his work on the origins of art, has an interesting chapter on the enjoyment of pain, a phenomenon which he explains by its resultant reactions and increase of outward activity of motor excitement. Anger, he observes elsewhere, is, in its active stage, a decidedly pleasurable emotion. Fear, which in its initial stage is paralyzing and depressing, often changes in time when the first shock has been relieved by motor reaction. Anger, fear, sorrow, notwithstanding their distinctly painful initial stage, are often not only not avoided, but even deliberately sought. Footnote: Hearn, Origins of Art, page 54. Reference may here perhaps be made to the fact that unpleasant memories persist in women more than in men. American Journal of Psychology, 1899, page 244. This had already been pointed out by Coleridge. It is a remark that I have made many times. We find it said in one of his fragments, Anime Potae, page 89, and many times, I guess, shall repeat that women are infinitely fonder of clinging to and beating about, hanging upon and keeping up and reluctantly letting fall any doleful or painful or unpleasant subject than men of the same class and rank. End footnote. In the ordinary healthy organism, however, although the stimulants of strong emotion may be vaguely pleasurable, they do not have more than a general action on the sexual sphere, nor are they required for the due action of the sexual mechanism. But in a slightly abnormal organism, whether the anomaly is due to a congenital neuropathic condition, or to a possibly acquired neurasthenic condition, or merely to the physiological inadequacy of childhood or old age, the balance of nervous energy is less favorable for the adequate play of the ordinary energies in courtship. The sexual impulse is itself usually weaker, even when, as often happens, its irritability assumes the fallacious appearance of strength. It has become unusually sensitive to unusual stimuli, and also, it is possible, perhaps as a result of those conditions, more liable to atavistic manifestations. An organism in this state becomes peculiarly apt to seize on the automatic sources of energy generated by emotion. The parched sexual instinct greedily drinks up and absorbs the force it obtains by applying abnormal stimuli to its emotional apparatus. It becomes largely, if not solely, dependent on the energy thus secured. The abnormal organism in this respect may become as dependent on anger or fear, and for the same reason as in other respects it may become dependent on alcohol. We see the process very well illustrated by the occasional action of the emotion of anger. In animals, the connection between love and anger is so close that even normally, as Greuze points out, in some birds, the sight of an enemy may call out the gestures of courtship. As Krafft-Ebing remarks, both love and anger seek their object, try to possess themselves of it, and naturally exhaust themselves in a physical effect on it. Both throw the psychomotor sphere into the most intense excitement, and by means of this excitement reach their normal expression. Foray has well remarked that the impatience of desire may itself be regarded as a true state of anger, and Stanley Hall, in his admirable study of anger, notes that erethism of the breasts or sexual parts was among the physical manifestations of anger occurring in some of his cases, and in one case a seminal emission accompanied every violent outburst. Thus it is that anger may be used to reinforce a weak sexual impulse, and cases have been recorded in which coitus could only be performed when the man had succeeded in working himself up into an artificial state of anger. On the other hand, Ferret has recorded a case in which the sexual excitement accompanying delayed orgasm was always transformed into anger, though without any true sadistic manifestations. As a not unexpected complementary phenomenon to this connection of anger and sexual emotion in the male, it is sometimes found that the spectacle of masculine anger excites pleasurable emotion in women. The case has been recorded of a woman who delighted in arousing anger for the pleasure it gave her, and who advised another woman to follow her example and excite her husband's anger, as nothing was so enjoyable as to see a man in a fury of rage. Lombroso mentions a woman who was mostly frigid, but experienced sexual feelings when she heard anyone swearing, and a medical friend tells me of a lady considerably past middle age who experienced sexual erethism after listening to a heated argument between her husband and a friend on religious topics. The case has also been recorded of a masochistic man who found sexual satisfaction in masturbating while a woman, by his instructions, addressed him in the lowest possible terms of abuse. Such a feeling doubtless underlies that delight in teasing men which is so common among young women. Stanley Hall, referring to the almost morbid dread of witnessing manifestations of anger felt by many women, remarks, "In animals, females are often described as watching with complacency the conflict of rival males for their possession, and it seems probable that the intense horror of this state, which many females report, is associated more or less unconsciously with the sexual rage which has followed it. The dread may well be felt at least as much as regards the emotional state in themselves as in the males." Even when the emotion aroused is discussed, it may still act as a sexual stimulant. Sturbach has narrated the instructive case of a very intelligent and elegant married lady of rather delicate constitution, an artist of some talent who never experienced any pleasure in sexual intercourse, but ever since sexual feelings first began to be manifested at all, at the age of 18, has only experienced them in relation to disgusting things. Anything that is repulsive, like vomit, etc., causes vague but pleasurable feelings, which she gradually came to recognize as sexual. The sight of a crushed frog will cause very definite sexual sensations. She has had many admirers, and she has observed that a declaration of love by a disagreeable or even repulsive man sexually excites her, though she has no desire for sexual intercourse with him. After all that has gone before, it is easy to see how the emotion of fear may act in an analogous manner to anger. Just as anger may reinforce the active forms of the sexual impulse to which it is allied, so fear may reinforce the passive forms of that impulse. The following observations, written by a lady, very well show how we may thus explain the sexual attractiveness of whipping. "The fascination of whipping, which has always greatly puzzled me, seems to be a sort of hankering after the stimulus of fear. In a wild state, animals live in constant fear. In civilized life, one but rarely feels it. A woman's pleasure in being afraid of a husband or lover may be an equivalent of a man's love of adventure, and the fear of children for their parents may be the dawning of the love of adventure. In a woman, this desire of adventure receives a serious check when she begins to realize what she might be subjected to by a man if she gratified it. Excessive fear is demoralizing, but it seems to me that the idea of being whipped gives a sense of fear which is not excessive. It is almost the only kind of pain, physical, which is inflicted on children or women by persons whom they can love and trust, and with a moral object. Any other kind of bodily ill treatment suggests malignity and may rouse resentment, and in extreme cases an excess of fear which goes beyond the limits of pleasurable excitement. Given a hereditary feeling of this sort, I think it is helped by the want of actual experience, as the association with excitement is freed from the idea of pain as such. In his very valuable and suggestive study of fears, Stanley Hall, while recognizing the evil of excessive fear, has emphasized the emotional and even the intellectual benefits of fear, and the great part played by fear in the evolution of the race as the rudimentary organ on the full development and subsequent reduction of which many of the best things in the soul are dependent. Fears that paralyze some brains, he remarks, are a good tonic for others. In some form and degree, all need it always. Without the fear apparatus in us, what a wealth of motive would be lost. It is on the basis of this tonic influence of fear that in some morbidly sensitive natures, fear acts as a sexual stimulant. Collier has brought together a number of cases in both men and women, mostly neurasthenic, in which fits of extreme anxiety and dread, sometimes of a religious character and often in highly moral people, terminate in spontaneous orgasm or in masturbation. Professor Gurlitt mentions that his first full sexual emission took place in class at school, when he was absorbed in writing out the life of Aristides and very anxious lest he should not be able to complete it within the set time. Dread and anxiety not only excite sexual emotion, but in the more extreme, morbid cases, they may suppress and replace it. Terror, says Fleiss, is transmuted coitus, and Freud believes that the neurosis of anxiety always has a sexual cause, while Ballet, Capgras, Lowenfeld, and others, though not regarding a sexual traumatization as the only cause, still regard it as frequent. It is worthy of note that not only fear, but even so depressing an emotion as grief, may act as a sexual stimulant, more especially in women. This fact is not sufficiently recognized, though probably everyone can recall instances from his personal knowledge, such cases being generally regarded as inexplicable. It is, however, not more surprising that grief should be transformed into sexual emotion than that, as in a case recorded by Stanley Hall, it should manifest itself as anger. In any case, we have to bear in mind the frequency of this psychological transformation in the presence of cases which might otherwise seem to call for a cynical interpretation. The case has been recorded of an English lady of good social position who fell in love with an undertaker at her father's funeral and insisted on marrying him. It is known that some men have been so abnormally excited by the funeral trappings of death that only in such surroundings have they been able to effect coitus. A case has been recorded of a physician of unimpeachable morality who was unable to attend funerals, even of his own relatives, on account of the sexual excitement thus aroused. Funerals, tragedies at the theater, pictures of martyrdom, scenes of execution, and trials at law courts have been grouped together as arousing pleasure in many people, especially women. C. F. von Schlittelgrau, Sachermäusig under the Masochismus, page 30-31. Wakes and similar festivals may here find their psychological basis, and funerals are an unquestionable source of enjoyment among some people, especially of so-called Celtic race. The stimulating reactions after funerals is well known to many, and Leigh Hunt refers to this, in his autobiography, as affecting the sincerely devoted friends who had just cremated Shelley. It may well be, as Kiernan has argued, Alienist and Neurologist 1891, IBID 1902, page 263, that in the disturbance of emotional balance caused by grief, the primitive instincts become peculiarly apt to respond to stimulus, and that in the abula of grief, the mind is specially liable to become the prey to obsessions. When my child died at the age of 6 months, a correspondent writes, I had a violent paroxysm of weeping, and for some days I could not eat. When I kissed the dead boy for the last time, I had never seen a corpse before. I felt I had reached the depths of misery and could never smile or have any deep emotions again. Yet that night, though my thoughts had not strayed to sexual subjects since the child's death, I had a violent erection. I felt ashamed to desire carnal things when my dead child was still in the house, and explained to my wife. She was sympathetic, for her idea was that our common grief had intensified my love for her. I feel convinced, however, that my desire was a result of a stimulus propagated to the sexual centers from the centers affected by my grief, the transference of my emotion from one set of nerves to another. I do not perhaps express my meaning clearly. How far the emotional influence of grief entered into the following episode, it is impossible to say, for here it is probable that we are mainly concerned with one of those almost irresistible impulses by which adolescent girls are sometimes overcome. The narrative is from the lips of a reliable witness, a railway guard who, some 30 years ago, when a youth of 18 in Cornwall, lodged with a man and woman who had a daughter of his own age. Some months later, when requiring a night's lodging, he called at the house and was greeted warmly by the woman, who told him her husband had just died and that she and her daughter were very nervous and would be glad if he would stay the night, but that as the corpse occupied the other bedroom, he would have to share their bed. We don't think very much of that among us, my informant added. He agreed and went to bed, and when a little later the two women also came to bed, the girl, at her own suggestion, lay next to the youth. Nothing happened during the night, but in the morning, when the mother went down to light the fire, the daughter immediately threw off the bedclothes, exposing her naked person, and before the youth had realized what was happening, she had drawn him over on her. He was so utterly surprised that nothing whatever happened, but the incident made a lifelong impression on him. In this connection, reference may be made to the story of the Ephesian matron in Petronius, the story of the widow overcome by grief who watches by her husband's tomb and very speedily falls into the arms of the soldier who was on guard. This story, in very various forms, is found in China and India, and has occurred repeatedly in European literature during the last 2,000 years. The history of the wanderings of this story has been told by Griesbach, Edward Griesbach, Die Trelus Witwe, 3rd edition, 1877. It is not probable, however, that all the stories of this type are actually related. In any case, it would seem that their vitality is due to the fact that they have been found to show a real correspondence to life. One may note, for instance, the curious tone of personal emotion with which George Chapman treated this theme in his play Widow's Tears. It may be added that in explaining the resort to pain as an emotional stimulus, we have to take into account not only the biological and psychological considerations here brought forward, but also the abnormal physiological conditions under which stimuli usually felt as painful come specially to possess a sexually exciting influence. The neuroasthenic and neuropathic states may be regarded as conditions of more or less permanent fatigue. It is true that under the conditions we are considering there may be an extreme sensitiveness to stimuli, not unusually felt as of a sexual character, a kind of hyperesthesia. But hyperesthesia, it has well been said, is nothing but the beginning of anesthesia. Sergeant Bertrand, the classical example of necrophilia, began to masturbate at the age of 9, stimulating a sexual impulse which may have been congenitally feeble by accompanying thoughts of ill-treating women. It was not till subsequently that he began to imagine that the women were corpses. The sadistic thoughts were only incidents in the emotional evolution, and the real object throughout was to procure strong emotion and not to inflict cruelty. Some observations of Ferrer's as to the conditions which influence the amount of muscular work accomplished with the ergograph are instructive from the present point of view. Although sensibility diminishes in the course of fatigue, Ferrer found that there are periods during which the excitability increases before it disappears. As fatigue increases, the perception of the intracurrent excitation is retarded. An odor is perceived as exciting before it is perceived as a differentiated sensation. The most fetid odors arouse feelings of well-being before being perceived as odors, and their painful quality only appears afterward, or is not noticed at all. And after recording a series of results with the ergograph obtained under the stimulus of unpleasant odors, he remarks, "We are thus struck by two facts: the diminution of work during a painful excitation, and its increase when the excitation has ceased. When the effects following the excitation have disappeared, the diminution is more rapid than in the ordinary state. When the fatigue is manifested by a notable diminution, if the same excitation is brought into action again, no diminution is produced, but a more or less durable increase, exactly as though there had been an agreeable excitation. Moreover, the stimulus which appears painful in a state of repose loses that painful character either partially or completely when acting on the same subject in a more and more fatigued state." Ferrer defines a painful stimulus as a strong excitation which causes displays of energy which the will cannot utilize. When, as a result of diminished sensibility, the excitants are attenuated, the will can utilize them, and so there is no pain. These experiments had no reference to the sexual instinct, but it will be seen at once that they have an extremely significant bearing on the subject before us, for they show us the mechanism of the process by which in an abnormal organism pain becomes a sexual stimulant. End of section 12.